Welcome to PlanetsCon Live 2024. I'm your host, Griffin. I'd like to welcome everyone to our 6th year of doing the PlanetsCon Live online. We have a great program today, and we're going to be changing up our order of operations. Normally, we come to the final act with the State of the Nuniverse with Joshua, but today we're starting off with a bang. I hope everyone enjoys this presentation from him. We're going to find out what all the latest and greatest is. And I'm always looking forward to seeing what this, because I never know what's about to be talked about. So I watch with the same rapt attention that you all do. I want to give a shout out to Gideon Braver, who is moderating the chat. He will be the person taking your questions, and we will have a Q&A after the State of the Universe with Joshua. Following our presentation with Joshua, we will have the Evil Empire discussion panel with Peyoan, Loner, Lord Pollax, and Talespin. And I know the Empire has been a recent topic of conversation, so it's a good theme that we're going to have in today's PlanetsCon. Gideon Braver is being really brave because he's actually sick, and normally we do this in the same place. He's usually like somewhere off camera, but he's actually working remotely as we do in this time. So there may be some delays occasionally with communication from him to me, but we've got a direct connection and we're ready to go. So make sure to have your questions ready to go when it's time. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back to Joshua. See you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, Joshua's running away. So here we go. We're getting ready for the State of the Universe. He's going to take over in just a moment. Joshua, thank you for joining us. We appreciate all your efforts in making this game go. It has brought back to the obsession of my youth to the obsession of my not youth. And I'm just going to hand it off to you.
Well, thanks, Griffin. It's always great to be here. And thanks again for putting on such an amazing show. We're all so excited and so grateful that you do this for the community. So it's great. I'm kind of concerned, though. Maybe you should be running for cover. Looks like those Star Destroyers in the background might be causing you some trouble in the near future here. So hopefully you can make it through the broadcast before you have to run. Yeah, so thanks everyone again for tuning in, and we've had another great year. 12 more new years have passed since our last get together, so very excited to share with you some of the things we've been working on, some changes. I think there's quite a lot in this this presentation that I'm about to give that is going to give you guys plenty to talk about over the next few hours of the con. And so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with my presentation and start getting that started. Looks like Griffin, I need to get some permission to request to share my screen. Okay. Great. There you go. Are you able to see my screen now? Okay. Well, thanks again, everyone. I'm going to jump right into it. And start off by wrapping up our league season. And huge congratulations to Emperor Kallren of Team Risk, who has won as the privateer bands for the Temporis War. So I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about that, the actual events that have unfolded over the last 12 years to understand what's taking place there. But it's a tremendous victory for Risk and for Kallren. Congratulations. We're looking forward to the next year and to the things that you may produce during your reign. Also, huge congratulations to Grand Marshal Siberiak. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. For the Timoris conflict and House Atreides, who has now moved up their relative position in the powers of the Echo Cluster and now patrol the Outer Ring as leader of the military of the unknown. So we're really seeing a big surge from House Atreides. Perhaps it's the sequel. I'm not sure. That is driving this forward, but we'll see. That we're excited about you guys moving up and the things you're able to do there. So to that end, as we look at the actual year, this year's league, big, huge congratulations to our league winners. First and foremost, our new champions, our repeating champions, the Imperial Shuttle. It was extremely close this year. They had 69 points, followed by a new leaderboard arrival, House Atreides. Again, controlling the military of the unknown, and now in a strong position here in second place to make their drive for the crown and come after Risk and the emperorship. So this is really great by House Atreides. First time on the leaderboard, 67 points, so close, and right behind them, Happy Blasters, who's been here in the past. So any of you league winners, any members or players who are part of any of these teams that may not have named a planet already in the game, feel free to send in your suggestions, ideas on what you would like to name a planet. Get your name into the game, and we're happy to put that into the Echo Cluster. You've earned that right as new leaders of the Echo Cluster. So great job this year on the league. I think it was another great season, and we're really starting to get a really nice pace and cadence with the league over the past couple of years. And I feel that this year we had a very good format with the approach with the standard games, the scoring. Overall, we were quite pleased with the participation and continue to think that this is the best path for competitive play, for finding our emperors, for finding our top players in the community. The path to get to become emperor doesn't have to be long, but it is a journey of connecting with the community and learning the craft. Obviously, you have to win, but you also have to join a team, get there. So it's kind of a journey of joining the community, becoming part of a team, getting selected to have your shot after your team is able to finish in the top 11. So we like the journey, the format for competitive play. Well, the rest of the games are able to be in a less competitive environment and more creative and more out there for everyone who just wants to play on a more casual basis. So loving the path, and I hope you guys are too. That said, 2025 league season is going to start soon. We will have a new Emperor match. Those of you teams who have finished in the top 11 will be given invites to join, and hopefully you can all bring forth your champion. The timing on that is we will be creating the new champ game fairly soon, as usual, here before the holidays. And then the race selection process and joining process will take place over the holidays, while everyone can get into that. We'll see who our candidates for the future emperor will be, and the actual game will begin on the 10th, same as last year. And 2025 long format games to start earning points for your team for next season will start in January. Remember, refer your friends for free premium membership. Bring in some new players to the game. Add them to your league team. Get them on board. If they sign up, then you can earn some free premium membership as well. So that's probably one of the only plugs I'll make this presentation. But I'd love to see you guys bring in some new people, and the teams can be a great way to do that. So bring your friends to your team. Okay, so that wraps up League. A little bit of a change of topic here now. I'd like to talk about a few of the things that we've been looking at from an analytical perspective. So I'm going to share some numbers with you guys. I know you like to analyze, to look at the details, to understand what's going on, some of the data that you may or may not have. So in 2024, this time last year, we introduced some new game format sizes. So the new 180 planet game format, as well as beginner planets with 180 planets. And in the middle of the year, we also introduced intermediate with 120 planets. So and then we took the classic standard and renamed it to epic and put that in. So 500 planet games, of course, are still out there as epic games. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the popularity of these games, but more interestingly, the effects on the format change in terms of balance of the races. Because there's been a lot of discussion about that over the course of the year. So I thought I'd share some figures so that we can all look at it together. And I'll tell you kind of where we are at. We never draw decisive conclusions until we have some sort of data, and then we start to make adjustments. And I think this will be a hot topic for some of you. So curious to hear your thoughts after as well. So first off, we are feeling very, very good in general about the journey for newer players in the game. So coming in, playing the small 80 planet games still gives you a really nice flavor with the 8 races of the feeling of the game, while still being able to play many of those games without burning out, without it being overwhelming, and without making a months-long commitment and then getting crushed by your experienced neighbor. So that getting crushed after only a month is much less painful. So you can kind of go on to the next one and continue from there, and until you start to get your victories, and then move up out of that beginners into the intermediates, where now we've introduced the cyborg as a new race, and gives a little bit more energy there and something new. And then ultimately you progress to standard, where we introduce the much more challenging opponents of the privateers and the crystalline, along with complexities of fuel management and things like that. So this journey of sort of progressing through the like relative complexity of the game is and the different rule sets seems to be working well as far as the journey. We see lots of players sort of advancing through that journey as they begin their planet's echo cluster experience, and then ultimately when they're ready, taking on some of those huge epic games and which rightfully so, have always been sort of epic in their experience as a gaming experience. So I think this is something that we're feeling good about. But that said, let's talk about balance, because this is where it's, been a lot of questions. Okay, are the privateers overpowered in standard? This has been a big question. Are other races negatively affected? And of course, there are some things that you would expect. So we have some data here. In the last few months, there have been 44 standard games completed that were, now there's been lots of standard games, standard intermediate, standard beginners, of course, the epic games. But this is just the body of games that we have to work with right now as far as pure standard 180 planet games to look at. So this is something for you guys to look at. And the interesting thing here is that we wanted to look at it with a bit of a split because we know that there's always, with new features that we're releasing, there's a sort of a learning curve or a period of where people are adjusting to the new rule set, and they're trying the old things, but maybe they're not working. And then some people are quickly adapting, and others are taking advantage of the inexperience of the situation and things like that. So we decided to split this up into the first 22 games of this data set and the last 22 games of this data set. Note that the average difficulty of these games is 0.95 to 1.7. That's because the lower difficulties below about 1 are generally in the standard beginners and the intermediate games. So we don't have total beginners, but we do have a level around 1. I would say your expert levels starting around 1.5 and up. This is where you're getting into, very, very experienced players. So this is an interesting kind of breakdown. We are looking at a reasonably good set of games. So you can see from the diagram here that we have the first 22 games. Absolutely, we have a humongous imbalance here. The privateers have won 9 out of the 22 first games. So everyone else, basically, 2, 1, 2, or 3, or 0 victories in that time frame. Obviously, we got to go a long ways farther before 22 games can be considered statistically relevant, but certainly there's something to be said here. Obviously, this was a little bit of a shocker for everyone, but maybe not so shocking given the new situation, right? Obviously, if you go out and start building 2 large deep space freighters and slowly build up your empire, you're a little bit shocked when the privateers show up on turn 5, and it's too late now for you already to recover from that. Here, when we look at the last 22 games, we can see quite a bit more balance. The people do appear to be adapting to the situation. Defend yourself from the privateers early, come up with a plan. The game is faster. So we do see a lot more balance in that last 22. But obviously, the privateers still very successful here. And when you take the entire data set of wins, it does look still quite heavily slanted. So this is something that, we're still monitoring. So I wanted to take that data a little bit farther and break it down and say, okay, let's look to give us a bit more data to work with. Let's look at first, second, and third place finishes. So those games where, who's been successful. So there's a lot of numbers on this sheet, but I hope that you can kind of break this down, and I'm happy to share this spreadsheet with anybody who wants the full game log of results. If anybody wants to play with that, I'm happy to share that out. So here in the first set of data, you can see the entire game set. So all 44 games, we can see the number of firsts, the number of seconds, and the number of thirds that each race has achieved. And so we can see the sum of top 2 finishes, and ultimately the one that I'm looking at is the sum of top 3 finishes for each race. And here you can see we are starting to get quite a bit more balance, even with the privateers kind of throwing things out there a little bit. There a lot of the races, there's an expected, you can see the percent of expected in that spreadsheet. The expected would be 100%. So those races that are below expected are slightly under, although I would think, statistically speaking, anything between about 80 and 120 is within normal, like sort of average statistical variance at this point. But we do have a couple outliers. The Birdmen are actually doing amazingly well, and the Privateers, although given the smaller format size, maybe that's not so surprising. Races that are not doing very well are the Cyborg, also not very surprising, I think, and the Feds, which that one takes a little bit more analysis. I think it's not so obvious why that might be, but I'm sure we can think more about that. When you look at just the last 22 games, which is the second set of data there, again, this is now sort of after a period of time where people are adjusting a little bit more to these games. There's a little bit more talk. People have kind of got an idea of what these games are like. You can see significantly more balance. In fact, the Privateers at that level are right on expected amount of top 3 finishes. The Fury are doing well, but the only real outliers in the second set of data are, again, the Cyborg and the Feds. So we do see some, something to maybe think about and talk about there. But when looking at this last 22 games and thinking about, okay, let's throw out the initial games because everyone's adjusting. Let's take a set of data going forward and have a good look at it. The general conclusion that we have right now is that there's not enough information to make real meaningful changes. There was some consideration of buffing the Cyborg a little bit in these games, or thinking about the Federation, but we're not feeling that that's worth an actual rule change that is different than the Epic set right now. So no, I've also got one little note here for those Privateer players that are possibly, or those players who are thinking that the Privateers are super overpowered. It's kind of the common pattern that we've seen from Privateers at all levels of the game. When the difficulty level goes up, the Privateers do not seem to succeed very well. So we only have a very small sample set of 6 games with a difficulty of 1.4 or greater, but the Privateers have not finished in the top 3 in any of those games. So it is interesting. I think it's relevant. So those are things that we can kind of look at. But the main conclusion that we have is standard 180 is a fun and interesting format. People are enjoying it. We're not ready to make any rule changes specifically to that. Basically, that's the conclusion that we came from this data, is to say, we need another year to look at this. We need another 50, 60, 100 games to look at, and another season of League will really give us some more higher quality ones. And so we're really looking forward to kind of seeing what happens this year. And if you get the Cyborg or the Feds, I'm really sorry. I hope you survive. And if you get the Privateers, well, I hope the difficulty level is not too high, because if it is, you might be in trouble. So it'll be interesting to see how you experience that this season. And so we're really going to look to this, but we are feeling really good about the format and continuing it into the next year. And we hope that you can introduce your new beginner friends to the smaller games and get them going. I know even my son has been playing a lot, and he's graduating up through those games and really enjoying his playtime as well. So he's only 12 years old, and he loves it. So, all right. Let's talk about some of the things that we've been doing, and some of the interesting things that we're going to be releasing to you guys in the next little while. And we have quite a lot of interesting game changes. I think this is going to trigger a lot of discussion. And you guys are going to have a little bit of fun with all of this. We are making some new stuff. So to start right off, the first interesting thing that we are releasing is some new stellar cartography. So the universe is getting a little bit richer, a little bit more interesting. There's more things happening out there. And the first thing that we are going to be releasing in 2025 is black holes. So look out if you're in the Echo cluster, if you're in your sector, you may encounter one of these things. And a black hole, as many of you know, is a well, I'm not going to define a black hole for you, but it's a in the context of planets, I will define it. So a black hole will have a destructive black center, which is surrounded by a massive multi-layer and energy-charged warp well called an ergosphere. And what that is basically an area of space which is heavily affected by the gravitational effects of the black hole. This has got some principles or concepts coming from warp wells within planets, but you can think about it as a much more complex or deeper warp well than you'd experience with just a stellar star system. So effectively, around the black hole, there are 9 rings around every black hole center. And the deeper you go into the rings, the slower you must be moving, or you will be sucked into the black hole. So just like on a planet's warp well, if you're traveling anything over warp 1, when you enter the warp well, you're going to fall into the planet. This is the same thing with a black hole. However, you can dip in at higher speeds into the outer rings. So in the outermost ring, you can enter the ergosphere at warp 9 and you won't get sucked in. But as you go deeper in, you must be traveling at a slower speed. Otherwise, if you're faster than the speed of that level of gravity at that depth, then you will get sucked in. So you have to slow down as you approach deeper in. Now, why would I want to go deeper in? Well, the greatest thing about the ergosphere is that it is a high energy environment. There is a massive amount of energy that can be drawn from the black holes, or from the energy being sort of emitted by things being consumed in the area, the ergosphere. You can go out and read about ergospheres. As you get deeper in, you can begin to multiply the fuel in your fuel tanks. And so the more fuel you have, the more you will gain. The deeper you are in the ergosphere, the more fuel you will gain. So this is advantageous. There's also the advantage that the deeper you are in the ergosphere, the more your shields become charged up. So as you're deeper in the ergosphere, you're going to have higher and higher shields, with the possibility of having significantly increased shield strength, which lasts as long as you are, for the turn that you are even exiting the black hole. So it is possible to sort of fly into a black hole, charge up your shields, and then fly out. So if you start deep enough, you might have, say, 30% extra shields, and then you can attack outward with those extra shields to a nearby planet or area of space. A couple other interactions. So those are the main benefits. And then there are some other interactions outlined here. Minefields cannot intersect a black hole, and nearby minefields will actually drift towards the black hole. So if you lay one nearby, it will start to shift towards it and get eaten up by the black hole eventually. Channels are completely stopped, and this is the one place you can't even channel across a black hole. A channel line will not go across it. You will be destroyed in the process if you try to channel through there. It simply won't work. Hyping across an ergosphere will bend the path of the hyperjump. So this is an interesting mechanism. You can kind of bend around one of these things to get to the other side, change your height angles. It might create some interesting possible jumps. Ion storms are also always bending towards nearby black holes. They'll be energized and then consumed by them. So as they start to touch the black hole, or the ergosphere, they will become very energized, but after a certain point, they're just consumed by the black hole. And gravitonic ships have the usual benefit of being able to move twice as fast, same as they are in a warp well. At warp 1, they can go 2 light years. Gravitonic ships can still move twice as fast as usual. So at warp 7, they can still enter the same level or depth. Nothing really changes there to be, it's kind of as expected, but interesting to note. So this is a black hole. And when you encounter one in a game, I hope you enjoy waging war around it, near it, tapping into it. I hope it brings some interesting new experience for you in a sector near you. All right, we have a second stellar cartography that we're going to be adding as well. It's neutron star clusters. So neutron star clusters are similar to regular star clusters. However, they emit neutrino radiation, which is helpful rather than harmful. So this is a positive area of space where you may find star clusters. And you usually see neutron star clusters with 3 to 4 star clusters all kind of combined with relatively small inner cores, which are impassable. But the emitted neutrino radiation has a number of positive effects on the surrounding area that you can benefit from. First off, planets inside the neutrino halo have an increased likelihood of native life and high governments. They've been able to benefit from all that additional positive radiation, and this is an area that you're going to find good stuff. Star bases built inside the halo require less PP to build ships. So this creates an interesting scenario for you to benefit from. Ships starting a turn in a neutrino halo can gain up to 30% range increase on their warp speed, depending on the level of radiation. So if you're in a heavy radiation area, you can get up to 30% speed boost when moving through these areas. So I hope you're going to enjoy that. Lastly, ships and starbases defending a planet they own within the halo gain a 50% shield advantage. So these are all benefits if you're the one to enjoy this. There is one negative interaction, and that is nebulas and neutrinos, which sometimes come together, create a hot gas environment, which is very destructive to ships, bad for natives on planets. It doesn't happen. So they're great unless they're in a nebula. So this is going to be something you might find out there when you encounter a neutron star cluster. You might be a bit of a race to get those planets in that area. It's going to be something that you definitely want to have, and it'll help you to succeed on the map. So I hope you enjoy when you see these out there. And the actual, we're probably going to work a little bit on like the color scheme, a little bit on those, so you can tell them apart from your classic star clusters a little bit easier and things like that. So this is the final touches are still being put on this as we're speaking. Okay. Game changes. So these are where we're coming in with actual game changes in this, primarily in the standard, but sometimes in the campaign mode of the game. We sat back this year and we thought, we've been doing this for a long time. We've been making very careful and very subtle advances in the game. And realistically, in 2025, we're continuing that theme. However, we decided to really take serious the goal of making more of the things that are not so useful in the game, particularly different ships that you might want to build, but they don't really ever serve any purpose and they're just too expensive or whatever that might be that causes you to just never choose them, among other things. And try to find a way, either by bringing in some of the things that we've been experimenting with in the campaign mode, or making small other subtle differences, just enough to make them viable, give you some reasons to build these things. So we see a few more of those ships in the standard game from time to time. And it's not meant to make them overpowered. It's not necessarily make them amazing. But it is meant to make it viable so that you might actually choose it from time to time. And you'll see the familiar faces of the ships that you've looked at many times. You thought, I really wish I could build one of those, but no, I'm just going to build yet another Lizard class cruiser or whatever that might be, the most popular common ships. So we hope that you enjoy these changes. A lot of them are very subtle. They're very small, but we hope you'll see that and find that this brings just enough value that you're like, maybe I will build one of those. This is a kind of a continuation on the theme last year when we did make the production point changes to a lot of the destroyers and frigates. And I do think that we have seen some changes. I know myself in my games, I suddenly found myself building a lot of reptile class cruisers with priority points. And I never built them much in the past, but all of a sudden I'm like, this is kind of a useful sweeper ship for 2 PP. So I was like, I think I'll build those now. So this is, I think, something that we did see a lot of positive effect with that change last year. And so we want to continue down that road so that we do start to have just more viable options. So that said, I am going to jump right in. And the very first and possibly most significant change, depending on what your point of view is, comes in the form of torpedoes. Campaign torpedoes, the latest edition, we finally feel that we got it right. And it's going to become standard. So campaign torpedoes, and this is a bit of a recap for those of you who don't play a lot of campaign. This is a pretty notable change, but the main goal of this change is to expand the number or type of torpedoes that are beneficial to you as a player. For those of you who've been playing a long time, I'm sure you've built Mark 4s, Mark 7s, Mark 8s, and that's pretty much what you build. Those are the options, and everyone makes them. So the new campaign torpedoes have been a journey through a couple of versions to get to the optimal, or what we hope is a beneficial value for all of the different types of torpedoes. And this is the recap for those of you who are not so familiar with it. These are the changes that we think we're going to. This is the version that we're bringing to standard. So Mark 1s, particularly Mark 1s, Protons, Mark 2s, and Mark 3s all gain significant power increase so that they're more in a linear line up towards Mark 4s. So it is totally viable for you to build a fleet of ships that use Mark 2s as their like fighting torpedo ships. And that's not so crazy from a decision point versus Mark 4s. So Mark 4s are still awesome. They're great. And you're going to build a lot of Mark 4s still. But it's totally okay for you to build a fleet of ships with Mark 2s or to build something with Mark 1s even, and it's still going to pack a little punch compared to what it has in the past. So probably not great for mine laying, but still has a little punch there if you want to put one of those on there. I know in the past I'm not even putting them on there because what's the point, right? But now there's definitely a point. You're going to put your Mark 1s on there because you're like, well, it'll still be giving a little bit more kick. So, and then things like the 2 proton torpedo types. We took the what would be normally the Mark 5 is replaced with the heavy proton, and the light proton is the normal proton torp. But both of those are specialized in that they have a tiny bit more range than other torpedoes, which gives them this shoot first advantage. So that may have benefits in certain scenarios. That's up to you if you think that's valuable. And then Mark 6 is also viable option. as an alternative to Mark 7. So you decide what is your fleet's point going to be, or is everyone going to get a mishmash of different torpedoes? That's fine too. But I know for me, I like to build most of my ships with either some level, but maybe that's not Mark 4 and Mark 7 anymore. That could be Mark 3 and Mark 6, or and then Mark 8 or whatever, right? So those are things that we can think about. So for those of you who've played campaign, who've used these torpedoes, they are much more interesting. There's a lot more choice here, so they're going to become viable. So for those of you who are old school and really wish this never happened, you can still choose Mark 4s, Mark 7s, Mark 8s, and not make any changes to your planning. Everything is going to be great. Just don't be surprised when you get hit by Mark 3s at some point. All right, I hope you enjoy that. And let's move on race by race now and talk about some of the changes that we're making. For the Federation, we have the Outrider class Scout is going to gain planet immunity. And this is actually part of a theme or concept that we're introducing through all these races. So you're going to see this a little bit here. But Scout ships, we decided, would gain planet immunity in order to give them a little bit of value throughout all of the races. So this is a very small change, but you can now take your Outrider class Scout and go fly over an enemy planet, and you're not going to get blown up. You can have a look at what's there and use it to scout the planet out. So I hope you find interest, and we see a few more Outrider class Scouts in the galaxy. So this is the only change for the Federation at this point. We actually seriously talked quite a bit about some of the other ships, but the Federation have overall a very diverse ship list, and all of the ships have some purpose or something at some point. You may cry out and say, well, what about the Banshee? Never built. Well, it has radiation shielding, so there are ships getting built from time to time for a specific need, and that's the kind of level that we're looking at here, is to say, okay, which ones are not getting built, and is there some small difference we can make to make them more interesting? We did think quite a long time about the Thor, only from an enjoyment standpoint. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on it, but we felt that, bringing in a heavy Thor, for example, was too much change. So that's where we're at with that. For those of you who are Federation players, feel free to, talk about it and give your feedback on that, because I'd be curious to hear your thoughts or ideas. And this is something that we want to put out there, is your thoughts and ideas are welcome in this area on how to make ships more valuable. We're always listening and love to see your ideas. Okay, moving on. The lizards. What are the lizards getting? Okay. The Saurian class frigate. So this has been one of the things that I think everyone's always loved the idea of the Saurian. We'd love to build more Saurians. We'd love to see more Saurians. But they've always been not quite as good as their big brother, the Lizard class cruiser. And so we are bringing in something we've learned from the campaign version. In the campaign version of the Saurian, we have the Saurian class frigate. And we felt that going to 7 beams of the Saurian class frigate is too far, but the concept of the Saurian class frigate is right. So we are introducing the Saurian class light frigate in standard, and it is going to have slightly less cargo than your Saurian class cruiser at 120, but it will have 5 beam weapons, and it will have the production point frigate bonus. So you can build these with 5 beams. They're only going to be 3 PP to build one of them, and I think that makes them quite interesting, quite compelling in a number of possible scenarios for you. So I hope you enjoy the new Saurian class light frigate in standard, and this is going to be something for all you lizards to try out in the next year. Note, this is replacing the Saurian class cruiser. So in these cases where we are taking a new ship, it is a replacement of the old ship. So there is a one coming out and one going in. All right, the birds. Here we go. Swift Heart class Scout, like other scouts in the game is going to gain planet immunity. For the birds, this is a very little value considering it can cloak anyways, but for consistency's sake, here it is. The Skyfire gains radiation shielding. So this is at least a small use case for this ship. If you're in a high radiation environment, go ahead and start building a Skyfire or two, which is a really nice cruiser, lots of cargo space, nice torpedo laying, just doesn't cloak, and it's a little bit expensive because of all that radiation shielding that just got added. So go ahead and hopefully you'll find some use cases for building a few more Skyfires. This also applies, you'll see later, to the privateers who share some of these ship hulls. Okay, for the Fury, really big news here. They finally installed a cloaking device on the D7A Painmaker. So we've all been waiting for that. We've been missing the cloaking device on the ship. What do you mean it doesn't cloak? It now cloaks. So big change here. Fury gain cloaking device on the D7A. Enjoy. I hope to see a few more of these actually built. Gives you an alternative to the Cold Pain, although it doesn't have any torpedo launchers. But it's only Tech 2, so think about that. Might be interesting. All right, the Privateer. Inherited from the other three races I just outlined. They have the Outrider, the D7A, and the Skyfire. And in campaign mode, because we're not ready to commit to this yet, we are introducing a brand new Bloodfang. So the Bloodfang is gaining a new disruption field technology, and this will be a new version of the Bloodfang, which will be available in campaign mode. With the disruption field technology, the Bloodfang gains a cyber weapon, which is automatically discharged when it engages in battle, which causes enemy ship computer systems to reset, causing them to initiate the fight with their beams and torpedoes discharged. So as in, their beam weapons will not fire immediately, they'll be empty charge. The torpedoes will be empty charge, so as they reach range, then they will have to charge up before firing. So there's a delay in the combat response. And any carriers fighting against the Bloodfang will fight with 2 less fighter bays. So this ship is going to be available for purchase with your Giga credits in the campaign mode. Let's give it a try. Get out there, buy some Bloodfangs. We've been running sims on this. You guys can go out there and try to run a few sims as well. It's a little bit difficult with the tool right now because we don't have this ship released yet, but we will be releasing it shortly, and then we'll update the battle simulator. But I can tell you that we've been running sims. It's kind of interesting. By no means does this turn the Bloodfang into a killer, and nor should the privateers have a killer ship. But it does make it very interesting, very powerful against things like superstar carriers. Madinzillas get in a little bit of trouble now with these things. Even a T-Rex can be struggling against a Bloodfang, especially if it's not well equipped. So some of those medium-sized battle carriers, battleships, or smaller battleships, lots of medium-type ships start to struggle against the Bloodfang, given this small technological change that they've got. So it's a troublesome tactic that the privateers have come up with. By no means are the privateers going to be going toe-to-toe with anyone, but they could possibly fight just a little bit. And if they're in a circumstance where they've got no choice. So this is going to be interesting. Privateers can think about this. Obviously, they still have to buy fighters and all those things. But few less fighters get shot down because those beam weapons are not charged yet. So maybe it's interesting. We might actually see a Bloodfang in the galaxy. So I hope to see some, and I hope to see some fights by the privateers. Could be interesting. Enjoy. Cyborg. All of you are probably thinking, well, what, when I bring up a new race here, I hope your brains are thinking, what ships do I never build? What ships are useless in the ship list? Because that's that's what we did, is thought very much about what ships never get built and what are not used. So there are actually two ships that are pretty much never built in the Cyborg. The first one is the Watcher class Scout, which now, like other Scouts, is gaining planet immunity. We are not bringing the Deep Watcher into standard. That's going to stay in campaign. The other one is the Quietus class Cruiser, which is essentially never had a use case. So we are adding two significant features to it. The first one is radiation shielding, and the second one is the ability to self-channel. So what that means is that the Quietus can channel to any fire cloud, but it will only channel itself. So it can open a small channel, initiate a small channel, but it does not act as a channel target like a fire cloud. So you can only channel to a fire cloud somewhere. You can initiate a channel from it. So you could fly outward with a Quietus and then channel home or something like that. So those are options for you. You can send them out as a scout and then channel back, send them into a radiation area, channel back. So it's going to act as a sort of outlying scout ship. I can think of other use cases that could be beneficial, like the fact that because it only channels itself, you can move within the network without dragging other ships along with you. So there's going to be some interesting use cases, and I'm very curious to see how you go about using them and your thoughts on this new ship. So I'm looking forward to see what you guys come up with and tactical opportunities that you find with this ship. Crystals. The crystals have quite a good ship list. There's only one change here. The Topaz class gunboat is also being treated as a scout. Gunboats are scouts and are having planet immunity. So there's some benefit to the Topaz. And we thought a little bit about the Sky Garnet, but if you'll recall, 2 years ago when we did the production point change, the Sky Garnet gained the benefit of this 1 point less, and we are seeing some of them getting built for various reasons, minesweeping and things like that. So there's less pressure on the Sky Garnet than there was in the past, so we're leaving that. And so this is the only change for the crystals. Okay, the Evil Empire. Now this is quite an interesting one, because always the Evil Empire, we've had a lot of work on the Evil Empire over the years. They've continued to receive buffs. They continue to lose games. There's been a lot of work over the time. But more importantly, remember that our goal in this session is to find the hulls. We want to make the hulls in the ship list viable. And to that end, we've been working a lot on that in campaign mode, in creating additional versions of these ships in campaign mode and exploring what those look like. And those are well vetted and have been around a long time. So we decided that this is the year to kind of rip off the Band-Aid and put some of these ships in to standard. So here it is. There is quite a few changes here to the Evil Empire, but we are hoping that we're getting very close to the final answer on what they need to look like to, one, be competitive, two, be fun to play because they have so many different ships that you can choose from and be viable, right? So here it is. The MiG class Scout will be replaced by the MiG class Transport, which, for those of you who've played campaign, is a very small change. It adds about, I mean, it's not that small. We add like something like 100 cargo. I think the Transport has 140 and the MiG class Scout might have 40. So it has about 100 cargo extra. Or yeah, even 20 to 140. So the Transport is much more useful, has a lot more cargo space, and so can be used instead of the Scout. So it has a real purpose there. The RU-25 gunboat is going to gain planet immunity. We are not bringing the very popular campaign gunboats into play, but we are giving planet immunity to the RU-25 gunboat. So you do have a ship out here that can escort your superstar destroyers to a planet if you want. You can also use them for scouting like the other ships. So that it will be their main benefit. This is a new concept, the H-Ross class carrier, which historically has been used as a fighter transport ship, now gains the send and receive fighters mission. So you can use this now, low cost, low tech ship as a point to connect your star bases, or your star bases to your Gorbies to create logistics planning lines, to send your fighters to the front line as ever you needed using the send and receive fighter missions. So this is to extend the range of your fighter transfer from star bases or Gorbies today. So that is the new thing. After introducing intercept interference, we felt in the end that we've landed it on the wrong ship, and that we are no longer going to have intercept interference on the Superstar Cruiser. Instead, it is moving to the Moscow class Star Escort. So intercept interference, for those of you who don't remember, is a feature that when this ship is with a fleet of ships, the ships cannot be intercepted. And so the Moscow class Star Escort is now gaining that technology. And so if you have a Moscow class with your fleet, then no one is going to be able to intercept that fleet. And so this is going to create, some protection from Birdmen, for example, and things like that. So these are a clear-cut purpose for building these things, some technology that they bring forth. The Superstar Carrier. We are bringing in the reduced costs of the Superstar Carrier 2 from campaign. So the knock against the Superstar Carrier as a sort of medium initial need carrier or a combat vessel at Tech 6 has always been the price. They're kind of a good ship, but they're a little bit too expensive. So what we're working on now is the new Superstar Carrier will have a discounted price, and so of the Superstar Carrier 2. This makes them much more viable. The Superstar Cruiser has been one of the most kind of desired or loved ships, and in campaign, it is definitely the most desired and loved upgrade, and it is now becoming standard, but will not have intercept interference. So this is the 8 and 5, 320 kiloton Superstar Cruiser 2 is now coming to standard. Griffin, I'm just checking in here on time. It looks like I'm going a little longer than I originally expected, but I hope that's all right with you. Okay, thank you. Robots. The Cybernaut will be replaced by the Cybernaut B. Those of you who've tried it in campaign will know that this can be quite an interesting ship to add. We are making a slight adjustment to it, though, a slightly weaker Cybernaut B with the cargo at 60 instead of 70. So it's a very small thing. It's going to be a new ship called the Cybernaut Light base ship. And this is the ship that will now be available to you. The big benefit for you robot fans out there is this does not take nearly as much duranium. I'm sure you've looked at them in the past and been shocked by their 292 duranium cost, basically making them never built. So the new Cybernaut Light base ship only costs 60 duranium, although it has quite a high tritanium cost. So this is going to be a bit of a unique ship in the robot fleet. Quite dangerous, quite an upgrade. I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be interesting to see how frequently these are built in the future. The Rebels. Both the Rebels and the Colony already have quite diverse and quite good ship lists. So we are going to only be making the Scouts have planet immunity for consistency's sake. As a rebel, you're probably thinking, I already have planet immunity. We're sorry about that, but at least if one of these gets captured by someone else, they're also going to have planet immunity. So there's really no benefit here for the rebels. But as I said, their ship's fleet is very good already. They have a lot of flexibility in what they can choose. We had some consideration about the Guardian class destroyer, which probably many of you may not have built that often. But remember that we have reduced 1 PP on the Guardian class destroyer already. And I also think that there might be some very interesting combinations with the new torpedoes, the lower tech torpedoes, where you can build these things very cheaply. And with lower tech impactful torpedoes, they might be quite interesting in the early game. Something to think about. Let's see whether that starts to unfold or not. The colonies. There's really only one ship which is particularly problematic for the colonies, and that is their Scorpius class carrier, which is this sort of ship that has never made any sense or had any particular value. In the campaign version, we've had 2 versions of the Scorpius in trial for the last few years, the Scorpius class carrier and the Scorpius class heavier carrier. We have decided to introduce the Scorpius class carrier, not the heavy, but the medium version of this, into standard. This is a 5 beam, 4 fighter bay carrier. Still pretty expensive. Pretty heavy though, kind of interesting, might be valuable. It's not going to be a game changer. It's definitely not overpowered, but it is something that might get built from time to time. And that's essentially where we've got it. Whereas the current Scorpius light carrier is essentially a non-starter. No one would ever build one because the price to benefit is just not there. So now it should be, sometimes if you really need something at a lower tech, this is going to be an option for you. So we hope you enjoy the new Scorpius class carrier. There's probably some questions for some of you around, what if I already bought that in campaign? As always, when we are taking a campaign feature and making it standard, we're going to reimburse you on your Giga credits. Go out and spend them on something else and try out some new stuff. And we'll get more things. So don't worry, you're getting your Giga credits back. Even though these things are going to standard, you're just going to get to be able to respend those again. I just put this slide in here. As always, all these changes, we'd love to have your analysis. We just released a bunch of things. Obviously, we haven't game tested all these things. We do our best to think through all the possible exploits of these changes and things that might happen, and we throw out hundreds of ideas. If you guys bring up a bunch of analysis and say, wow, this one thing is just going to be super overpowered because of X, and we didn't think about that, we definitely might change our minds. So definitely bring up any concerns, thoughts, think through all these changes, tell us, and any other ideas and concepts. Love to throw them out there. Brainstorm, throw stuff out. We're always open. I keep a big list of things that people write down, and I'm like, wow, that was a great idea. This is cool. And maybe it gets in one day. Maybe it ends up in campaign. Maybe it ends up in standard. Who knows? But love to see your ideas. It's fun to dream up new concepts and ideas, and always welcome that. So keep talking about all of this stuff, and we're listening. It's fun. So thank you. Okay, we have one last big announcement that's going to be possibly a big game changer. Could be very, very interesting. And this is a new win condition that we are going to experiment with. So this is not going to replace the existing win conditions at this point, but we're going to introduce a new win condition. It's going to be called Victory Score. And we will have some games, non-league games, just open games that are standard with this win condition, and we want to explore what this is. And now the concept of this win condition is to be a little bit more complex and to offer multiple paths to victory. So the only path to victory in current games is really go and smash down your enemies and expand and exterminate. We are looking to expand the game to those types of people that might want to build their empire and still win, and not go to war. So there are roads to victory that that could be out there for different types of players. And so victory score changes that concept a little bit. So the difference with victory score is, and in a way, there's almost a kind of a combination or connection to the old Tim score in some of this concept. But the difference here is you will win by achieving a certain number of points in a game. Depending on the size of the map, the number of points changes. But in an epic 500 planet game, the win condition is 300 points. You get 1 point for each planet you own. You get 1 point for each starbase you build or have. And you get 1 point extra for each planet that has 1 million colonists on it or more, except if you're the cyborg. And then we have a series of bonuses that are part of the victory score win condition. And it's essentially a benefit that one player can be achieving at any given time. So the bonus points are 50 additional bonus points for whatever player has the most non-native tech for their race. So if you've accumulated foreign ship hulls from other races, so if you're a tech trader, then and after you've acquired 2 or 3, I think it's at least 2 other races worth of technology. So for example, if you're the rebels and you go and you trade a Loki from the lizards, and you trade for a fire cloud from the cyborg, you will have 2 other races tech hulls. And if you have more of those than anyone else, then you would be getting the tech trader badge at that time, and this 50-point bonus, which could get you over the line of the 300 points. The player who has the most production points at any given time, with a minimum of 100, will have the biggest stockpile. And so you can think about the choices there about whether to spend those production points or just sit on them. But you'll get a 50-point bonus for sitting on them. The player who has the widest reach, who's owned the most different planets throughout the course of the game. So if you're early on expanding and rapidly gaining a lot of planets, this is a possible way to own them, but you don't have to continue to own them. You just have to explore the galaxy, take planets, and if you own most of them, you'll get a 50-point bonus. The greatest warrior, the player who destroys the most enemy tonnage or enemy defense posts, will get a 50-point bonus in the game. So, and we'll be, and then the last one is the happy beings bonus. So if the creatures in your universe, your colonists and your natives, are the happiest, and there are a few rules around this, like you have to have a certain number of colonists on the planet for it to count. The average of all the planets that are having a larger number of colonists, their happiness level gives you the happy beings benefit 50-point bonus. So if you have a happy empire, you'll get some recognition. And there will be some additions to the scoreboard, so you can see some of these statistics around who's where in this and who currently has these badges and how close you are to achieving some of these badges or to steal it from someone else. And so this is a new, interesting way of thinking, and we hope you're going to enjoy some of these games. And we're going to try it out, play in some of these games, and see how it affects the outcomes and the possible ways to think about planets as a game. Maybe a little bit less of a military game and more of an empire building game. Something to think about and explore. The warriors can still go in there and smash their neighbors, and by all means, I'm sure that's going to have a positive effect on your ability to achieve some of these things. But at the same time, there might be other paths to victory. So we're exploring that, and we hope that you will enjoy trying out one of these games in 2025, and we'll see what victory score feels like as players. Lastly, we do have some more native artwork that we're releasing, so you're going to see more new weird natives in the future. And Uh, so you'll see some more of those things. I'm sure I hope you've enjoyed exploring those natives over the last while. And that's it. That's the end of the presentation. I've got a little send off from a friend of mine, Zap Stargazer. You may have heard of him. He's got a few words just to say thank you to all of you for embracing him over the last year. Love him or hate him, he's got lots to say, and he's bringing you messages in 2024 and beyond. So. That's it, Griffin. If you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything that may come up. Yeah.
Okay, that's a lot of great stuff. Really, really exciting update this year. I've got my list of questions, and then the chat should be sending them in, and Gideon will be getting them to me, and he's already got a whole bunch for me. So, actually, let's start with Zap first. No one's asked me a question, or at least one hasn't made to me, but I wanted to bring him up, and you closed with him, so I'm going to go there. Is Zap an AI?
Zap is an AI. He's also an intrepid explorer of the Echo Cluster, and he's always listening to what's going on in the news and the events that are occurring, and what people are talking about. And he does his best to surface those for those who might be interested.
I'm curious just because, a lot of us probably in planets are in IT field. And so can you share with us what AI are you using for Zap?
Yeah. So from a uh, non-Echo Cluster answer, yeah. So we worked a lot this year on trying to improve some of our marketing for Planets for the game, trying to get the message out there. And of course, with a very small team, one of the challenges is finding time to do things like write newsletters and we have a very large number of players and a huge email list of people that have tried the game over the last decade or more. And so we wanted to reach out to them and try to connect with all those players that have played at some time or another and might still have interest and want to keep them engaged with the community. So our solution was to say, let's go out and try to use the new AI technology to connect that with our data feeds, with what's happening in the system, what's happening in the game, what people are talking about, and to use that to generate content to populate that newsletter. So we are using OpenAI's APIs and their assistance APIs to build. We've built essentially a bit of technology around that to tie in and connect our activity feeds, our scoreboards, our leaderboards, and things that we're feeding all that data in. And we've taught OpenAI a lot about planets, so it knows about ships and hulls and things. So this was a big sort of learning journey for us, and it has other possible benefits for the game in the future. Who knows? We can, bring some characters to life, or do some things, or use our, help our AI computer players maybe have a voice and things like that. So these are some of the concepts that we're thinking about, and so it was a bit of a journey of exploration for us from a technology standpoint, and a chance to do that. So I think we do not every newsletter is perfect as it's coming out from Zap. So I'm sure some of you have caught some of those things, especially when it comes to um, his analysis of certain scenarios and understanding the complexities of the game. He's a news guy though. He's not a military tactician. They're always a little more fluff and than
Little
reality.
loose with the facts there.
Yeah, at times he can really he needs to do some fact checking. We
Yeah.
actually need to introduce a second AI to fact check Zap, and then we might get somewhere. But anyways, we're working on that, and we do hope that it at least surfaces some interesting things for you guys. And if it's giving you any trouble at all, you can unsubscribe from Zap. So that's up to you. But hopefully
I think it's
engages some
generating
people.
conversation though, so that's good. Like I've seen a
Yeah.
couple of activity feeds about them. And hey, more awareness, the better. All right, let's get to some meats and potatoes. Let's talk about these black holes. Um, as a user of the old UI, are they gonna show up in the old UI?
Right now, we don't have any update for the old play. We're going to be bringing them into the new UI first. We don't have a roadmap to bring them into the old version.
You just make me change, aren't you?
You know, your life will get better.
The
Future
only thing holding, the
prediction,
only thing
future
still
term
holding,
prediction.
the only thing still holding me back is the planetary management plugin. That's literally the only reason why I'm still
I don't know how I would survive without going into the future now and looking at the next few turns.
yeah,
So it's basically impossible to imagine it.
yeah. How big are these black holes going to be? Light years.
They're not humongous. They're like up to I believe I think the radius maximum something like 60 or 70 like of the for the rings. I'd have to double check with I think, but they look like smaller than some of the larger star clusters. They're bigger than a debris disk, but smaller than the larger star clusters. They don't take up a humongous area of space, but they're reasonably you notice them.
So you mentioned that you can't channel across one. How does that work with a map that has sphere on? Because I don't know if you ever noticed, sometimes at least in the old UI, the line sometimes goes across the sphere.
It's a good question. I guess in a sphere map, there should always be a path, I guess. I'd have to check on the implementation details with Big Beaver on that, but that's probably how we'll solve that. Is like you can go the other way, right? So
Okay, so then neutron stars. Same question, old UI. Sounds like I'm going to assume the answer is no.
same thing, yeah. I mean, they will probably work though because at least visibly because they're using the same code as star clusters as far as their rendering.
And then the destructive gases. What's that mechanism going to be like? Is it going to be like any ship that's in them gets destroyed? They take damage based off of mass. What kind of damage are they taking?
It's heavy damage for any turns spent inside of there. It will be, it's mass algorithmic, right? It's sort of like mine hits or something almost per turn, depending on the radiation level. But it's graduated depending on how high the radiation is and the density of the nebula.
Is it like ion storms in the sense that if you load up the ship heavier, you'll take less? Or is it just whole mass?
No, it's going to be just whole mass for simplicity's sake. And once you pass through, I mean, realistically, it's going to be a pretty bad area. You're not going to survive long in there.
Gotcha. Really bad lands.
Yeah.
Um, do black holes or neutron stars have any effect on cloak ships?
Uh, Black holes, there's no like you can still cloak inside of there. There's no actual change there, so there's no interaction with the black holes. Neutron stars, same thing. You can cloak and move inside there, no problem. Same thing though with the nebula. Of course, when you interact with the nebula, then it's affecting your cloaks.
Gotcha. I've been told I need to turn up my mic a little bit. Hopefully that is better.
We're
Okay.
still honestly in the final details of the last implementation of the neutron stars. Expect them to come out in the next week or two. So we're still working on the very last details, and some of those questions may still come up for us. For example, what happens with the advanced cloak in a nebula neutron star scenario. Like some of those last details, we might still have to answer some of those questions, so I might not be able to answer all of those.
Okay. Let's see. All right. So with these multiple holes that are replacing others, um, will that be in future games? Will that be in live games?
Oh, all scenarios are like versions, so any existing game continues as normal and won't have any changes. But when we release new standard games starting in 2025, then you're going to start seeing these replacements. So
Okay.
newly created games. Any game that's already created essentially gets snapshot with its set of rules and hulls and all those things, and then it's only a newly created one after the release that will experience the changes.
Okay. And in a lot of these ships where you added a new hull feature like planetary immunity, intercept, interference, and whatnot, many of those ships have a campaign alternative as well. Will those campaign alternatives also earn that hull bonus?
Yeah, generally speaking, we do project that forward, but it's not necessarily universal. Which we will go one by one through, for example, like the gunboats, if they should get planet immunity, that's going to be a thing. So we haven't made the final decision on those particular things yet. So we will go one by one through those. But for the most part, the general approach we try to take on that is that the baseline ship hull is whatever features it has are moving forward into the other ones. We don't really have, I don't know if there's any cases where we don't have that. So we'll probably, the answer is most likely. But we will just review them all before we make the final release to make sure that we're not releasing some overpowered monster somewhere.
Well, we'll save you time. The gunboats already have planetary immunity.
There you go. So.
So on the Bloodfang, very cool feature. Not that I think the privateers need any more buffing, but definitely add some character. Is this going to be a third variation of it? Is it replacing the stealth shielding? How's that going to be implemented?
We'll just release a third variant of it. And keep in mind that like sometimes, we have two kind of goals with campaign. In some cases, the goal is if we feel like we've had a ship in the past, this isn't the case, for example, like the Superstar Carrier or the Cruiser, where we were really saying, okay, the original ship model is not perfect for standard. Let's experiment with it with one that might be perfect. And then in other cases, we're just creating interesting and fun things for campaign that'll never make their way to standard, right? So in this case, we are hoping that this is a new variant that has the possibility to make it to standard. After analysis, we decided that the stealth version of the Bloodfang wasn't the right one to bring to standard, so we didn't want to do it. And so part of that is the complexity around stealth armor. We feel a little bit like it's a little bit hard to remember when and how I can be seen and things like that. So we're thinking about that as there's ways to benefit or improve that in the future. So we're thinking about some of those things, but we didn't feel that was the perfect candidate to bring in. So we're hoping this one might be, as it brings a little bit of character to that very well named, interesting ship for the privateers.
Excellent. Let's see. I think there was some other questions around this. No, that was it on that one. The Quietus has channel self, and currently the other ship that has that, I believe, is the B-222B, which will also channel to a B-41B and a B-200. Will the Quietus be able to channel to those targets in addition to a Fire Cloud and probably, I assume, a Stargate?
Yes. It can channel to any channel target. So it is picking up the same benefit as the B22B, like I said. So it can move itself around and it can go to any valid channel target. It is not a valid channel target itself, and it cannot bring in anyone else along with it.
And that includes a probe.
Yeah.
That's
No, no, no,
powerful.
no, 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 no. Sorry. No, sorry. It does not include a probe in standard. Because the probe is not that. Yeah, that is a unique scenario for the B22B. This is just channeling to a valid channel target that is established, and it does not include a probe. It's not tied to a probe. No.
Okay, so any
Yeah.
channel target, which the B200 is not, just the B22B can channel to a B200.
That's a specific to the B22B.
Okay, good, because
Yeah. Which is
that
not in standard.
would be
So
really amazing because you could easily bring a starbase with you.
totally. Yeah. 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 No, no, that's not the intention here.
Okay, let's see. On the Moscow, we asked about if the intercept would go to the campaign version of it. You said you're going to look at that. What else we got in here? We have.
Yeah. Yeah. Most likely it will. Like I know that there's a much more powerful Moscow version in the campaign, but there's no reason that that intercept interference wouldn't like carry down those versions of the Moscow.
All right, the Superstar Cruiser 2, is that replacing the Superstar Cruiser?
Yes,
Like you're retiring the cruiser and making the Cruiser 2 the standard?
the cruiser. Yeah,
Same question for the Scorpius. Is it retiring the light cruiser?
it's retiring it. Yes.
And how is that going to work with stack ships?
Uh, it's a good question. The and we thought about it a little bit, but in the case of campaign with stacked ships, then you will get the old version if you turn stacked ships on. So you get the worse version instead if you have stacked ships on.
Gotcha.
We're not ready to stack up that high.
No.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fighter bays. Okay, and let's go to the chat. So, backing up a little bit, Exlorious Gamer asked if there are any heavy gamma torps in the works for torpedoes.
Any heavy gamma torps? You know what? That's a great question. And I really thought, oh, let's make a heavy gamma bomb. And ran when we were working on the campaign torpedoes, we did a lot of simulations on the possibility of a heavy gamma bomb of some sort. But every time we did simulations, even a small bump above what a normal gamma bomb does, it just became overpowered so fast in all the simulations. It was just possible to capture just about anything with those things. So when you started putting them on annihilations and novas and stuff like that, you could just capture everything. So it's the gamma bomb as it sits now is actually very close to the maximum limit of what you can do with a crew killing torpedo. I mean, maybe we could have done more destructive power so that but it was just so possible to capture so many things as soon as you start to bump that up even a little bit. So it just was overpowered, and so we dropped it.
Okay, and there's some conversation about the standard 180 planets system. Particularly RAF7 asks a couple questions like, why did it become standard instead of 500? And then it mentions that the rank system is completely connected to the 500 planet format, and yet the standard is 180 planet.
Well, the epic games are still there, right? So it was really just convention in terms of naming. And really the whole focus is to try to make the game a little less heavy for those players who are playing more casually, right? And to bring more players in, make it more accessible. It's about beginners. It's about new players coming in. It's about playing a game that doesn't take quite as much of your life energy to do. The epic is still fully there to get as engaged and earn the big rewards. All rewards are scaled on the ranking system, are scaled by the number of planets. So if you want to get the biggest rewards, go win an epic game. You're going to get huge rewards, right? And you will get massive rewards because there's hundreds of planets that you can own in those games. Whereas on the smaller ones, you're going to get smaller rewards, but it takes fraction of the time to achieve that. So I think it's reasonable.
Okay. Mersu asks, would you consider bonus points in victory score for captured enemy homeworlds to encourage aggression?
Thought about that. Actually, we almost had a homeworlds captured bonus, and we just chose to go with the ones we have, the greatest warrior concept. And so this is definitely going to be a work in progress, and expect this to change over the course of the next year or so. But I'm hoping we have a lot of fun in these victory score games, and that it changes a little bit how we play, and get to think about the game and the concept of building an empire inside of a given sector. So I'm totally open to, discussion about this and other ideas. We did a lot of brainstorming. We actually had about 10 or so different ideas, and then threw different ones out and settled with the ones that we have now. But love to hear your thoughts and ideas on it. There's definitely some inspiration there from Settlers of Catan. I'm sure some of you will recognize that. So we're thinking about different ways of, making the game interesting, civilization, things like that. So different ways of thinking about the game. So
I've got a lot of questions on victory score. Um, will victory score work with a countdown to make it eligible to earn higher victory badges? For example, top advance feels bad because you can't earn high level promotions with it.
Victory score is going to work in the same way as normal diplomatic planets. So you can have a single player victory, which will then get you, a big reward. But you can also do a team victory or a diplomatic planet victory, which would then have an increased number of points that you need as a team to achieve. For example, 400. I have to look back at the details on that, but I believe we have it at like 400 to get a two-person allied victory, right? So you can still combine your points and do it in the diplomatic planets scenario.
How's the victory score going to work with alliances?
That pretty much answers that question. So you can combine diplomatic score and still win as a team. In the normal diplomatic planets victory format, but different number of points.
That's what I get for being an active listener. Um, I'm just trying to weed out all the questions that I've answered here.
You had a question from Mersu there, and I want to take a moment to call him out because we've been asking him for his emperorship for the last year, and I hope he gets back to us with an idea.
Yeah, where's the Walrus class warship?
I
Uh,
will segue. I will segue that into kudos to Emperor Kallren, who's only been emperor for a very brief time, but already has a very exciting design in the works. It is another Evil Empire design. So Evil Empire players rejoice. There's a lot going on for you right now. And I'm sure there'll be lots to discuss in the panel. I can't give you the details of it yet because we're not quite finalized with it, but I know Griffin has some inside knowledge. So if he feels more comfortable to share ideas, it's up to him. But
oh,
we're not ready, and Kallren can
yeah,
can
I'm
share.
definitely not going to steal his thunder on that, but it is definitely a cool idea. I look forward to see how it fleshes out. Let's see. For the victory score, this is going to be for 2025 the win condition for Epic Games, correct?
It's actually going to be, we're going to have a second, so we're going to have standard games with the current existing win conditions, but we're going to introduce both standard and epic versions of victory score games. They have a different point total that you're trying to achieve, and the bonuses are different. The bonuses are actually 1/6 of the point target, so they scale with the with the number of points that you're trying to achieve. So there are some sort of scaling elements there for standard or epic, but we are going to release basically a victory score epic series to try it and a victory score standard series to try as well.
Okay. That was that one. Petard asks why intercept interference was removed from the Superstar Cruiser, stating there's nothing wrong with two ships having the ability.
Well, the point of the changes in general were to make sure that every ship would have a purpose for being built. And in this case, by bringing the cruiser up to its 8 and 5 powered up version, it has more than enough reasons to be built. So we didn't feel the need to add more things on top of that. Whereas the Moscow class can definitely use as many reasons as possible to be built, since it's generally so useless and expensive.
I missed this question on the victory score. It was asked if we'll get a message or how, and maybe you covered this, how those badges will be represented.
Yeah, the actual scoreboard inside of the game panel will have it has some additional columns and some additional like badges by your names and things like that. So that you get the badge next to your name that says you're holding this bonus right now. And then it's possible to see for that player what they've got basically of that thing, right? So if they're at, you cannot see what everybody has because there's still some obscurity that we want to have there in the scoreboard, but you can see what you have towards a particular badge, and you can see the guy who has the badge, what he's got. But you don't know if before anyone has achieved it, then you don't really know what's going on. You know how close you are, but you don't know how close anybody else is. And then suddenly one turn, somebody can achieve it. But then from that point forward, you can see, if they have for example, the widest reach, that they have touched 52 planets, and you know that you have touched 47 planets. So how close you are to the possibility of taking it away from him. But you don't know how close anybody else is. So you don't necessarily gain additional knowledge, except for the guy who's getting the badge that sort of puts a target on his back, and he has to give up basically a bit of information somehow. Some of it is more obvious, like the biggest stockpile, the amount of production points you have, that anybody can see at any time, and you can see what everybody else has. So you can kind of get an idea of whether they're trying to go for it or not. But that's kind of a question. And star bases are, you get the points for that and stuff. But for those bonuses, you'll, like tonnage, for example, you can see how much you've destroyed, but you don't necessarily know how much other people have destroyed because we don't want to give away that military information of who's fighting who or whatever. You can get that anyways from the military score, but that's kind of the way we've implemented that.
Have you guys considered how hidden score feature would work with this in a custom game?
Basically, our decision was no hidden score combined with victory score at this point. We were just like, there won't be any games produced like that.
Cleaner. Okay. You excluded the cyborg from colonist victory points. What about Horwasp?
Horwasp we decided to include. They can earn the points, but they have a harder time to get some of the other bonuses. They can't trade ships. They can't build star bases. Although hives will count as star bases, but they can't build them on the same scale as other races and things. So we feel that there's balance there, but we really don't have a good sense of it yet until we play more of these games. And not every game is even going to include the Horwasp in it, so we're not sure we're going to get too much answer of that right away. It's going to take some time.
Okay, and then I have a couple more questions, but I want to let everyone know that we're going to be closing the question submission at this point. And if my Evil Empire discussion panel is still available, hopefully, they should start thinking about getting into the Zoom link I sent them.
You can always
Another,
post more questions in the feed after the con as well, and we'll be checking the feed out and happy to jump in there and continue answering questions and things.
um, so a couple closing questions. Tailspin asks, with the introduction of 180 planet games to League, it feels like the 500 planet games, especially classic, are becoming less relevant. Is there anything in the works to make classic and 500 planets more relevant? Says the old guard.
Well, I think as far as the as League is concerned, the 500 planet games still hold big impact on the very high standard and the high standard games. So that's going to continue to stay as like 500 planet games, the big ones, with getting extra points in League as well. So big commitments to that. And then on the side of, classic in general, I mean, classic is still very popular. There's lots of games getting created, and we are just maintaining classic games. We continue to generate them. So in terms of outside of League, so I don't know if it's going away. You still get huge rewards in the ranking system for playing them. So I think it's we're not focused on it. We are continuing to focus on moving forward with other things. And we do think that slightly smaller, well, significantly smaller and shorter games is more fitting with the times and what people have in terms of time, and especially fits with larger audience, basically.
Okay. Someone suggested that the Iron Slave should get planetary immunity as close as a bots have to a scout.
We actually talked about the Iron Slave, and we ran out of time. It's basically what happened. We were like, okay, we don't have more time to talk through this. So,
Is it possible to tow ships into black holes or neutron clusters?
you can tow ships in to there and get sucked in. I think we have a uh, you can definitely tow a ship in, but the towing ship does not have a warp speed, so it's not subject to getting sucked in to the center of it. So I think that's where we left that. I'm gonna double check that with Big Beaver. I can't remember the final answer that we came up with on that one. So apologize. I don't remember that one.
And can you expand a little bit on movement speed limits in a black hole, if I understood that correctly?
Yeah. So each ring is like there's basically a warp 8 ring, a warp 7 ring, a warp 6 ring, warp 5, all the way down to warp 1, which would be like operate essentially like a normal warp well, right? So in a normal warp well, you're at the edge of a warp well, you can enter it at warp 1 and you won't get sucked to the planet. But if you enter that ring at anything higher than warp 1, you'll get sucked to the planet. Each subsequent ring is essentially a deeper and deeper warp well. So if you enter the warp 8 ring at warp 9, you're getting sucked all the way down to the black hole and destroyed. And same thing with each level down. So you can imagine the scenarios. I've kind of gone through it in my mind a few times. Like you might, if you're kind of nearby, you might fly in, say, like all the way to the warp 4 ring, at warp 4, or maybe the warp 5 ring, from the edge, right? But then to go deeper, you'd have to reduce speed to like warp 3 or 2, advance a couple more rings forward, right? To get to the deepest, you'd have to be traveling at warp 1. So, it's going to be an interesting environment to navigate around. I'm sure there's going to be some cat and mouse games going in there, and people can get deeper and deeper. You can escape someone because people cannot really intercept you safely, or they'd have to judge the speed at which they can do that, right? And things like that. So it'd be an interesting environment.
If you're in a warp 4 level of the rings and someone's on the outside, they can only enter the ring at that speed, or they're slowed down, or they take damage.
They can only enter the ring at the warp 4 speed, right?
So if you're going too fast, you'll stop at that line?
No, if you're going too fast, you're sucked into the black hole and destroyed.
Oh, proceed at your own risk. Okay. If you exceed the speed limit, you're dead.
That's right. You're dead. It's just like a planet in the sense of like a warp hole. You get sucked in, but there's death in the center instead of a planet, right? So
So
you
if you were trying to escape capture from a privateer, you could self destroy your ship in a black hole.
you totally could. You could just fly it in
Okay.
there.
Okay. Um, back to victory score. Can you stack multiple badges to meet the win condition?
Yes.
I wonder if anybody can do it just off of that. Um, there's a question: are there any changes planned for the graphical interface?
In terms of like the map or the UI.
That,
I mean, right now, not. We're not working on anything specifically. I'm always looking at it and thinking about, I'd love to continue to do more upgrades aesthetically and things like that. But as far as the UI concerned at the moment, we're not making any changes. We're not actively making any changes.
okay. Um, if two or more players are tied in to get a victory score badge, what happens? Do they both get
The
it? Do
the
they neither
one
get
the
it?
one who gets there first gets it. I guess the subsequent question is, what if they got there on the same turn? Um, and I'd have to check with Big Beaver on how he's doing that particular tie break.
Okay. And I don't know. Did I ask this already? Is there a countdown timer on a victory score?
There is a countdown. There's still a 5 turn countdown.
Okay. And the last question from the community, and then I think I have a couple of follow-ups. Um, Sala asked, are there any notions of adding concepts from VJ Planets 4? Which, as I was a previous player, there are many concepts, so I don't even know. Have you guys looked at anything from VJ Planets 4 to implement in here?
The only thing that we, over the years, have kind of done was when we introduced the Horwasp, we took some inspiration from VJ Planets 4. Concepts of pods and some of those areas were to inspire that race a little bit from some of that chuponoids and things. There's some sort of connection there with the past. So we tried to bring a bit of that spirit in, but that's as far as we've gone as far as VJ Planets 4.
Okay. All right. So last two questions are from me. Um, maybe I remember incorrectly, but were we supposed to be getting trade stations in campaign?
Yeah, and we did really, we did announce that last year, and that is a very good question. So I'm going to check in with Big Beaver on that one, and I guess we did not release it. But yeah, that's something that we probably just missed. But yes, that was the intention to add them to campaign. I thought they were added, but no, I haven't played a campaign game this year, so maybe I'm
They
totally
are
off base.
definitely not there.
Okay, they're
Um,
supposed to be there.
they're definitely in the home sector, and we have a great presentation on the home sector from a young new player, which is very refreshing to see. It's a kid out of Germany who put together a presentation. I think his name is Silist, and he's very passionate.
Great.
One last thing I just wanted to ask about, because you'd mentioned this about, if there's an exploit or some kind of change that you guys had to make mid-year. Is there an example of something like that was found and that you guys had to take care of?
No, usually it's not a mid-year issue. We've had a couple of times where you guys have asked really pointed, excellent questions, and we've been like, "Wow, we didn't think about that," during one of these cons or whatever. In most cases, we've been able to just mitigate it by making a choice one way or the other on how that should work or some small addition. But there are definitely times where you guys challenge us with questions, and I find myself here on the spot live, PlanetsCon live, going, "Damn, that question's a tough one." So yeah, I mean, you guys know your stuff, of course, and it's also hard for me to remember every single thing in the game, despite 25 years or more of doing it. So.
All right, and I'm gonna end on um, This might not be a fun question for you. Um, there has been some feedback that has made its way to me about where was that email at? Here it is on admin's reachability, response time, being able to get help with stuff, errors not being addressed in a game. Um, they said, I guess there's heard a lot of complaints with Planets.nu admins are mostly unreachable, not responding to contacts, or fixing errors in games and so on. It seems people are getting more and more frustrated, and some heard are even thinking of leaving or have left already silently. And we haven't seen any breaking news in 8 months until this, and I just kind of wanted to know, like, what you guys are kind of approach or philosophy is to these kinds of things.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you that we get a lot of support requests about various things, and we make a very strong point of immediately responding to anything related to people's accounts, account problems, billing, things that are very, specific to their engagement with the platform and their ability to access it, things like that, right? Game related stuff, when it's an error or a bug, we do try to be very responsive to that. We still get a lot of support requests that are like, my ship shouldn't have blown up, and we're like, we've kind of gone over this like for years. In the early days we investigated a lot of these things, and there's reasons behind them and why your ship blew up, and you just can't figure it out, right? So those are the lowest priority support requests for us at this point, right? If it's just like why did this happen in my game? Often we have enough experience to just kind of glance at that and go, well, we know, we know why it happened or whatever. And some we will try to shoot back a message like, hey, there's a reason, but we don't want to tell you because it's the tactics of your opponent, right? So these are those ones. They do tend to sit a little bit at times if we're busy, working on other things. I apologize to anybody that feels that they didn't get a quick enough response. We're also a very small team, and we're working on a lot of stuff, and we definitely get immersed in that at times. And so those, I think it's great feedback, and we'll try and get better.
I appreciate that response. I want to tell you thank you very much for your time. And like I said, we all love that this passion of ours from our youth is now here for our not youth, and then also that we're getting young players in. And I don't know that you have information like age of player. Do you have that?
No, we don't track any demographics other than we've got some Google Analytics and things, but honestly haven't looked through that, and I don't know how effective it would be, to be honest, versus engagement or whatnot. But
Yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
something I can look at. But
But
I don't
but
know. I don't know.
it's definitely curious to see young persons um, finding this game. The learning curve can be challenging, and you guys have spent a lot of time on that. And I'm hoping that you guys are seeing that pay off because eventually us not young people are going to drift away, um, and so hopefully that won't be for a while. But anything you can do to bring new life to it. Do you have the number of active players? Is that something that you would share?
Well, I'll share that it continues to be steady. It has been steady for a lot of years. We get various bumps when we launched the Steam edition this year, which was also a sort of a marketing attempt. We saw a bit of a bump, and there are some new players coming from there for sure. So that's positive. It's a new audience. The the email marketing is actually giving us a nice bump this year. Zap's been, bringing some players back. We have actually when you look at the quantity of players, that have tried and played a reasonable number of turns on the platform over the last years. There's a lot of them. There's, about 3 times what we have as far as active players that have played some, 100+ turns kind of thing. And so there's lots of people that we hope to be able to bring back, and that marketing effort with email marketing seems to be helping with that. So, overall, I don't want to, I hesitate to throw out specific numbers, but I think, things are steady. Things are good. There's lots of new players coming in. There's some people drifting out. There's old players coming back. I'm hoping League brings a certain seasonality and for some players, and maybe it's good to come play their League games and then take a little break and then come back for the next season, So, I hope that people find the pattern that works for them. But we're definitely focused on growing. We still want to find that path, and I still firmly believe that there's a market for this game, and that can be a lot larger audience. And I hope to find that one spark maybe that gets it to take off at some point or another. But it's steady, it's solid. We got lots of players, and I love being here, and I love supporting you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Josh. We appreciate your time. Thanks for the state of the Nuniverse. We're going to go ahead and conclude this segment. We'll take a short break, and then we will come back with the Evil Empire discussion. I will see you guys all soon.
Thanks, Griffin.
I hope you guys know what you're talking about because I don't feel like an expert with the EE.
You've had some pretty good questions. I've been following along in the chat.
Hope you guys know what you're talking about. I don't feel.
Yeah, make sure your live stream is muted or off.
That wouldn't be from the live stream.
Welcome back, everybody. Now you can see the magic behind me. It's actually just a giant screen. This is our Evil Empire, Eternal Empire. I don't know why we haven't officially made that change yet. We made the change on the Fury. Let's get rid of the evil in the galaxy and just make them all angry and forever. I have a panel of 4 here. Many of them are known to many of you. And let me go ahead and start with introductions. So to that side, since I'm not even going to attempt to give the proper direction, we have
You're fine.
we have Lord Pollax, and
Hi.
he's
I'm Lord
I'm
Pollax.
sorry, real quick.
LP.
Real quick, let me just cover a couple stats, and then I'll let you say hi. Lord Pollax is a Rear Admiral in the Evil Empire and has played 671 turns and has 2,903 achievement points. He has 2 first places and 2 second places. Lord Pollax, go ahead and say hi.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here and talk about my favorite race, the Evil Empire. I believe in being evil. We're all about law and order, stormtroopers, and death from above. So love your back screen there, Griff. That's wonderful. Gets me very excited.
And over that way, this is weird, mirrors. We have Peyoan. He is a Rear Admiral and has 400 and, I think, if I can read my handwriting, 95 or 96 turns, 3,749 achievement points. He's got 2 first place wins, 2 second place wins with the Evil Empire. Peyoan, go ahead and say hello.
Hello. I actually have only played 4 matches with the EE, and I enjoy them because many do not. So when it's time to join a sector, they're usually one of the last ones picked. So it's a nice way to kick off games pretty quickly. But I will say most of my experience has been in the campaign perks, which completely changed the feel and the pace for the race.
Yeah.
All right, and down here we've got the infamous Talespin. And Talespin is a Rear Admiral and has 1,129 turns and 2,962 achievement points. He's got 2 first place, 3 second places, and 1 third place as the Evil Empire. Talespin?
Hi. I'm here just because you made the call for people. No, I'm actually interested to hear what these guys here say. They have a lot of analytical thought processes, very intelligent guys. So I'm actually here. I'm interested to hear what these guys have to say more than my own thoughts on this, but I hope I can contribute something.
All right. And down there is Loner. He is an admiral in the Evil Empire. He has 1,026 turns. He has a whopping 4,586 achievement points to them, two first place wins, three second places, and one third place. And Loner is, I think, in addition to Talespin, is a return visit from our panel last year. Loner?
One of those was actually a win, but it was a second place win because first place didn't have enough planets.
All
So the
right,
second condition of that.
a modest bunch here. Before we get into questions, I'll say trying to get some people with experience with the Evil Empire at a high level was hard. There's a lot of high-ranking Evil Empire players who aren't active anymore, um, uh, and that was really interesting. So I really appreciate all of you guys being here. Evil Empire have been a conversation going on for a few years. We've seen some stuff here in the state of Nuniverse, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. So let's dive in with probably the biggest umbrella question about the Evil Empire is why can't they win more?
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and take the first crack at it. My philosophy with why they struggle is because it's a race that's built very differently from the other races. I mean, we now have 12 races total. I think of the Evil Empire, though, as being an outlier for how they really need to be played. I'm probably a contrarian. I imagine that the rest of my panel probably attacks this a little bit differently. Loner is one of the best players I've ever played against, period. In any race he plays, he's excellent. Peyoan plays Evil Empire outstanding in campaign, absolutely a brutal player to go against. But my philosophy with why the Evil Empire is different is because a while back, one of our great emperors and champions, Emork, he once gave a bit of advice. What he said is that most good players can tell by turn 20 or 25 whether you're going to have a shot at winning the game or not. Evil Empire is very different. By turn 20 or 25, you're just figuring out if you can survive. You're looking at just living. That's the big difference. Every other race, you're not worried about survival. You pretty much take it as a given that you're going to probably make it to the end of the game. At least I do. But with the Evil Empire, it's not. I'm always thinking about survival first, then I'm worrying about the win. And so I think that's fundamentally one of the reasons where the players that are approaching the E the same as they do the other races, they don't realize what a weakness they start the game with. The first maybe 50 turns, you're pretty much a target. So unless you're able to wield your diplomacy very strongly, and if that's your strong suit, then you'll probably be okay. And I think that's how I'm successful is I have pretty good skills with diplomacy. Where if you're somebody that doesn't talk to other players or maybe are a bit too aggressive, you struggle. That's just my 10 cents on it.
I would probably be a little different than most. I rarely lose as the Evil Empire much anymore, and I'm usually within the top 1, 2, or 3 playing the Evil Empire. I do play differently than most players, which is probably not a surprise. Anyone who remembers my thoughts on the privateers last year I had a lot of requests afterwards about playing them, and it's similar to the Evil Empire. I play them a little differently. and I'm usually do pretty well as them. Now, the concern about survival will always be an issue for the evil empire, but even the minimum of diplomacy will ensure that you survive long enough. Uh, Now, that's not every time, but I've managed to find ways of surviving as the evil empire, and in some cases coming back and winning as the evil empire because of it.
Talespin?
I would say this is kind of actually, sorry, I've been sick. This is taking some of my thunder away from my presentation later on. But I think the three big things for the evil empire is nobody fears them. And that kind of ties into what they were saying about you're a target earlier on. So no one fears you. No one fears to go in there and kick your butt. No one fears to send in 2 or 3 ships. They know that you're very limited on how you can respond. And the second thing is, and this shows in my making the grade presentation, that they cannot control the battlefield. The frigate is just not a good mine layer. It's not good enough to maintain minefields. They have no econ boost to maintain minefields. So that is a big struggle for them to control what's going on in the battlefield when there's all these cloakers running around, right? And the third thing I would say is that they can't maintain momentum. So when you start to attack someone and your front lines start to stretch out your empire, it's not easy to recover from that. It's not easy to defend your back lines. It's not easy to, if someone attacks you from another spot, it's harder to pull back and protect that. You sort of have to slowly build, pushing forward inch by inch until you eventually dominate the sector there. But I think really, like, the big one is they're not feared, and that's their whole thing, right? They're supposed to be feared, but they're not whatsoever by players that know anything about how the games work and how you defeat people. That's what I think.
Peyoan?
Pretty much have to echo what was already said. It's an early game handicap. You have to be a good diplomat. You have to be engaged right from turn 1, turn 2, with your potential neighbors, even though you don't know who they are. You need to shift the attitude towards you as not a threat early on. It is the sector that snowballs more than has early power. I would argue that the EE, to Talespin's point, is probably, in terms of its logistics, second only to the board in terms of the amount of work that you have to put into. I happen to like my spreadsheets and like my multi-turn planning in terms of the logistics. And when you're rolling those Gorbies forward, you have a whole fleet of freighters and medium deep space freighters rolling behind them to keep the economy moving forward. Fuel is a huge limiting factor if you're not in campaign. And the late game is when you really come to shine. You have a crappy mine layer, but you're usually swimming in cash that you didn't need to use for other purposes because your fighters are now kind of coming to their strength, and your star bases could be pumping those forward on a turn by turn basis to refuel the front or restock the front line. So the later in the game that you get, the stronger the EE becomes, and to attack the EE in late game is almost a death sentence to the attacker, because it takes a lot of resources and you're going to leave yourself at the mercy of maybe a third foe. So the diplomacy aspect of the EE grows as the game progresses.
Let's talk about diplomacy currency. Um, Obviously, diplomacy is partially what your individual ability is to interact with other players, but diplomacy often based on things like fear, what do you have to trade, um, uh, removing specific threat of a particularly good player as a currency thing. Uh, how what kind of currency does the empire have that really resonates with other players that might make them go, okay, I want to cooperate as opposed to conquest? Pound, let's start with you this time. I cannot get this pointing right.
I don't feel like the ship list that they have creates really strong currency outside of the probe. The probe is probably the best multi-jump probe you have outside the Falcon, obviously. But your other tools that you could give away could be easily used back against you in a stronger manner than you could even deploy them. For example, the Star Destroyer. If you don't have cloakers, those SSDs could be coming right back at you, and they're hard to defend against. I think that it's your utility in terms of making yourself not seem like a threat, to be honest. Like, you don't want to be a threat. That's one of the ways that you can bring people over to your side and collaborate, because they don't worry about you taking the lead in the early game. And if you can buy yourself that time, that snowball really lets you get into that position by middle or late game. But it is a tough sell. If you're going against really strong players that know you and know your approach, they're going to see through that. And if anything, they'll actually consider you an earlier target, perhaps.
Talespin?
So you're asking about what's their value in trade?
In diplomacy interactions, what do you have to offer that makes it better to cooperate versus kill you?
I mean, you have things you can offer, like your carriers, your SSD, your information, connecting people around the map with probe. I just don't think they're strong enough to. The urge to kill you is higher than your alliance value, I think, or the ease that it is to kill you early on makes it harder to make friends.
So you're saying it's better for your opponent to take your space than take your assistance?
Well, I mean, that'd be debatable, but more so than other races. Yeah. I think I'm a good ally, so I don't want you to take my space. But yeah, as
All
a
right.
E in general, yeah.
Loner, your thoughts?
I'm a slightly different type of player, as many of you know, and even in one of my last games, even though I lost, I was being attacked by. I was the fifth in that match, even though I was being attacked by four players: the privateers, the robots, the colonies, and the feds, and managed to hold them off from killing me. I often find that playing games where you are at a significant disadvantage enables you to better understand the race. As the evil empire, I often kill the player next to me unless they create some sort of diplomatic agreement that I can live with. If they don't, then they are often the first to be killed. And the evil empire has a number of ways in which he can use diplomacy, ships, and military strength to kill a player quickly, so long as they are not one of the worst races against the evil empire early, which can be the privateers. Now, there are ways of dealing with the privateers as the evil empire, but it is more of a challenge if they are right next to you. So, but other races can be dealt with, and you can fight against them and you can win against them. Uh, it's a lot harder for other races to come after you than you think if you support your military and develop quickly. The economic disadvantages that you have as the evil empire can be overcome, largely because if you build early star bases, if you get your fighter stream online quickly, you could easily have an early Gorby to deal with nearby players. The places that it becomes difficult, as I said, it can sometimes be cloakers, which is why I often go after cloakers if they are next to me and we don't have an agreement. But I create, as some of you know, I create traps, I create diversions, I direct other races to go where I want them to, and I often fight in situations that are always to my advantage. Very rarely do I get overwhelmed easily, for the most part.
Lord Pollax?
I'd actually agree wholeheartedly with a lot of what Loner just said. It's all about evaluating the races you have next to you, looking to see where the greatest risk is. I tend to aim at players, not at races. I'm far more concerned about having somebody like Loner on my border than I am about the average player. I mean, I'm going to make a deal with Loner. I mean, he's going to be happy with me because I want a happy neighbor like him. But that is a strong way to get the evil empire to start that snowball that Peyoan's been talking about. We are a race that you can be in your own little core world and just sit there. You can be surrounded by friends. You can have allies and naps with everybody around you. And you're still getting more and more powerful the whole time and not having to fight doing it. And then suddenly you reach a point of where you reach this tipping balance. You can be friendly with your neighbors, and one of them is going to collapse. One of them is going to either have an aggressive player hitting them, or frankly, one of the big problems is you have people that drop, and it suddenly opens up a pathway, and you are then able to take advantage of it. Being in an alliance early is probably not a good thing, but having a friendly trade relationship with a race, particularly if you can get a deal where you're establishing a base in their territory and them a base in yours to do ship trades, that can be a wonderful thing for both players. And you don't have to fight each other. You can just agree to be friendly, but I'll go this way, you go that way, and I've had it work many times where you can end up with a positive thing, but diplomacy is the key. I think a lot of folks don't appreciate. They think this is a war game and they just focus on fighting a war. But was it von Clausewitz? War is a continuation of politics by any other means. Well, for the EE, I think you've got to be thinking the other way around. I think diplomacy is a continuation of war using unconventional means. You need to be manipulating players to do your dirty work as much as possible. Make friends with your allies around you, and then get players on the other side of them, since you know where they're at, to fight on the other side. Keep your neighbors thin, weaken, and then eventually they quit, they leave, they get beat. But in any case, it opens up a pathway for you to then move through. And once you start that snowball rolling forward, I think Talespin was exactly right. Once you get advancing forward and keep your logistics train moving, no one can stop you. I'd say turn 75, if you're alive, there should be no reason for you not to win the game.
Talespin, you have something to add? Make sure you unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. I totally agree with what you guys are saying about the potential of the EE. Where I'm coming from is that compared to the other races, I still think the EE has a less value, and I think you guys might be underestimating your trade value as players, right? Like if any of you three nearby and I want an ally, I know you're good allies, right? And I know you're going to be around. I know that you're skilled players, right? And so there's a value to you as players that can trump the EE deficiency, but I still think there's a deficiency in the value of the EE when it comes to diplomacy overall compared to other races.
Well, you play the players though, Talespin. You play the players, not the race, and that's where I think I agree with your point. The EE has maybe a little less capital, but you build relationships with folks, honor your agreements, make a deal and stick to it. That's a reputation that carries across games, and people can look at your histories and take a look and go, yeah, this is a guy that's honorable, trustworthy, and will make a deal and stick to it. I don't think you'll find it's too hard. I have very little difficulty actually getting players to make a deal, because sometimes I'll make a trade that isn't favorable initially. It's kind of, I play the long game. I'm looking at it, where am I going to be at turn 100? Not what am I going to be at turn 30. But this trade might stink right now. I might be giving up some space or some territory, or an slightly unfavorable trading where I may be giving up some ships or some fighters or what have you. But make that trade now, building up your strength behind, and then you'll be able to dictate terms later. That's my thought, is that you will be much stronger later, and then people will either be afraid of you and make deals that are different, or at that point you won't care and you'll just kill them off anyways.
I will say, we're talking about EE pretty much in standard concept. That trade value is a little bit different in campaign. You have a little more tools. Your fuel situation is completely shifted. And the combination of destroy planet and I think it's called dark detect, I think get overlooked by players that normally are kind of not happy with EE in a standard format, and they don't realize the power these tools really amplify. Like if you have dark detect on, not only can I tell what resources are each one of your planets, I can know exactly where every single ship in your fleet is. I may not know what ships they are initially, but you can deduce an entire empire's location of their ships using dark detect and a series of probes. And you can do this for yourself, or you can do this for a friend or an ally. And it's almost kind of like a pseudo scouting. You don't get quite the same benefit of like a cloak scout, but your probes can get to places that your scouts can't get to because of web mines or minefields. And the ability to also know where those cloaked ships may be is a hugely valuable tool when you're planning attack or defense.
It is worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning, Peyoan, that the Ares got added to standard.
And just to follow up with Peyoan, if you want to see a masterclass on how to run campaign EE, take a look at his unlimited campaign game he played. One of the absolute best run of the EE I've seen. It was brilliant. He made it impossible to stand against him. I threw everything I could as a robot race at him, and I held my own as much as I could, but he was a tidal wave and I was just a helpless beach being washed all over. But his use of the destroy planet was brilliant. One of the most underappreciated EE tactics. I mean, he was wiping my minefields out by blowing up planets and moving my planets and doing just brilliant moves like that. So I have lots of kudos for him as a player, and especially in campaign EE. Outstanding player.
We'll eventually have a conversation around just the campaign stuff for the Empire here. But I want to switch gears and talk about economy. I perceive, and I bet many other perceive, that mastering the economy of the evil empire is both the most challenging and most important part, beyond the diplomacy that gives you a chance for this econ to fire up. So what are your approaches, your tips, your tricks to really making the economy hum on the Empire? And I think it's like more critical with the Empire than a majority of other races, that you really get this economic engine firing on all cylinders. So I'd like to hear each of your guys' approach to that, and what you might be able to share with other players on how they can maximize the economy of the empire. And we'll start with Loner.
Well, the thing that you have to realize about the Evil Empire is fighters are key. So star bases are the way that you develop them. Star bases are how you move them around. And you need to get as many star bases as possible without limiting not only your economic development, but also your ship development as quickly as you can. Now, using standard, you want to have a minimum of 4 star bases by turn 10. I try to target anywhere between 5 to 10 star bases around turn 12 to 15. And you should try to have that as much around your core and expanding outwards as quickly as you can. One of the things with that is that anyone, especially cloakers that are nearby, they will not be attacking your star bases. So for the most part, your star bases are how you protect your outer planets the further you continue. Now, by turn 10 or so, you know who your heck, you know almost everyone in the galaxy, where they're located. So those types of things enable you to build and develop your star bases. And your dark sense will enable you to ensure that the people that are next to you are going to be friendly one way or another. But that second star base also allows you to build your first probes quickly, which is very important. You don't want to be building probes at your homeworld. If you're building probes at your homeworld, you're already in trouble. They should be built at your secondary or tertiary bases in order to be used for scouting. And economics is another thing that could easily, you could spend hours talking about. But with the Evil Empire, early star bases are key. No probe at your homeworld, and start using your star bases as defense posts in order so that others are not attacking you. You need to look not too weak, but not too strong.
Fine line there. Lord Pollax, what do you think?
Oh, I completely agree. I think the key is getting the star bases up and running as soon as you possibly can. I'm a big proponent of logistics being EE's primary builds off of their homeworld for probably the first 5 turns. All efforts on getting freighters out and getting to your core worlds as soon as possible, pulling what you can off, getting it back to your core worlds to build, and or concentrating it for star bases, depending on what you find out for natives. But it's absolutely essential that you don't look too powerful. You don't want to look too competent. There's such a fine line with EE because reputation means a lot. People will look at players and act accordingly. You know, they'll go, oh, well, these guys are pretty dangerous, we better go after them. But at the same time, too, they're not stupid. They know anyone attacking you first, going after an EE that's got maybe 4, 5, 6 star bases, that's probably going to cost any attacker, even if they're successful, it's going to pretty much wipe them out. They're not going to win the game. They're going to be so bled out afterwards. Their neighbors are just going to gobble them up. They won't be able to hold my EE worlds if they take them. So make yourself like a porcupine, unpalatable. No one wants to mess with you. You just promise to kind of stay close to yourself, move out slowly but surely, and don't take too many. I think, honestly, if I have to say, one of the biggest mistakes I think EE players do is that they send out a whole fleet of probes, capture a bunch of planets, they lead in planet count, and that's an artificial scoring thing. People look at that, go, oh, look, EE's in front place. They got 30 planets on turn 6. And it's like, it doesn't mean anything because they got one clan sitting on them. So that's my thought, is lots of logistics early. I stick to a hardcore 3-to-1 ratio warships to logistic ships. I have freighters following along my fleet the whole time. I rarely dip below the 3-to-1 ratio. You need lots and lots of freighters and Ares. I mean, you cannot underestimate how much resources you're going to need to keep the fuel flowing for those Ares. Your Merlins and stuff are going to be nonstop working, and an early Merlin, an early refinery, absolutely essential. Well, actually, Ares, and if you've got it in the standard game, you just have the refinery, but got to get those out early.
Talespin? Economics, econ?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty standard econ. They don't have any econ boosts like the other ones. Usually I use a lot of medium deep space freighters and try to get out as many Merlins as possible. Did you say that the Ares is coming to standard? I think I missed that.
No, it is in standard. I think it came to standard last year, but I don't know. I just know when I'm looking at the website, it's a standard ship.
I don't remember that.
Unless I'm reading it wrong. Chat? It takes the chat a few minutes to hear me, so we should just keep going.
Yeah.
There's a delay from me saying something and them hearing it.
Yeah, the Merlins is a big thing, I think, long term. You need a lot of Merlins, especially if you have the Ares going.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think they're pretty standard econ.
Peyoan, what do you think?
I'd probably go even a little more aggressive than Lord Pollax. I probably do more of a 1-to-1 ratio with freighters to warships in the first 20 turns, maybe 15 turns. I kind of look at the EE as I'm either going to survive and do really well, or I'm not, and I want to get over with this game faster so I can get to the next one. So if I can make diplomacy with my neighbors, and there's an opportunity cost. If I'm building defensive ships and warships early on, I'm losing the ability to build that extra star base, or that Loner was talking about, or to get that Merlin out by turn 10. If I haven't got my Merlin by turn 10, I feel like a failure already. So, you really have to crunch that economy to get things moving. And if I didn't even realize Ares wasn't standard, but that's a freighter ship for you. That ship can move around, create fuel on the fly, or just bring minerals back for you. Your supplies should be used to make more minerals as you need them, but you generally don't have to rely, because you can't lay mines successfully anyway. You generally aren't having to rely on your supplies for cash. So I would really dissuade people from spending all their supplies, because if you've done your economy right, you want to get the amplification. And so if I'm facing somebody as EE, I'll be an easy kill because I'm not investing probably in a defensive approach. I'm trying to rely on holding them back, or that porcupine, make myself not as attractive. But if you look at my ship scores, I don't have a lot of warships early on because I'm really investing in that early economy, and that pays dividends long term.
I don't think Ares is in standard.
I don't think it is either. It's weird because on Planets.nu, when you look at the ship list for the Empire, it's highlighted as if it is. When you look on Play, it's not, and several in the chat are saying it's not standard. So that's an interesting user interface.
That would be the number one economic ship to boost the EE, is to have it in standard.
Absolutely.
It would help with your momentum, that's for sure.
And trade. It's one of the most desired trade ships in campaign games.
So, what do you guys feel that beyond just Ares? I mean, you can say Ares as your answer to this question, but do you think, as we're constantly looking at the Empire and doing campaign things and things that eventually make it into standard, that the Empire warrant some kind of economic specific boost to make them viable but not overpowered, that doesn't tip them over the scale? And if you did, have you given any thought of what that might look like? I mean, obviously, one answer could be the Ares, and if you think that's enough, I'd like to hear that. What are your guys' opinions on that?
Well, I personally would love to see some sort of tax benefit for the evil empire. Obviously, an Ares would be a wonderful addition. I would be satisfied with that. But if not, certainly some sort of tax benefit. I mean, if you follow along with like the codex of what the evil empire is supposed to be, it seems like a pretty organized, ordered, law-abiding, or whatever you want to call them, citizenry. You would think that you'd be able to tax them maybe a little bit harder and get a little bonus there. So if we could get an economic bonus of some more money up early, that might be very helpful, because usually I find that in the early game, it's money that's my biggest challenge for getting the star bases up and useful. Not so much the other items, because like Peyoan, I'm not building a lot of ships early. It's usually mostly logistics at that point. And then a Merlin or something like that. But so I'd be a fan to see some sort of tax benefit, or some sort of, not maybe an evil empire version of a Hisser or something like that would be great.
Loner, what do you think?
I'm a little different. I don't normally have a problem with economy. My biggest problem is usually fuel. So the Ares would be all I need. In a recent game, getting a Cobalt is a game changer. It enabled me to win the game. So I don't need a fire cloud. I don't need economic development. I need something to help with fuel. The ability to be able to daisy chain fighters around, gold. It's changed things dramatically for the evil empire. That ability to bring fighters forward hundreds of light years within fairly quickly makes a huge difference. Adding a bit of fuel to that, boy, will that ever make a difference. The Ares in standard, if it wasn't standard, would be gold. The unfortunate thing with the problem that I have with the refinery, as is often the case for the evil empire, they need supply so much that the refinery just sucks up way too much. But in Ares, that would be a game changer for the evil empire. We're already moving fighters forward. We're already building fighters. We're saving money that way. All we really need is just a way to move forward more faster with fuel.
Peyoan?
Now, if anything else would be great, but that would be it.
Peyoan, your thoughts?
I agree with Loner. It's honestly, it's just fuel. If you had Ares, that ship can get into asteroid belts and back out. It should be accompanying your fleets forward on the attack, carrying clans initially, and then using the on the ground resources on your newly conquested areas to refuel your fleet to keep that snowball moving forward. If you had an Ares in standard, I really think that you'd see a much different play with the race.
Talespin.
Yeah, I also agree there. Like I said, momentum, maintaining that push forward is something they very much struggle with, way more than other races. Their MC problem is still the same as the birds. Like they have, except the birds' ships are, well, I wouldn't even say they're cheaper, but yeah, I do agree that fighter transfer has been a big improvement, especially like tactically and defensively, because you can be on the offensive but still pull back a little bit for defense. But again, it costs so much to move those Gorbies that the fuel is a big thing. But I would give up all of these tools that the EE's been given for like an Ares or something like that, because I mean they're interesting, like the interference thing and the cheaper ships. They're interesting and they do add some more flair to the EE, but ultimately I don't think they improve its ability to win, I guess. But yeah, the Ares for sure, or something like that.
Sorry.
I could probably add a little bit of point. This will probably get in with Griffin's talk about campaign versus, but I often thought that one of the EE things they could gain, aside from just the Ares, is the RU-30 gunships and the Moscow class Star Destroyers are two of the best EE ships. They're wonderful ships. The gunboats are. I would probably I could make an argument they might be the best ship that the EE have, because pound for pound they're almost unstoppable against anything cruiser size or less. They'll capture most ships or kill them outright. They're a wonderful ship, and they're stupid cheap to build. I mean, basically, it's like putting guns on a transwarp engine. They're very cheap, and a single gunboat at your starbase will foil almost any cloaker make an attempt. Cloakers are going to be afraid of him because he's definitely going to get into through their shields and going to make them so they can't cloak again. And it's just they're a wonderful ship combined with the Moscow. A pair of those, you put that on a border, no one's gonna really come after you too much, because I mean, even against a large carrier like a Rush or something like that, that Moscow class fights pretty well. It's not going to kill a Rush by any means, but you throw a gunboat in first to bleed off 30 fighters or so, and then follow it up with the Moscow class, you're probably emptying that Rush out. And so it's no longer a threat coming in at you, and it costs you almost nothing. And if you've got a Gorby standing by, you can kill it pretty easy. But that's also a possible way too to help with the economy is simply if our ships were cheaper and more effective in combat early, like the gunboat, like the Moscow class, you're not having to rush a Gorby out to defend yourself.
Yeah, since the fighters, you get free fighters. They could do some kind of fighter return. Like, you're supposed to be an efficient machine, right, at producing fighters. So if they wanted to do some kind of econ boost, like something, you get something back from producing 5 fighters or whatever it is every turn, like money, or I don't know, money would probably be the best. Instead of having to spend it, you actually earn that, but that would be a lot. You'd be swimming in money all over. But if you could find some sort of return for the fighter production, that would be a good benefit.
Who has not chimed in yet? Is that everybody?
I think we got everyone on this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So, each of you, why don't you share your, let's go for first 5-turn ship builds. Who wants to go first? Peyoan.
So mine's going to be you might get that probe out early, but I like to save the probes for the secondary base. And I'm usually doing 2 LDSFs right out the bat. And then kind of by then you have a little bit of an idea who your neighbors are, or maybe are starting to get an idea. And then you might get a probe out if you need to, if you really don't know yet, or I might continue on the freighter route. Again, I'm generally not going to see somebody attacking me that early. Duranium's can be my biggest limiting factor, whether that can be, another large freighter if I'm dropping down to medium. But I am 110% in the early economy for that opportunity game.
Loner.
I'm building 3 large deep space freighters, 2 medium space freighters, and 2 probes by turn 5. Sometimes I will have a 3rd starbase up by then, if I get lucky, in which case I will have an additional probe or an additional medium space freighter. So that is normally what I aim for. It's mostly freighters in the beginning, because if anyone comes at you, it doesn't matter whether you built something to deal with it or not initially. So you have to focus on economy. If you don't focus on economy, you try to attack, you try to do something else, it's already over for you. You have very little choice. You have to work on freighters, hope that there's no one, and by turn 5, turn 4, you know your neighbors. You might not know everyone else in the galaxy, but you definitely know your neighbors by turn 4, turn 5.
Talespin.
Uh, I had to go back and look. I haven't played them in a while, but I do usually build at least a couple large deep space freighters. I do try sometimes throw in one carrier if I want to put pressure on somebody. But yeah, econ focus mostly.
Lord Pollax.
I do mediums first thing. I usually do paramediums to start because at this point I don't feel I have any idea where to send a large yet. So the mediums are out doing the scouting and doing the initial drops. The third turn I'm dropping the large. That should be carrying the starbase with it to hopefully get to a decent planet. I'm probably 5 freighters the first 5 builds. You know, 2 mediums, 3 large, or 2 mediums, 2 large, and we'll see what we're doing for the 5th turn. That varies a little bit. If I feel like I might have a indication that I've got a cloaker next door, strange as this is going to sound maybe to some folks, I probably will do a frigate for the 5th build if I think I got a cloaker on my border, just so I can start getting mines down. I know they're a lousy mine layer overall, but you know, even 10 torpedo mine fields, you sprinkle a few of them around in the direction of the guy, and he knows he isn't going to get a free pass. He's going to have to uncloak and sweep, or just drive through him and hope he doesn't hit anything. So, but yeah, okay. 5 freighters would be pretty normal.
Do you guys think the Empire, with the right commander at their helm, can solo win without allies? Could they win a lone wolf? And what do you think it takes to do that?
Yes.
Patience. It's a matter of patience. I think I could have won solo twice and chose not to because the players were generally getting tired and frustrated and wanted to move on to other games, and so it was just kind of agreed that, all right, well, let's get the game over with. But it was inevitable. I could have won. It wasn't a question of, you know, if I wanted to take the time to do it. But, you know, when you know that you're going to have 50 more turns or 80 more turns, sometimes you don't feel like personally it's worth it. You're pretty tired and drawn out by then. So, because EE wins usually are not quick wins. You're usually not winning in the first 75 turns or 100 turns, even if you're. So you're usually looking at a longer game already. So, but it is possible. I mean, certainly.
I would argue you are probably one of the strongest races to get out that solo win in the end, assuming you've survived the first 50 turns.
Yeah, you definitely have the tools to win solo. With some and anyone who wins a solo game has some fortunate situations that went their way. So if those happen for an evil empire, they would also be in the same boat. So it's definitely very possible.
Okay. So Daniel Milton from the chat says the vibe they're getting from the panel is that there isn't really a problem with the evil empire. Do they think it's a player perspective issue, or is there a problem with the empire? And I will put in my own comment on that of how difficult it was to find members of this panel who have a large, I mean, probably like 2 of you probably is the exception to this, but a large player base with player time or turn count with this race and been successful. We have a couple of a lot of people in the leaderboard that have played them a couple times and had a great game. But finding a player, players that have a track record of playing the Empire a lot and being successful was a little more rare.
It takes longer. So you have to have tenacity to play and succeed with them, and you have to like that. It's not as much fun. You're not on turn 10 attacking two homeworlds of your neighbors at the same time. You don't get all the flashy excitement. You have to be into logistics and really want to stick to it and go the long game for you to be successful. So I think a lot of players gravitate to the races that ramp up early on, and they try to close those games out sooner because then they have more fun. Doing turns for a year and a half gets tedious, and so I think a lot of people end up shying away from the races that have that tenacity requirement.
I'm a little different, as I mentioned a number of times. They are probably one of my top races to have played. I've played the most turns with them, even though my average number of turns winning as the Evil Empire is one of the lowest. So I found that winning as the fascists or the Federation or even the Crystals takes significantly longer than it does as the Evil Empire. I put the Evil Empire as one of my quickest races to win with, strangely enough. And I have played nearly about 10 games so far with them, and and I often pick them as one of my first picks. So but I play all the races, and but they are definitely one of my top three, maybe top four game races to play, and they are one of the first races I pick, and they are one of the fastest that I finish, because if I get on a roll, it's hard to stop me as the Evil Empire. Whereas most of the other races, not only do I have to get on a roll, I need more tools in some cases to win more quickly. Whereas the Evil Empire has those tools built in. So it's a little different for me.
Talespin.
I actually I chose them in a championship game, right? I enjoy the EE. I enjoy their play. I actually think, I agree with these guys that they are very powerful, right? I think that comes out in my presentation too. There's there's something I evaluate where it shows their how much their fleet can kill, right? How powerful their fleet is, and it is, for the most part, it is much stronger. Even some of those smaller carriers, and especially now that they might be cheaper, like those smaller carriers do have, they can beat a lot of medium ships. I'm not saying you want to build a ton of them, but their ships are very strong, especially, with additions to the game. Their probe is, I've always said, is the best in the game. Maybe not for moving clans, but because it can cross the whole cluster, and you can sorry, you can connect to everyone on the map very quickly, and I think that is the most powerful diplomatic tool in the entire game. So I do think they're very strong. Um, and like those guys said, I agree very much. It does take time with them, and you have to be patient, and you have to have that solid economy going. You have to have your alchemy ships going long term, and many of them, right, in multiple locations throughout your empire. It's not as bad now that you can move fighter transfer, but it's still a necessity, especially since we still have the refinery. You need, that's a lot harder to keep going. Yeah, I think you need space to grow. And actually, the last championship game is a prime example where I just didn't close a diplomatic deal with either of my neighbors, and so they killed me very quickly, right? So if you don't at least get one, you're dead. There's no way you're not. And I hear people talk about building nothing but freighters for a long time, and I don't understand why people don't come kill you more often because it doesn't make more sense. You got to have some defense up. So, but anyway, I was going to say that, yeah, sometimes I think in the standard games, they majorly struggle when there's an imbalance in the game. They can't move as fast to take advantage of a neighbor that drops. So they can't move as fast to compete with someone who has extra space, or they've been able to easily conquer neighbors. They very much struggle if there's any kind of imbalance in the map like that. I don't really know if I answered your question there, but did that answer the question?
It's good stuff.
I would add a not kind of a rebuttal, but it's important to note that your neighbors don't know where you are. They don't know they're next to the EE. You know where they are. There is a big
Everybody knows that.
They figure it out.
Everybody knows where everybody is within like 3 turns.
Yeah,
if it not before the game starts.
There's some truth to that. I'm not gonna.
I can pinpoint exactly where the neighbors' homeworlds are.
Yeah, championship games. Everybody knows where the homeworld is within 1 or 2 planets, pretty much, if not sooner. But it's a case of a lot of times, and your normal. I'm speaking this as your standard basic game. Most of your players aren't going to know they're next to you. So you have that 5-6 turns. As long as you keep your ships hidden, they're not likely to know where you're at. So it's pure random if they run into you. And so you have that little bit of advantage. Whereas if they're going to launch that attack right after you turn 5 or 6, they're sending warships. Well, they're going to be in the clear. You're going to see them coming, and you can adjust your builds accordingly. I mean, one single warship from the EE can probably handle almost anyone's first stroke at that turn without too much of a challenge. A Gorby early is going to be a pain. It's going to really suck. It's going to drag down your economy, but you can get one built, send it out with 100 fighters, and kill anything coming towards you. So you've got that little bit of a leeway there. But I think why there's a perception of the EE being really weak is, again, because of VGA planets, 3.5 or VGA planets. This goes back to the 90s. The EE was weak, literally, really weak early on, and they really struggled. I think what you've seen is that Joshua has made adjustments in the standard games and everything outside of Classic. There have been enough adjustments to give the EE at least a little better chance with a skilled player who can run an economy early. They can generally hang on if they've got decent diplomacy skills. But I agree. It's really difficult to wonder why your neighbors just don't attack you anyways. Why would anyone make a deal with you when almost any of them could probably run you over? And I think that's where you have to appeal to their greed. You appeal to greed. I'm a better friend than I am an enemy. I'm going to bleed you impossibly bad. I'm going to make it so you will not win. I will set up deals with your neighbors. I will do whatever I can do to sabotage your win. And that threat carries some weight, because I will carry it out. I mean it. When I say it, I mean it. And that is effective at deterring that type of stuff off. And when you go, hey, or we can be good friends, wouldn't you love to drive a Gorby? You'd be shocked at how easy it is to get people to change their tune and say, oh, so I don't have to go over and kill you so I can keep building my crappy bird ships. I can drive, I wondered if you were going to flinch or drift. It's one of those things that you can make a deal and it will mutually benefit you both. And in the long haul, you will get a better result, because all you got to do is survive. The EE is a natural top dog or top predator once you get past turn 50. What's that, Tal?
Natural killing machine.
Yeah, they're brutal. They're absolutely brutal. Once you can get to turn 50, you get past the ship limit. If you're playing with a ship limit, and people are all worried about you got to have all these giant fleets before you reach the ship limit. It's like, with the EV, you don't really need them. You're either, like Peyoan said, you're either invaded and you're going to be dead anyways, or you've got friends with your allies and you're not going to be invaded. So you just hang loose, build up your economy, and get those ship builds as they come to you, just through the combat of others. As slots open, you're going to get builds, and they're probably going to be Gorbies because you've got your economy rolling along. And you start building Gorbies, you start getting the fighters out there, hopefully some fuel. You're going to be all set. So I think it is a little bit of a perception. I think that's a great question and observation from the person that asked it. It's more perception than reality. But that said, it still doesn't change the fact, like you said it, Tail, that early in the game, you're so weak. There's just no amount of bluster you can really do at that stage to be otherwise. I mean, smart people know you're weak. They know that there's no way at turn 15 you've got 5 Gorbies sitting there. They know that. You'll be lucky if you got 1 Gorbie out because you're busy focusing on star bases because you need the fighters. And so, and even if you get a Gorbie out, you don't have any fighters anyways. So it's,
or other star bases.
Yeah. So it's a real tough perception issue. But that said, you got to be very fine tuned because, like you said, once we reach a certain point, the E is probably the top race, maybe only with the Borg being comparable. But early in the game, you're definitely the weakest race. So I can appreciate why Joshua struggles with giving us boosts, because if he boosts us and makes us so that we're on a more level playing field early in the game, we're so strong late in the game that it's almost a sure thing then that you're going to be winning. It's kind of like what you see with the new standard format, and they were like, everyone was all shock-faced over the Pirates winning. It's like, well, duh. They've got the fastest ships in the game. They're going everywhere, capturing a bunch of planets, and then they're robbing everybody. Of course they're going to be winning the game. And that still is an issue. So,
I still think the E has some major issues, especially with moving, right? Because we talked about the fuel, right? And if you can't maintain momentum, it is hard to win, right? You get bogged down unless you have some amazing efficiency, like with logistics, which is doable. But compared to other races, it can be hard to mobilize an EE fleet and maintain that push through somebody's compared to, like, if you're next to a colonies or a cyborg, right? They can zip around, or privateer, they can zip around much faster than you can. So they can sort of, I know there's a way around it. I'm just comparing them to the other races. I feel like they get bogged down more than the other races do.
Well, it was small fuel tanks too. I think the small fuel tanks on a lot of our ships is one of the detriments. I mean, super star destroyers are tiny little fuel tank, tiny little cargo bay. I mean, it's frustrating. You have these giant ships, and then they have almost no fuel tanks to speak of. So it makes it challenging. Even if you have the fuel, they're easy to rob, and that makes it difficult for you to travel more than about 2-3 turns, and you're out of fuel. So, but yeah. So bottom line there, Griffin, is that, I think it's a perception. My opinion is it's more of a perception than reality if you know what you're doing, but it takes a high skill player to live to your potential. That for new player, it is not a new player friendly race by any stretch. So I would say the exact same thing about the Borg. They're a very difficult race to master early on if you don't know what you're doing.
Okay, let's. I'm just gonna let the chat know that we're gonna start wrapping up here. So there have been a number of questions from the chat, but I think we've addressed a lot of them just in conversation. So this is your last call for you guys to submit some questions. Let's start talking about campaign. Evil Empire. I know Peyoan's talked a lot about how different they are and how much flavor they have. And I think, like the robots, they're very intriguing with their campaign features. It makes them more exciting. And we've talked about the Ares, and we've talked about the gunboats, which we know that Josh doesn't like, but Joshua also knows that we love them. So he hasn't pulled the trigger on taking those out yet, which I think is good because I agree with you guys. Those you do really have to think really hard about getting the higher one with the 5 beams, because that's a lot of advantage points. But let's talk about, like, well, first of all, I'm curious how many of you guys have engaged with the Empire in campaign games, because we do have kind of a small sample base here of games, but and what you think some of the most important things are. And I will also tack in there that I'd like your opinions on the free fighter count. You know, in a standard game, it's 5. Some people think that's not enough, and obviously they added options in campaign to, you know, change how much that is. What's the sweet spot on the free fighter setting? You know, as the trade-off there. Peyoan, I'm gonna let you lead because you were the big guy in that unlimited game.
So I think LP said earlier the combination of the RU gunboats and the Moscow destroyer is a fantastic combo. In fact, it completely changes how I approach them. And I've done, I think, 2 campaign 2 standard with EE. I don't have as much of an economic focus with them in campaign. I try to be more probably like how Loner plays them, a little more aggressive, and get those out there quickly and harass your neighbors and mark your territory and grab those worlds. The gunboats are amazing for not just chewing through fighters ahead of enemy carriers, defending your planets cheaply against probes and RGA attacks, but they also can be very helpful for turning those torpedoes to empty those cloakers or those warships that are coming for you before you even have to, you know, engage them further. So it makes your ships last longer. And they're cheap, expendable. You can build them pretty much anywhere. In terms of Destroy Planet, I mean, my experience obviously in the unlimited game made it a little bit more of a playground for it, but it was so much. I think I blew up like 30 or 40 planets, and that was an offensive tool, not just to clear LP spine fields, but to take out homeworlds. And I found myself under attack by a very aggressive rebel player, and I actually had to blow up about half of my home cluster to create a shell around me that his rushes had to go through a pipeline to get to me. So I was able to pick them off and kind of neutralize his attack. So there's a lot of ways you can use Destroy Planet that honestly, maybe it's not the best use of the campaign points. I think free fighters probably in a standard game would make more sense, but man, it is a lot of fun.
Loader?
I actually haven't played the Evil Empire in campaign. I've killed Evil Empire players that have played campaign, but I have yet to play them in campaign. And normally the reason is I don't find 500 points to be enough for a campaign Evil Empire. They need at least 550 and ideally 600. And that would be suitable for them to have a better opportunity. They need more of the advantages in order to better deal with other players that need a lot less in order to be able to do more in campaign.
Lord Pat.
I completely agree with you. I'm actually going to be interested to see if the new ship adjustments are going to do anything about the campaign points needed. It would be great if those campaign points would kind of go away because they're now in standard. Because that, like you said, I had this on one of my talking points. The E thrive in campaign, but they need 550 as a base. 550, well, actually 545 is my ideal setup. But 600 would open so many doors. It would be terrific. But the gunboats are absolutely my favorite. They're just wonderful ship. My favorite. There is nothing better than going out and just mobbing the board player, capturing all of his fire clouds. I think in one of my games, I captured 5 or 6 fire clouds. You can capture almost any cruiser size and less with a disruptor armed gunboat. if not one, certainly two, guaranteed. It's a beautiful thing, and that changes the whole picture of everything. I was dealing with a very aggressive privateer player, and once I was able to start uncloaking him, I was capturing all his meteors with my gunboats, and it was just a beautiful thing. So great ship the gunboats are, and against a starbase, they'll take 30 fighters every time. Two of them, you'll empty the starbase out, or it'll be down to just planetary fighters, and it'll be a free pass. So one gunboat leading your Gorby in is a guaranteed kill on even a max starbase.
LP, I will put one caveat in there from that game that you hosted. I found that the feds, I forget what it's called, the shield recharge bonus, really neutralized that benefit. And I kind of ran into that wall, not realizing how much impact that would. But that shield recharge really nullifies the gunboat's actions.
But it also makes the Fed want those gunboats, because with that shield bonus, those gunboats were chewing through things. And I will say, the fascists getting a gunboat, that once they got, I actually had the board player send me a personal message complaining because I had traded gunboats to a fascist player, and they were absolutely annihilating his carriers with these things, because they were as opposed to taking 30, they were taking like 60, 70 fighters per gunboat, and they were just annihilating.
It's kind of sad they lost that thing. It was a dream to get double beam gunboats.
Oh, it's yeah. That was a sad moment, but it was a beautiful thing when it was happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, the shield bonus on those gunboats is pretty nasty. And then the Moscow class, I don't want to under praise that too. The Moscow class Star Destroyer fights way above its weight class it's a wonderful ship. It's not expensive, and it really hits pretty hard. Wish it had a little bit bigger cargo bay, but you know what? I'm not going to complain too much. It's decent. And the Ares, of course, in campaign, you can't say enough good about that. But
just get your hands on a Red Wing from those crappy bird holes and pair that with a Moscow.
Well, and that's if you can find one as a good neighbor. The birds can be your best friend. Absolutely. I mean, they're my favorite ally as an Evil Empire player. If I can get one to come on board.
Talespin, campaign Empire.
Yeah, birds will always be your friends. I don't play a lot of campaign these days because Horror Wasp ruins my day. But I have played a couple on with the EE. I haven't played with the improved fuel efficiency yet or economy, so I don't know.
Love that.
I imagine that's pretty awesome. I think I'd like to see the debris disk defense be a little better. Because then you could actually take advantage of using debris disks more. Like if it was more of something to help you access the debris disks. I think galactic power is a little bit underrated because it allows you to move your Gorbies without using a primary enemy, or I mean you can still use your friendly codes, but you could go without it, and it kind of gives you some tactics that way.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the Ares makes a big difference. And destroy planets always fun. I don't know. There's a lot of fun little things you can do with that.
So let's do a rapid fire here. What is the ideal number of free fighters?
I'm happy with 5.
5. I think the logistics get a little complicated because you have to have minerals there, and they're used up sometimes by your bases that throw off what you're wanting it to be.
Yeah, 5. You can't do more. You could do more, but it drains it a lot.
I don't have a problem with 5. I build a lot of mediums, and keeping them in a suitable where they need to be is not normally a problem. In an entire game, say it's 100 turns, I might have a few bases, a few turns where they were not maximizing their fighters.
Galactic power, worth it or not?
Worth it.
Yeah, worth it.
Worth it. Too expensive.
I was going to say it's a valuable thing because you can control your battle order a little bit more cleanly, but it is an expensive thing to keep back.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think, can you turn it off? I've never even
Yeah,
paid
I
attention to
think
that.
Yeah, you can turn it off, but too expensive.
It's
I
true.
would-
There's not enough points for the
Yeah.
E.
You just don't have enough points, and if you were going to have that as a campaign, and it's ideal in campaign, I would definitely go probably. What would it be for that? No more than 10. I'd even look at 5. Like it's powerful for the evil empire, but they're at a disadvantage in a campaign 500 advantage anyway. So that's the one that should be reduced in order to somewhat even up where they would normally end up. But yeah, I'd put it down to 5 in campaign just because they need so much, and it's so difficult to do so as the evil empire in campaign.
I will comment that the having played the robots against Peyoan's Gorbies, his always having the left side advantage was devastating. He was eating my golems. I mean, sometimes 3-1. It was awful, and so I'm a little hesitant to under. It's a very powerful advantage because anytime you're just devastating golems like that, I mean, it was bringing tears to my eyes watching the VCRs.
Yes, but that game is definitely not a 500-point campaign game.
Very true. It was 550.
Yeah. That's at the point where you can start making some decent choices. But anything less than 550 for the evil empire in a campaign game is just it's too much of a disadvantage compared to every other race.
Yeah, the trouble with that is some of the races don't have many choices at all, though.
Yeah.
So it's not doesn't balance as well.
Destroy planet. I know it's fun. Worth it or not?
I actually don't think it's worth it in a typical setup because it's very situational, and you have to be really good at your economy to drive that anyways. The only caveat would be it was absolutely the reason I won the unlimited game because everyone else chewed through their resources, and I was the only source of new resources into the map. So I was able to fight off 4 or 5 enemies at once because I had all the resources, and if I was running low, I just blew up another planet.
Right, and if debris, sorry, did I interrupt?
No, you're fine.
Oh, if a debris disk defense was better, you could better capitalize on the destroy planet.
It really depends on who you're facing. In the example that we just were using here, as a robots, I had no counters to that. There was nothing I could do. I have no ships that can go into a debris disk except like the destroyer and freighters. And so I had nothing that could go in there and fight anything he had in there. So he just would destroy a planet, capture the whole disk. I was nothing I could do about it. And but that's a robot issue, so I won't get into that here. But yeah, for 500 points, destroy planet, not worth it. But Peyoan definitely showed me a whole new light on that. I was a big anti on that, and after watching him just alter the whole my mindset on that, using it offensively, using it for resources, it was very well done. So I would use it in a campaign game above 550, but for normal, I'd say not worth it.
That is interesting. The bots definitely don't have anything in there. Yep.
One more comment on that, though, just if you do use it. One of the other ways to maximize it is the movement of the other planets is part of that. It's not just about the debris disk. It pushes those other worlds away within, I want to say, 150 light years. And I don't know what it's really programmed at, but I was able to come up with a formula that predicted where the planets would be. So I could move my ships to, like, if I blew up a enemy world that just built a brand new Darkwing, perhaps, I knew I just moved that planet. There's a fuelless Darkwing there. We're just waiting for me to take it over and bring it to the into my possession and really add it to my fleet. And so I use the movement of planets as part of the strategy there as well.
You stole ships that way?
Yeah, so the fact that there was accusations of cheating because it was like a lone wolf, and I had a whole bunch of ships from enemies that I captured by moving their planets and taking their newly built ships.
That's genius. Loner, your thoughts? Destroy planet.
Oh, I'm all for it. I would use it as both a defensive and an offensive ability. Not only what was mentioned then, but also you control the number of planets to win the game.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that ability,
that could be an interesting move to pull right there. It's just change the
correct.
planet count and start the countdown.
Yep. So once you're in the situation that you want to be, destroying other people's planets, not only does it take away planets from them that they can't use towards their planetary count, but your planetary count stays where it is or increases, and it enables you to win the game much more easily. If I was in that, I would be building entire discs everywhere where people are losing. They're going FOF because they've lost too many planets. They can't get at me because there's too much debris in the way, and my planet just keeps increasing. There's so many ways in which you can utilize that in order to win the game with, say, 120 planets or 130 planets out of a 500.
And those discs all can have bases built, which can build fighters and act as fighter transport paths, which it cannot be underestimated how important that can be.
Yeah, that's a landfall in fighter production.
Yep.
Okay, well, let's go into closing comments. I want to give each of you guys an opportunity to just share any thoughts that we haven't touched on, to say what you think makes the Empire a good race or what makes them a difficult race. Just kind of give your closing thoughts on what you want to share with the community. And who wants to go first?
A lot. We didn't talk much about Dark Sense, but it is uh, a critical strategy to utilize and to locate and track enemy planets. Always use it to your advantage to force people that might not be interested in allying with you, or at least any agreements, to do so. Build planets, star bases as quickly as you can, as many as you can. They are the key to your power in the long run. Uh, there is nothing really that matches a Gorby. I usually use them at least in groups of two, because anything that you're coming up with, a lot of things are potentially dying if you have two Gorbies. Uh, those fighter factories are critical in order to forward pass your and daisy chain your fighters forward. Uh, the SSD, there's some games I don't even build them, but they can be very critical in certain situations, and they are amazing for trade if you need them. If there's someone you don't like, trade it to them. See what happens. Yeah, economy is key. Economy is key. I could go into an entire strategy on trading SSDs to people you don't like.
That'll be your presentation for next year's PlanetsCon. I want to put you
Yes,
on that.
and let some of their enemies know that they traded an SSD to them. See what happens.
That's truly evil.
I love it. Evil.
Talespin.
Oh, I really like the E. Like I love them. I don't know. There's just something about flying around your Gorbies and crushing everything in your path that's enjoyable. Especially when the other race you play is the birds, where it's kind of the opposite, where you're flies flying around. But yeah, and I agree with the Dark Sense. It's a very, very powerful tool. Gathering information is not something that every race can do as easily. So, and that information is very key to how you move and everything like that. So I just enjoy. I don't like losing with them. but I don't like losing in general. But yeah, I just enjoy. I don't know. I know it's hard to win with them. You have to really work hard at them, and I think that's why you find people like Loner or Peyoan do really well with them, is because they're workhorses with their economy and logistics and stuff. So they know they're able to wield that the power that the EE does because of the work that they put into their logistics. Anyway, I could ramble, but play them.
Man.
They're fun.
Man, your thoughts?
That dark sense, I agree with Loner. That dark sense we didn't really emphasize, but that's probably one of the biggest things that you have early on, and that carries you through. Even if you're not part of the sectors, like the very high standard game for League, I use that information to turn people against each other and snuck my way into second place. Not because I did the fighting, but because I provided the resources for other people to do the fighting. And the in campaign, it's situational. I don't know if the points are really going to be worth it, but Dark Detect, I love that one because you know where the cloakers are, you know where the ships are. I legitimately in unlimited match, I had 1,400 ships. I was attacking people who had 600 ships. I needed to know where their ships were so that I knew where I could hit and cause the most damage. I mean, I think I blew up a Fed planet with like 47 Nova at it. So it's easier to plan your attacks and use that information because honestly, EE information is king. The Gorby is beautiful. It gives you that tool later on, but I really think that Dark Sense and Dark Detect is your actual primary tool as the EE.
It is the key to your success, definitely. Yeah.
Lord Pollax, close us out.
All right. Well, can't really say it any better. The Dark Detect is absolutely fantastic. It can be extremely frustrating for the cloakers out there who are trying to pilfer your planets. It's the best defense against the privateers because you pretty much know it's going to either be cat or mouse or they're right there over you, sitting over your planet, which you start laying minefields around them and they're trapped. They're not going anywhere. They're going to sit over your planet. And then hopefully you've made a deal, bring a Loki in and you kill it or capture it, ideally. And so it's a wonderful tool. I think well worth the points. I generally say for the folks that are still playing the Evil Empire in Classic, don't be afraid to use the frigate and the Star Destroyers as warships. Everybody thinks the Star Destroyer is just for capturing bases. It fights pretty darn well. If you put a decent load of fighters on it, you put maybe 60 fighters on it and 20 clans, you can take 10 bases with that. And it's a pretty decent warship. It'll hold its own in the middle ranks. And the same with the frigate. Frigate gets captured a lot, but if you've got a second ship there, it just means you'll get the priority points when you kill it. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. And it lays moderate minefields, nothing great, but hey, it's a 5-beam ship, 3 torps, it's decent. Don't undervalue it too much, but have fun. It's a great race to play if you want to try something different. And I can't speak highly enough about them. I love them. I will be an EE fan for as long as I'm here. But
I will add one more thing before the people listening decide to just attack LP, Talespin, and I the next time they come up against us playing EE, since I think we just do economy and freighters only. As Loner and LP were talking earlier, the dark sense allows you to see who your neighbor is before they know who you are. So, and you use that military score or the warship score to determine what they're building. If they're building an attack fleet and you know that that's your neighbor before they know that you're theirs, you're not just building freighters. You're changing your plans. But if I know that my neighbors are not building warships, why am I going to use up my opportunity cost to build warships instead of just churning that economy? So just know we'll still give you a hard time when you try to come after us. We're not going to be that easy.
Not rolling over.
That's one of the interesting things about these race discussion panels is here you guys are all sharing your deepest, darkest secrets for the benefit of your opponents. And I appreciate
not even close.
Not even close. Learners with only. But even still, I mean, I've always been of the mindset that a better opponent makes a better you. And if you just want to stomp on players, then go be be a bad mentor in a mentor versus midshipman game. Don't do that. But yeah, I actually personally I found myself maybe stepping in too high of a DM game lately. I keep getting my butt kicked, so I might have to dial it back a little bit and work on some fundamentals. But I appreciate all you guys' time and your contributions here. We could have talked probably for another hour on this topic, and we may have left some stuff out, but I really appreciate you guys joining this panel and sharing your thoughts and your experiences. The only person I think I haven't played with has been Lord Pollax, and I think I've got my butt kicked by all of the three of you.
I can fix that for you. Give me 10 more seconds here. I'm getting ready to return back to the website. I haven't been playing a while. I haven't been doing so hot, just health and what have you. But I'm getting ready to get back in the saddle again, and I'm about to get another unlimited game going. And I will extend an invite out to the world out there that's watching. If you want to experience what having basically no ship limit is like, and in a campaign setting, I'll make sure there's enough campaign points to be at least 550, maybe a little more, because I'm hearing recommendations to maybe go to 600. That might be interesting. I'm planning on getting something set up around New Year's, and I'll be welcome to have you aboard. It's very fun. I mean, don't let Peyoan's 1,400 ships. Don't let that intimidate you.
That's scary.
But the idea that you can build that many ships, you're resource limited, so you're only going to build as much as your resources will allow. So you can't really get too out of hand. I don't think we ever peaked over 3,000 ships total, but
oh my god.
But anyways,
I will not be joining the unlimited game.
That public service announcement. Most of the people die off, and the numbers drop real fast. But yeah, I'm planning on getting a game. So if you're interested in playing campaign Evil Empire, I'll have a spot open here shortly for you.
Well, Lord Pollax, just so you can get my perspective, I recently hosted a game called Griffin's Fleet of 40, where you could only have 40 ships. So we are driving in opposite directions.
Yeah, I saw that and got a good laugh.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and take a break here. It'll probably be a few minutes, and then we will come back to hear a presentation from our new emperor, Kallren. Thank you, gentlemen.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Take care.
The public activity feed. Have you ever tried to find some good post you saw some time ago, but you can't find it anymore? Or have you saved some links to some old posts and they don't work anymore? Have you witnessed some good threads being hijacked by some off-topic messages? Or, even worse, feuds between players? But don't worry, your troubles are gone. Yes, really. The answer is planets.flarum.cloud. Yes, cloud. Not com, not net, no nothing, cloud. An offsite discussion forum for planets. It's public for the whole internet. No login, just go to the address and start reading. It looks good, the search is very good, and it has some wonderful functionalities. It's a great place to stash your stuff. I mean, if you have some good posts or after action reports or whatever. If you don't want to discuss anything else, just stash it here, and it stays here for good. It also has some wonderful admin tools. Yes, it has an administrator. This guy. He is very great. So, planets.flarum.cloud, a great place to stash your stuff. So yes, you can also write there, but it's a bit complicated. Just ask Koski.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a great con so far. We started off really strong with Joshua in the State of Nuniverse, and then that really good Evil Empire discussion panel. I love these discussion panels. They're probably one of my favorite parts of doing the PlanetsCon. And now, our esteemed Emperor, Kallren, my friend, who's known me since I was a teenager, part of the Planets.nu group, from Stockton, California. That's not where he is now. I'm one of the few that is left in our hometown. But super proud of my buddy here for making it into the championship game and earning the top spot. A little bit envious. I thought I might have had the best crack at it, but here he comes. In our group, he is definitely one to be worried about, and in your guys' group, he is too. He has proven it. So congratulations, Kallren. Well-deserved earned win, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing the path to victory that you took. So without further ado, it's all you.
All right. Am I broadcasting now? Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Greg. Griffin, for the introduction. Sorry, I've known him for a long time. Yeah, I joined Risk, the league game, probably a year before, and played a couple of league matches. And I've been playing since the 90s with, VJ Planets. And after joining Risk for a year, it came down to I kind of got volunteered to play in the Emperor game. Who would be interested? And somebody says, "Hey, you're new. We played with you in a couple games. Why don't you go ahead and do that?" So after a couple of players suggested it, I decided to, not knowing what I was getting in for, going to get myself into because it is stressful playing in that caliber of a game. It's also very intimidating whenever I'd never done it before. So it was uh, with some trepidation that I said yes and did so. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here of turn one. Oh, I sent requests there. But thank you. Race selection, because of our standings, the Risk League, we were choosing in 8th position. And there were 4 races left, and Priv was one of those. And I have a lot of experience with Priv throughout the decades. So I went ahead and chose Priv, the privateers, which proved fortuitous. Let me show this here. Is that coming across all right? So this is turn one, and I am fortunate in my league to have Sidev and some others that are very knowledgeable. And they plotted out the homeworld locations on turn one. And one thing I got educated to very quickly was that there is a lot of pre-game messages that fly amongst the players. So even before turn one, most of the locations of the players were known, which was eye-opening for me. But if you can see my mouse here, this is the my home world, the privateer. EE was here, Rebel here. I'm sorry, Robot here, Federation. This was Fury, Borg, Crystal, Lizard, Rebel, Com, and Bird. And very early on, there was communication from EE, I think on turn one, saying, "Hey, I know you're my neighbor. Please don't come kill me. We'll work something out, if you want some ships or whatever." And so that was attractive to me. And then to the left being Bird, early on, within turn one, we were communicating, and and this was Darian, and Darian explained that he had a relationship or an alliance already formed with Com, which was Zin. And I took that I was very cautious. That really raised a lot of alarm bells for me because I was asked to, hey, let's not fight each other. Let's, at least be nice neighbors and not beat each other up. We'll give ourselves, if we do that, we'll definitely lose this champ game. But I felt like in this potentially 3-way alliance here that I was going to be low man on the totem pole. And after game and a lot of talk after the game, I was correct in that assessment, but events played out, and I'll get into that in a few minutes here, that eventually I ended up as Emperor, but it wasn't through lack of these guys not wanting me to be Emperor. They did not want me to be Emperor. But we'll get into that. I had some friendly chatter with Ty, the Crystal player. He struck me as a nice person and the way he communicated. Thrain, Admiral Thrain as well. But when we found out they were on the other side of the map, it kind of, the conversation with them ceased very early on in the game until later on. And then it became kind of a moot point because the battle lines had been drawn. Let's see. As the game progressed, let me get down to how I started. When I started, let me flip. Let's see. There's stuff in the way that I have to move here so I can see the screen. That's better. So let me go to turn. Oops. I'll jump to like turn 5. And I'm not going to belabor this. I'm just trying to hit some key points. But by turn 5, Darian and I he had said, hey, if you want to work together, you got to leave me a path to the center. And he had given me a kind of a pie chart and proposed planets that would be his and mine on our dividing line. He was out of the gate incredibly fair. And so there was no arguing. I didn't feel the need to argue. I was just like, hey, your proposal's fair. We'll go with that. And so these green planets here are his planets. Everything to the right of those were mine. And then we were just going to divvy up going up through the center, toward the center of the map. And so I being having the faster ships, I kind of got my pick of planets through here, but I wasn't super greedy. And then I left him. I tried to leave him with the idea that he could fly at least 1, maybe 2 light year or 2 turns to a planet, so that he had mobility and a base of operations getting to the center, because I wanted to keep my word there too, and not be a jerk. And then on turn 8, I get a message from Robot that he's ready to move on EE. And I told him that I wasn't, I was keen on keeping EE around, and I'd already told him that. This is Batman. And I'd already told him that. And part of when I started this, I saw Batman's rankings and like every race he plays, and he's like on the scoreboard, this guy's going to win this game. That was my impression out of the gate. And so I wanted to, when I figured out the layout of the map, I used the fear of the pirates to keep Batman in check, to keep the robot in check. In that he was very cautious in advancing, and you'll see some of the advancements here. But I'm going to jump to turn 15. So the game has progressed significantly at this point. Let me check my notes here. Early on in the game, let me back up to probably about turn 10, 12. Some of my league mates told me that Fury was planning a headshot on Fed, and based on what they were building. And I think it's still voodoo to me, and I understand how it's done now, but at the time, they're like, yeah, Fury built this, Borg built this, Crystal built this, Lizard did that. And they're feeding me this intel like through turn 25, which was amazing. And if you figure out how to do that, it's really a powerful tool. But basically, they saw an attack fleet, and they figured that was against Fed. I warned Fed, but unfortunately, the warning wasn't effective. And Fed did indeed get headshot where his homeworld was taken. And that, but I had some ships in the area. You can see I have a ship here. So I offered to help Fed early on, and that offer to help the Federation secured an alliance with the Feds, a very friendly relationship. And I was able to work here within the next, I don't remember what turn, I have it in my notes, what turn Fed got friendly or FOF'd out of the game. But I was working here helping the Feds. I was working here helping the EE. And I had several ships that I had come over here with, and Com gave me a Virgo where I was able to capture 2 rushes that went to an amorphous planet. And I knew what the friendly code was of the amorphous planet. So I was able to set my ships to the same friendly code as the amorphous planet, because I knew that because I had a comm ship there, I knew that Forger, the rebel player, would be able to beam up fuel because he had the the lower ship ID. But I also knew that I could tow him, and I could setting the same friendly code, there'd be no combat because you could see what the friendly code of the planet was. So I was able to do that to steal both of those rushes, which put us in the beginning of a march up through rebel space, which happened over the course of many turns. And then eventually Lizard here started sending down local Lokis and giving to the rebel. But what was nice about having Darian, the bird player, in place was that he was able to move in, either cloak and intercept those Lokis, or sorry, I got some Discord messages that I looked at there for a second. But he was able to neutralize the Lokis that were being used by Rebel. So I had a front here that was going on, and that's the real showcasing the maneuverability of the pirates, is that I'm here, I'm up here in the Fed space, I'm in the robot space, or not robot space, I'm in the EE space, and then I'm in the center. And I had some friendly relations in the center initially with Ty, the crystal player, and he pulled back, and then eventually he didn't. He came in and started taking my planets, but I'll cover that in a minute. If I go back to early game and planets and the economy of the planets, I landed on some beautiful. Here's an avian representative planet, Temp 50, right here. One meteor ride from my home world. Here's another avian feudal, Temp 23. Here's a siliconoid 77 representative. So right off the bat, plus I had right next to my home world, I had this beautiful Temp 53 Bov planet. So I think out of all the races, and I've looked at them all, I actually had the best start as far as planets were concerned. And then I mark my planets, if they don't say bird planet, my cash planets are green, yellow planets are multi-resource planets, purple are Molly, and gray is Dura, like a Duranium planet. And Duranium was my hardest, or my hardest to get mineral at first. And then I was looking at building star bases for PP points, but I also was trying to get out of Merlin. And I think I ended up getting a Merlin out, I think, very soon. If it wasn't, yeah, I don't have a Merlin. I think Merlin by turn 16 or 17. I could have had one by like turn 11, but I was focused on getting some star bases in place so that I could build additional ships. I also had found a beautiful Bov planet here, and then this one here as well, just south of my homeworld cluster, that ended up helping somewhat. This one was more a cash planet than not. Then like I did do some minerals from, and I trucked them in with large freighters and MBRs later on. But it with EE had a planet here that he had colonized in my space, and I made an agreement. I would bring in minerals, starbase, and he built me a couple of Gorbies and an SSD from here. And then I had the feds come in and take over this siliconoid planet for a time, and they built me 4 Novas, 2 or 3 Lokis, and a couple of heaters and a cooler terraforming ship from here. And then they built me, I think one of those ships I traded to Bird for some Enlightens. And then Bird had wanted 2 different ships. He wanted a heater and a cooler, and I think I gave him one but not the other, because I really felt like I was on the bottom of the alliance, and I didn't want to help out my competitor too much. And he had made it very clear to me that he wasn't going to give me any dark wings, that was something he was going to definitely keep close to his chest. And so he had set some limits. So I kind of thought it was fair that I set some limits. And so I just never offered I think it was a cooler that he was looking for. Doesn't matter, one of the 2 that I didn't give to him. But I did end up trading MBRs for like 5 or 6 Resolutes from the Bird, which helped his economy grow. And one thing that Bird was struggling with was that he was friends here with a neighbor, friends here with a neighbor. So really his only avenue for conflict was going to be in the center or up here with Rebel, because that was closest to him. And so his his thought process when we made our NAP non-aggression pact was that at some point he would break that because he wanted to be able to have a path to Emperor, which I totally respect. And his thought process was he would do that sooner rather than later in the game. But game events have a way of spoiling plans. And that is a huge reason why I ended up being Emperor in this game. And I'll get more on that in a minute. We were slowly getting towards ship limit. By turn 33, we finally hit the ship limit, which to me, in this caliber of a game, I expected that to happen much sooner. And I think the reason it did not is because the bird's location was poor. Com and Rebel were mixing it up pretty soon. And Rebel seemed to have a pretty decent, because he had a lot of rushes built, but they were like heavy Nova 5 engines. Some of them Star Drive 1. Warp 6 engines. Very few were transwarps that Rebel had built. He was just building halls. And then EE and keeping Robot, I end up with a lot of planets around Robot. And let me jump to like turn 35. Because on 33 we hit ship limit. But let's see. The minefields, as you can see, went up on Robot. And because of my economy, I was able to do some counter mine laying operations. And this ended up being a planet that was fought over for a little bit. This Bov planet I pointed out earlier. Had a lot of credits that were coming on here. I'd load them up on my BR4 and fly them out to a Falcon that I had captured from Rebel. And I ended up with like 6 or 7 different Falcons, which proved invaluable. And I don't think I could have won the game without them. Because I ended up having a lot of area of space where credits were. And 3 or 4 or 5 turns to transmit those credits with a Falcon became 1 or 2 turns, especially with like a BR4 flying out to meet a Falcon, for example, to return those credits. And so it's kind of odd, I think, too, in some respect, that in an Emperor game or a champ game like this, I've had several players go, it's not normal to help another race. So for me to help EE and me to help Fed, that Fed told me before he was FOF'd, I think by turn 59 or 60, that if he could be a pivotal game changer to allow me to win, he would. And that was building ships for me, using his PP points, his priority queue points to do that was very helpful to me, because he had seen the writing on the wall at that point, and his game was over. It was just a matter of time. Jump to turn 45. Oops. So the game's changed a little bit more. We're now up on Rebel's homeworld. We stole a bunch of these. And one of the agreements I made with Bird, since he and I were the ones that were primarily working together, and we were working together very closely. And as the game progressed, my close operations and the communication that we had between each other, primarily on Discord, was super tight and super. If this was any other game, there would never been any thought of splitting from an alliance standpoint. We would have just taken whatever first or second, and it's an alliance win, right? This is not an alliance game. But I should say, the coordination, the how effective we work together, and I would make requests, he would make requests, good acknowledgments on what was going on back and forth was very good. Darian is an excellent player, and I want to mention this is like his 3rd time ever playing the Bird, and he did an excellent job. He played the Bird, in my opinion. I've been playing for decades, and I've played the Birds. I've seen the Birds played very well. Griffin is an excellent Bird player. Darian's right up there. He's an excellent Bird player. So kudos to Darian for that. Tom kind of felt hemmed in because I think we were taking planets And I was working with Com. I had asked Com, I'd given him this planet here. Wait, this one of these planets I gave to Com. I don't think I'd given it to him yet. It was this one. Okay, yes, Missing Calling in Man, this one here. Where I'd asked Com to build some Geminis for me. He also built me an Aries, which proved very key later on in the game to help combat against crystal and lack of fuel on planets. But Com didn't really want to work with me. Com was kind of, and I didn't know this, but was kind of leading the anti-privateer charge. And Robot was being very vocal in this with the other side. And there was a communication that was going back and forth between my side, I'll say my side, which is Fed, EE, right here, Bird and Com, that I was not aware of. Com communicating, mostly Bird, I think, to the other side a little bit, and trying to figure out a wedge, but he was also being courted by the other side to flip on me. And he knew that if he flipped on me, he's him telling me that he would have no path to emperorship. So he's trying to ride that fine line there. And this is communication that's happening that I'm not privy to. Which was that when I found out later, but I did get some inklings on some things because I'd ask Zen to help me on things or do something, and sometimes it'd be 3 or 4 turns before my request got fulfilled. And that it was like he was dragging his feet. And in hindsight, I understand that he was, and I understand why. Because I desperately wanted to get Colonial Gemini minesweepers over here to make quick work of the robot minefield so that I could move in and start stealing some robot ships. And that never really seemed to materialize. For maybe 10 turns, I had those over here. But by that time, another big event happened, and I'll get to that here in a minute. We jumped on the like turn 50. So on turn 46 or 47, a fire cloud, and I knew there were some fire clouds in the area. Oh, I want to back up a minute because I completely forgot something that happened on turn 23, I think, which is I got a message from Admiral Thrain that he wanted to form a NAP with me that was good through turn 70 with a 10-turn cooldown, which meant minimum turn 80 where we could have hostilities. And I went ahead and agreed with that because I had action going on here. I knew action was here. And if I could remove Borg from a point of contention at that point, and I was friendly enough with Crystal that I thought, I think I can be okay with Crystal, that was a good move. As the game progressed, Bird was when he found out about that, he was very frustrated with me and told me many times that was a bad move on my part. And for quite a while, I kind of agreed with him because I had the opportunity over here to steal 3 fire clouds, and I could not because I had a nap with Thrain, where he had 3 come in, and they were up here in this, I think they were on this planet. Anyway, he eventually forged an alliance with Lizard, with Ty, I'm not Lizard, Crystal, Ty, and they came over, and between Borg and Crystal, they laid waste to the Fed space, and of course, who weakened him and was still a player in this area with a fleet of his own was the Fury. So when that happened, I ended up retreating out with 2 ships that I had in the area, and I left 1 MBR behind, which ended up being captured by Crystal and eventually used against me later on in the game. But I'm counter mine laying and doing mine sweeping against Robot here. Let's see, that was turn 60. I covered the nap. Let me move on here. And when Crystal started coming in the center, I had asked Bird to move into assist. So Bird brought up, and I towed some Darkwings and Resolutes up so that we had some sweeping power. And the plan was to divvy up the planets in this cluster between Bird and I. Also over in Rebel space, whenever I was capturing those rushes, my agreement with Bird was to split those the planets that we would capture in the area evenly, and we would split the ships that I captured evenly, which did further cement Bird to me. So over time, what was and started off with a tight relationship between Bird and uh, Com ended up not really liking me, and we really never got along. A lot of the early communication went through Bird to Com, and I found out that Bird is German and Com is German, and so they speak in German native tongue, and English is not as Bird's is very fluent in English, Darien, and so a lot of conversation went between Bird and and would sometimes get relayed to Com, because it oftentimes my messages to Com just wouldn't get responded to. And so it was not a tight alliance with Com at all. And over time, Bird moved away from Com and more into we got tighter and tighter with our alliance as the game progressed. And then you can see Bird's planets moving up through here, and us working together on multiple fronts here and in the center. These two star clusters. We would eventually push Crystal out of here and push him back to here, never any further. And we controlled this. This space was a battleground for a very long time. The rest of the game, actually. So no real movement here. The movement occurred on this front up until we got up to Lizard's southern space. And then some very interesting events happened. We already had a channel effect here. Fed gets wiped out in like turn 60, I think. This is turn 50. By turn later on, 55 or something, Fed's out of the game. So it's very soon from here that Fed's out completely. Crystal and Borg divvy up these planets. And then Crystal marches down through here and gets a beachhead down here, which is a thorn in the game. I'll get to that here in a minute. Let's see. Oh, on turn 50, I did get the first Gemini into minesweeping position. I don't remember where that is. I think it's up in this area of space where I got that, because I don't think it was down here. No. Okay. Now let's jump on the turn 70. So by turn 70, the game had this is the fronts now is across these. This is the front. Fed's taken over. This is now enemy territory. What I didn't know, yes, I could see Crystal coming down, and I knew they were coming down, but I didn't have a lot of assets in this area really yet to do anything. And and Robot had Fury bases, or DB. They had Hoppers and Lokis at this point. There was a Falcon that had come over, and it took them. We saw the Falcon coming inbound. Darien had pointed out to me turns before, and I was like, "Crap! Lizard's going to get over there, and now we'll have Lokis on this front." And so we had to get Bird over here to help counter that. So we started bringing. Here's a Darkwing that says it's a Gorby from Darien that we got over into this position so that we could do Loki intercepts. And I think this was the Darkwing that eventually would get captured in a crystal web field, and then turned against us at a later point in the game. But I had been doing a lot of counter mining with my hundreds of thousands of credits. They were just streaming in here like crazy. This was a key base of mine, this Vav planet here, that eventually got nuked by Thrain later at some point later on in the game. And it was a pretty devastating blow at the time, but I pivoted and made another planet that I ended up taking. I think it was this one here this one became my new focal point. over here, and I just pumped in minerals and credits and did the same thing, but in pushing back minefields and keeping things flowing. As far as here, we have a flurry of that is a crystal. Yeah, Virgo. This is okay. At this point, this is turn 70. I should probably back up to turn 65, but I'll just speak to it. You see there's a fire cloud out here. There's a fire cloud or cat paws. There's fire clouds here. This is the beginning of, so the Feds, I'm sorry, let me switch over here. They channeled in here, took over positions. So Thrain has ships here now. This is now turn 70. And on turn 70, the nap, we agreed to end the nap with Thrain. And now the nap was just a non-aggression pact. There was no safe passage sent. There was no share and tell. It's just, I'm not going to mess with your stuff. You're not going to mess with mine. And so I think on turn 70 is when the countdown started. So we're not actively fighting. I'm not actively fighting Borg at this point, which was later on. Admiral Thrain said, I thought you were going to ask to go ahead and start doing that. And I really felt it was in my interest to actually push it to turn 80, which we did. And I'll get, I think that'll become self-explanatory in a minute. But Fury's down here pushing down. There's poppers everywhere. There's poppers that are starting to show up over here, which makes it really difficult for Bird, Darien, to operate and do cloak intercepts and things like that as well. So things were looking pretty grim for our side. Com was really demoralized at this point. He had expressed that he felt like he had turned into the minesweeping person, and I see that, he's pinchered off here. We're moving in, and I thought, I had said to Com, why don't you get your Virgos involved? We can tow them up, split these planets up, get you in on the action, and it never materialized. And I don't know why that was. So I can't speak to that, but the offer was made. Let's get you in on the action, increase your planet count, blah, blah, blah. But I think he just felt like there was no way to win at this point in the game. And so his play kind of reflected, I think, his how he was feeling. But anyway, Darien and I he was thinking of kind of splitting with me at some point. But then what happened was Admiral Thrain very brilliantly brought over a fire cloud, and bear in mind, Lizard, Crystal, Borg, Fury, and Robot are all allied. But this is a game with limited alliance settings. So we have one safe passage or two safe passages, or one safe passage and one share and tell. That's it. So we're having to make things work with very limited. So we had 4 races that were allied, but I could only have really an alliance in game with 2. So I had share and tell with Bird, and I had, because of overlapping minefields over here with EE, I had safe passage with EE. And then, I'm sorry, with Com. This is Com. And with EE, I was relying on friendly codes and giving EE my minefield friendly codes, and making sure that they were all the same localized over here so he could fly through my minefields. This went on with EE through turn 95 of sharing minefield codes. That's an important thing to mention. That's a long time into this game. What happened here was Thrain flew down a fire cloud out of sensor sight and then came in with a meteor very quickly, and it was the meteor they had captured from the Fed. So the last 4 turns of towing that in was with that meteor, and they were now in Com backyard. The bad guys, or the forces of light, as they like to call themselves, their plan was to FOF Com, and they were successful. However, Com was super tight with the Bird, and for his part, and gave his entire fleet before the FOF occurred to the Bird player. So there were no lost ships for FOF from from Com, and then Bird immediately inherited the most powerful fleet combined in the game. On turn was this? Okay, on turn 76, what happened when they moved in on Com, they moved all of their, well, not all, but it was 5 attacking players over here. It's Robot, Fury, Borg, Crystal, and Lizard all show up in Com space. So this was an overwhelming, well-coordinated attack, and Admiral Thrain gets major kudos for bringing this together, the logistics of it. From what I understand is Thrain was the brainchild, or at least the coordinator and making this happen. And I think he did a superb job. Fighting against Thrain, I cannot stress the hopelessness that our side felt many times because of the maneuverability of the board. Letting the board live and become as mobile as they could, and the ability to come in, hit you, you can't react fast enough, and they're back out and hitting you on another front like 3 turns later, and then you've got to shift all your assets around again. It was a nightmare, and the only way we had a fighting chance was because I was the Pirates, had a bunch of ships in a lot of different areas. I had a boatload of ships. I think I had 160 ships at one point in the game. So and that was due to my economy, and all the PP points, the priority build points that I had amassed that allowed me to just keep cranking ships out after the ship limit. At any rate, we were able to steal, I mentioned earlier, a bunch of rebel ships, but at this point we have 5 races coming in, which immediately put Bird, we're working together even tighter now to try to repel this major invasion. And I realized that if most of their ships are over here, there can't be too many ships over here. So I waited a few turns after I got my ships in position, and I told Bird, I said, hey, I'm going to try a counterattack over here and see if I can't FOF Robot. And it took a few turns, a lot there. I didn't know that these were lightly defended planets. I didn't know that they didn't have star bases on them because they have Lokis in the area. They have D19s. As far as I was concerned, every one of these planets had a Loki and a D19 sitting on it. I know it wasn't real, but you just don't know where they are. And I know he was bouncing a Loki along around here because I lost a couple of MRERs to it. And it was the same ship. It'd be here, and then it'd be here, and then, it just kept moving around. And I never knew where it was going to be. And so that was excellent play on the robot player on Batman, on keeping me puzzled. But on turn 76, there was a big turnaround that changed the balance of power in this area. And I'll pop over to that real quick. And it was a pivotal turn for me. And I think if it had not have happened, I don't think I would have been Emperor. I had set this minefield. Most of the ships were given, and we could see it in the scoreboard. We saw that most of Robot's ships were given to Lizard. So Lizard showed up here the turn before and killed 2 Gorbies and another ship of mine that I got from the feds. Not remembering what it was, but it was a 4-tube, 4-beam quantum torque ship. And this is what was left were these 2 ships. So I flew in, and there's a Loki sitting here. And the Loki was sitting at 98% damage. I didn't know that. So that's why it wasn't working. So I towed the Loki out to a EE, got it killed. Next turn, I flew in 2 MBRs, or 2 or 3, and I towed these off to get them captured, which I did. And those were the only robot ships I was ever able to capture were these 2 in robot area. Over in robot space over here, com space, I was able, with Darian's help, I was able to capture a large part of the Lizard fleet, which included an Automata and multiple T-Rexes and several Golems. We basically were able to, and this fighting over here went on for many turns, but it demoralized Lizard to the point, and Lizard kind of expressed to me that he felt he was low man on the totem pole because he was the blunt of the spear with his ships. And he made an agreement with me and with Darian to pull back to Lizard space. He would pull back his Lokis so there wouldn't be any more Loki support for the other side, the forces of light. So that was a game changer that ended up coming out of this conflict that was many, many turns here. But I just wanted to mention it was pivotal here because when I captured those golems here in robot space, I was able to then move in and FOF robot. Turn 80 to 100. So right as we were, okay, I'm right. I'm gonna go to turn 80 here. I was getting him ahead of myself for a minute. Oh, that's 70. Time to change turn 80. So on turn 80, we're working on pushing out the incursion, and we had pushed back very hard against this incursion of the 5 races that came in. I was bringing over, I had a bunch of quantum equipped meteors, and I was flying them over with full torps from my space. Plus I was getting minerals and cash from Darian, who had plenty of his own. And I think this attack failed largely because we were able to outlay Robot. So Robot would lay a minefield and we'd lay our mines, and Robot field would be very small and then gone the next turn. And because they were the incoming or the encroaching enemy, they didn't have the resources at their ready available to replenish their torpedoes, credits. I mean, they had to bring everything with them or rechannel stuff in. And so the logistics of the attacking fleet versus the logistics and the tight working relationship I had with Darian, we were able to halt their advance. Yes, they were able to FOF calm, but we were able to halt their advance, and they figured they got what they wanted in FOF and calm because they figured Robot now can really do mine laying, and the mine laying, when I lost those sweepers, started coming up. But I had a crap ton of MBRs in the area with Mark 7 and Mark 8 torps in this area, and very few quantum torps. My quantum torps were in the center area and a whole bunch over here. It just worked out that way. But with Mark 7s and Mark 8s, I was able to counterlay Robot and keep Robot at bay and just decimate his minefields, which allowed me to continue moving in. Again, I'm playing very conservatively because I have no idea what's on these planets, but I do ultimately FOF him. Let's see. Oh, on turn 81. So this is turn 80. And you see here, we now have, yes, down here. So we have Borg down here with another fire cloud. And Darian had sent a Resolute out here and was ferrying back and forth fuel with a Cobalt to keep it fueled so that he could keep an eye out for another attack by Thrain, which was coming. It was very smart on Darian's part to do that. Eventually, I'm hyper jumping Falcons out this way so I can keep an eye on, is he coming around this way to come into my southern area for attack? Because at this point, it's game on with the Boar on turn 80. On turn 81, there was a massive debilitating problem that happened in the game, in that this stupid ion storm, I hate ion storms. That what you don't see here is that there is a massive ion storm that came in right here. This thing has a sphere of influence like beyond 350 light years. It's freaking massive, and you can't hardly see it. It's so faint on the map, but the crystals laid a minefield, max minefield, right at the center of this thing, and we couldn't sweep it. And it lasted for like 15 turns before we could finally sweep the darn thing. And on this planet, I had a bunch of, well, a bunch. I had 4 MBRs. I lost one of them. It was very dicey because Thrain flew in. He never attacked the planet, and I expected them to attack the planet. And eventually, I think they did. Somebody attacked the planet at some point when they saw my ship sitting out here. But I'm struggling for fuel. I'm jumping in. I think I jumped in a Falcon with some fuel, or Darian brought some fuel in with a Falcon at one point. It was challenging. So this became a real point of contention for a long time and kept us 15 turns, roughly 12 or 15 turns, I think. And so I'm still working in lockstep with Bird because we have to. If we stop working together, he's dead, I'm dead. These guys are all allied. And at this point, comms out. So and EE's over here doing his best to hold back Crystal, and unfortunately was losing some ships in the process. And then I lost a meteor also in the process. And then they had a Missouri class battleship with quantum torpedoes that they had gotten from the Fed, which made this very challenging on this area here. I would never get them pushed out. They stayed here. I kept them here the rest of the game, bottled up, but I couldn't. I advanced up past this. You'll see that in a little bit here. But that Iron Storm was nasty. And then on turn 81 also, even though that Iron Storm showed up, there was a massive explosion, a bunch of explosions that happened in the other side. The Forces of Light, they lost 6 poppers, 3 cold panes, and one of, I think, Thrain's ship blew up here. And it's just that coordination when you don't have the alliance settings. And there was a cloaked ship or something that caused those, or there was somebody was set on kill that shouldn't have been set on kill or something that wiped out those ships. And I don't remember. I think I was told how it happened later after the game ended, but that was one thing that happened that buoyed our morale when we saw that, and we just speculated what the heck happened. And our speculation was pretty close to accurate. Let's see. So we were working feverishly to get the enemy fleet out of comm space, which eventually we did. And so I'm going to jump on the turn 101 here, getting close to the end. Am I doing all right on time, Greg? Doing okay, thanks. So there's that one of those ion storms. As it moved on, it got smaller. But it was freaking massive. But then, so as you can see, we pushed back. We got the other side out of comm space. We were divvying up comm planets. And then Thrain had come in and started moving in on bird space. So southwestern bird space. And I helped by towing a lot of bird ships down here to counter this threat. So we got almost all of Bird's fleet, except for what we had in the center area, is now down here. There's a few picket ships up here. We had peace with the lizards at this point. So we weren't worried about a lizard incursion. So very few ships up here in northern rebel space, southern lizard space. Still fighting over this area here. And I had pushed in. My plan was to take this planet as a massive fuel planet, high concentration. I had the planet for a couple of turns till Crystal came in and took it back. And then we fought over planet 78 till probably 10 turns before the game ended. So through turn 130 when I abandoned the planet. But I kept him bottled up here, Crystal. And it wasn't a whole lot of resources. It was just enough that we ebbed. You know, I'm laying mines, he's sweeping them, and he couldn't keep up with sweeping for a while. Pretty soon my minefield was diminishing, but it took a long time for that to happen. And now we're over here in robot space. So I'm moving in on robot homeworld. Crystal was a presence where they had web fields through here through the last 20 turns. I just kept sweeping them and pushing them back. And eventually when I came in, I think they had some fire clouds over here because we did find out that Borg gave Crystal fire clouds, which gave him incredible mobility to bring ships in down here for this area to keep this area supplied, as well as here. And there was a funny event that happened where when I saw the fire cloud, I had flown a cloaked MBR over a planet, and I made a decision. I think it was this planet. No, this one. There were 2 fire clouds here, and eventually a third one showed up. But I had an MBR over here, and I thought I can either tow out a fire cloud and capture one, or I can bring in 2 more fire cloud or 2 more MBRs, and I'll be able to get maybe 3 fire clouds the next turn. And that proved problematic because they channeled out. And so cloak ships go with channel, and I ended up all the way up here on Crystal's homeworld with no web fields in there because Borg and Crystal were using this area as logistic resupply. And on the planet, I had found this low ID 40 Borg cube. I captured it, and I made the mistake of not having enough fuel. I didn't have a lot of fuel anyway, and I should have put a lot more fuel on this ship than I did because I was sending it in to attack here and at least to have it do something. But what ended up happening is the Crystal went out with these ships and laid multiple overlapping, brilliant play by Ty, multiple overlapping web fields, which instantly drained these ships before they could show up for, actually, this ship actually ended up hitting a stupid web going to the planet. It had a web. So it had like 2 units of fuel left, plus then the drain, it was done. And I don't think there would be much of any way that I could have overcome that, but it is what it is. So my 3 MBRs here were completely futile. It made them scramble. I did lay a minefield that they immediately swept. It was, yeah, I lost all 3 of those MBRs up there. Not deliberately, it was an accident. Just how things go sometimes. This is turn 101. Let's see. Eventually, through some amazing stroke of luck through Darian, he was able to fly through web fields and minefields and miss a lot of distance, amazingly, and take out both one of these fire clouds out here. Definitely got this fire cloud. The biocide, anyway, the threat was eventually removed. So much so that it pushed us through turn 110-ish, I want to say. And so let me pop there real quick. So I'm still helping EE, trying to keep things, and at this point, EE and I have safe passage that we had turned on turn 95 because Com was no longer a principal or in the game. So I was able to swing my share. That was turn 95 when Com got eliminated, because that's when I swung safe passage to EE, which made it easier. And then Borg had come through, was doing a lot of feinting. And I got to tell you, Thrain's attack style is chaotic at best. Darian and I beat our heads against the desk many times and deliberating what's Thrain going to do. Well, I don't know. Last time he did this, and the last 2 times he did that, and then he did something totally different we weren't expecting, and it was a bunch of feints. Every once in a while he would attack, but Darian lost a few dark wings because he'd go to cloak and intercept and they channel out, and then that ship would go through the channel and then get nuked on the other side. So there was a lot of, I think, Thrain expecting us to do, and he guessed more often what we were going to do than we guessed what he was going to do. So hats off to Thrain again on, and that was just his play style throughout the game. He was very frustrating, a very capable opponent, I'll tell you. But on turn 110, and probably a few turns earlier through Discord, there was a dialogue with Darian, where he was wanting, he's like, Cal, I didn't play this to be a Priv supporter. I played this because I want to win. And there's not enough, or there's never been a bird emperor. And I'd really like there to be a bird emperor. And what I didn't know at the time was there was a lot of feelers from Darian going out. And this is no shade on Darian. He's doing his job. He's the leader of the birds, and he's trying to secure a path to victory. So he was endeavoring to do that. And so he had reached out to Fury, and he had reached out to Crystal and Thrain. And there was some taunting that had happened in game, in-game messages. And Thrain always insisted on doing messages with me. Not very little was done in Discord. 99% of the messages were done in game with Thrain. So what I didn't know, and I think actually Bird told me, was that Thrain executed his ambassador, Darian's ambassador, and shut down communication. And Darian's like, I really upset Thrain because I really didn't mean to, but he was trying to drive a wedge through the alliance of the other side. But he did secure friendly relations with Fury and Crystal to the point where they decided to stop attacking him. And this didn't happen at this point in the game at turn 110, but this is that diplomacy that's occurring that I'm not aware of. And my diplomacy, basically, I see enemies on the other side and I did make peace with Lizard. So it's not like I wasn't trying to talk to them. It's just when you're actively engaged and you're blowing each other's stuff up and trying to push them back, and some cases succeeding and some not, it's hard to, offer that olive branch, I guess, as it were. But at any rate, at this point, turn 110 time frame, Darian's like, Kallren, I've got to make a break with you. We have a 10-turn cooldown. So on turn 115, I'm going to break ties with you. And he had gone back and forth and debated this. And he goes, I don't want you to feel like I'm backstabbing you. And I'm like, you don't. I was hurt, to be honest. But I didn't take it as a backstab. And at this point, once we had pulled the enemy out of here, I had spent, I think he told me we were already yanking a bunch of ships out of here. I was towing them up to the center because Darian wanted to push forward and do a lot of fighting and take planets in the center. And he told me, any ships you've towed up here, stay up here. They don't get used against you. And this area, we both agreed would continue in the nap. He had a couple of ships over here helping me against Fury and possible Lokis in robot space and Southern Fury space. And we would continue to work together. But his plan was to take all of the planets that I had taken in Rebel and Com space, because that would give him an opportunity for the win. And that action would happen on or about turn 125. As turn 125 approached, on turn 115, he told me about him doing the break. And so I had communicated with Crystal and with Fury on or about turn 115, when he told me about our nap ending and that we had a 10-turn cooldown. I'm like, okay, great. And I didn't know that the nap was really going to end. He just told me that he was thinking about it. He's not going to, he is going to, he's not going to. And then he's like, I can't live with myself if I don't make 100% effort to win this game, and which I 100% respect. So that decision was let me know, I think end of turn 114, beginning of turn 115. I say this to say on turn 115, when that found out, I reached out to Crystal and Fury and Borg and said, hey, here's the situation. Our nap's ending. Can we work a peace? Crystal told me politely, pound sand. Fury told me politely, pound sand. We're going to keep fighting. We see you as, we don't want to Priv Emperor. Borg, on the other hand, said, well, I might be open to something because Bird has declared negotiated a peace with Crystal and Fury. I did not find this out from Bird. This out through Thrain, and I was pissed. That's really where I felt hurt and betrayed. And Bird basically said, and I believe him, that he didn't have a chance to tell me yet. And because he immediately said, yes, that's what happened. And so before I had a chance to talk to Bird, though, their communication was happening with Thrain. And I didn't really want to go to Bird right away because I felt betrayed. So Borg's like, hey, I'll propose a nap with you to the end of the game. Only this time we're going to do safe passage. And so you don't mess with my ships or planets. I don't mess with your ships or planets. And I added some other situation areas, like you don't shuttle any of my enemies, which is now Fury and Crystal, into my space or give them any kind of like help at all if we're fighting. You fly by, I fly by, whatever. Or I said, you fly by. Don't help them, because I was very specific in he doesn't help them. Attack me. He can help them move or whatever logistically wherever else, but not in contested areas. Thrain agreed to that. And that went through the end of the game. I then shared that with Darian, said, hey, I found out you got peace with Crystal and Fury. As a result, I negotiated with Borg, and Thrain was not happy with that, or Darian was not happy with that, which I understand. He's like, basically, you can't help me anymore against Borg. I go, no. But instead of 3-on-1, which is what I ended up with, and I didn't know it until Thrain told me, I was now alone fighting 3-on-1, and now I'm really kind of fighting 4-on-1 because Darian's going to be taking my planets that we fought and labored over, which is why I felt betrayed about it. But again, I understand I'm not faulting Darian at all. Don't hear that. It's just my feelings. I'm just sharing how I felt. But what ended up happening is Darian gave me, with that cooldown, he said, I'd use your time wisely and I would build star bases. I'd beef up your planets because I'm coming for him. He didn't have to do that. And that's just my hat off to Darian. That guy is a very noble, great ally, even though we're not supposed to be allies in this game. I have to give kudos to Darian because he was an upstanding, upfront, for the most part, upfront. I mean, he did kind of not tell me right away about the suing for peace with Crystal and Fury. But so at this point, when I secured the nap with Borg, part of the nap with Borg was, and Borg has fire clouds coming in, which you can't see. If I went back a turn or two, he's coming in on EE space because there's like 33 planets sitting here of EE space of the Evil Empire. And I saw an opportunity if I accepted fast enough with Thrain and didn't give Thrain time enough to think about it, because his nap with me was, you cannot aid EE against me. You can't help him. I'm gonna basically, I had to stand aside and not help EE. And I'm like, okay. So I sent a message, and he demanded that I sign this nap with him or set safe passage that turn. And I don't remember, that was turn 116. So turn 116, I'm still safe passage with EE, but not no. Yes. So these are E. Yeah, I'm too far ahead here. So let me scooch back a second. That was turn 116. So I'm still safe passage with EE at this point. And so I sent a Discord message and an in-game message to EE. And EE is also in Germany. And so oftentimes, but not always, but oftentimes would check host, because host ran like maybe 10 a.m. in Germany time or 9 a.m. Germany time or something like that. And quite often I'd leave some messages and he'd take care of, whatever requests I had the next morning, but not reliably. But in this case, I didn't have a lot of time to like wait another turn for for Super Smith from EE to see it. But I sent an in-game message and I sent a Discord message saying, hey, I'm flipping my alliance safe passage from you We have to go back like we were doing before and using friendly codes. Please reach out to me so I can get you friendly codes. Be aware that this is happening. On turn 117, when host ran that morning, there it is, sorry. Oh, I guess it was turn 117 to turn 118. Apologies. What? Am I wrong in my notes, I guess? Sorry, I'm scanning here real quick. I thought it was there, but at any rate, go ahead, Greg. Okay, I do. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So at this point, I felt really bad about what happened with EE. I have to be honest. I really do. This is EE. I'm still friendly with Super Smith here. Let me jump to 119. Okay, so between must have been turn 117 to turn 118, something like that. But the turn you're not seeing is that there were several ships that hit mines. I got very angry messages from Super Smith, demanding that I make restitution, demanding that I turn over all ships he had built for the Gorbies that I built for him. And basically it was he was angry, and I get that. But I also realized that I had just had this deep gut feeling that if I tried to make amends with Super Smith, that it would cost me the game, in that Thrain's coming down. He's going to start attacking all these. I already have a very upset Super with me, and I really felt like Super was going to basically be that pivotal player that would swing the win the other way, because he was that angry with me. So because of that, and I didn't know at the time, but Super had given safe passage to Thrain so that Thrain could move through his minefield. So my intuition was correct. I didn't know that. So I had to make a call, which I was very reluctant to do. But again, I had been supporting Super this whole time. I felt I never had a formal alliance with him. I never said, I'm going to carry you. I'm just doing my best. And I saw him as a buffer between me and Robot. And I got some ships from him, including a Super Star Destroyer, much earlier on in the game. So at this point, Super was a huge liability, and it didn't break my nap with Thrain. So whenever I did, I told Thrain that when I got his messages, I said, look, consider us at war. Defend yourself. I'm coming in. And I had assets in place that I was able to bring in. And basically, I think I took 30 or 32 of the 33 planets. So I beat Thrain to the punch. And I don't think Thrain saw that coming. Thrain adjust the record if necessary. But I don't think Thrain saw this event, things unfolding the way they did. So when I did that, that popped me up to like 150 planets very quickly. And then because Thrain and I had a nap that I didn't violate by taking over the E planets before he did, that I was able to keep these planets and still keep Crystal in check. Swinging back over here, Darian starts taking the planets that I had, and the ones that were not defended well. And I had built star bases on some and was still working on getting star bases on some. And this is, let me get that. Turn 125 is where that turn 126 is where because we couldn't figure out if turn 125 was when hostilities could start, or turn 126 based on the original agreement. So we both just agreed to do turn 126. So now I'm enemies with Darian and Force at this point. He starts taking planets, but then Thrain comes down from lizard space and halfway through Darian taking planets, and Darian's like, oh crap, oh crap. If I keep taking planets from you, then Thrain can take those planets from me and he gets the planet count. So if you keep the planets, Thrain can't take those planets. So that's kind of, so again, Darian and I got shoved right back together again because of the attack that was coming in by Thrain. And so we have Thrain moving in. These are Thrain's minefields, the board minefields. And those planets then I kept for the rest of the turn, the game. And then it became, Darian said, well, I gave it my God honest best. I'm now fighting for second place. And so that's kind of how the game, it just went pretty much from this point on. There was a lot of activity here with Fury, where I brought my SSD up and I was able to depopperize, there weren't very many poppers in this area anyway. There were a few, but then I brought my SSD around and like the last 3 turns of the game and took a couple of fully defended Fury bases. And then the last turn of the game, I think I took 3 or 4 more Fury planets. It was just a Hail Mary. The game's not going to continue anymore. And then this is the area where Crystal was down here. If I go to the last turn of the game. Oh, that is the last turn. That's turn 120. Nope, here it is. The last turn of the game, you can see, is this turn? That's turn 140, yep. Last turn of the game. And this is the area where there was a big web field. It was here. I had taken these planets. He came back and recaptured these. I took this one and I took this planet as well. So we traded planets in this area. And then that's the game, and that's kind of how it all went down. But it's too bad that the game polarized the way it did. Very often that happens though. But it is what it is. And that's how my path to victory happened and Darian will say Thrain basically assured my ascension because we could never quite break. And when we did break, it wasn't for long. Because it was again, hey, if I help you, will you help me? And I'll quit attacking you. And that's just kind of how that played out at the end. So I think that's the end of my presentation. Yep. Yes, sir. There you go.
All right, well, there's a good story. Someone outside of where I am is going to start chopping up a tree, so I don't know if that'll come through on the sound. Hopefully not. Unfortunate timing. But great retelling of the great war for your Emperor title.
Thank you.
Josh and I had alluded to your emperorship, and I don't know if you want to share anything. I said I wouldn't steal your thunder.
Okay.
If you want to, I would suggest that you don't tell a lot, but maybe just kind of give a general objective if you want to share. It's your choice.
Sure. The details are being worked out. I'm in communication with Joshua and Big Beaver to work on the specs of the game, and there are some people that are helping me with that, including Peyoan. Peyoan was on the EE panel earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, including Peyoan giving me some tips. But it's a ship for the Evil Empire that I'm because of they're considered the weakest race in the game.
You mean you're guilty conscious?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to help out the EE to assuage my guilty conscience. That's good. I didn't think of it that way, but that's funny. I like that. I'll take that. But yeah, it's the goal is for it to be a decent sized mine layer, and have some really interesting functionality. And I'll speak on
some defensive things.
Yes,
I would describe them as
their defensive capabilities to help prevent like pirates coming in and messing with them. And I think when those capabilities are revealed, that they will be very, for example, and I'll give one example of the capability we're talking about, is the ability to stop a tow lock so that you can't do a tow capture, but it only is effective on a planet. And so that's just one little piece of what this mine layer, this defensive mine layer can do.
All right.
And that's only if it has fuel and is set on the correct mission. So there's a lot that goes into what I'm talking about, but hopefully that whets some appetites to see what comes out of the Emperor ship that I'm looking at giving the EE to really help them, especially against the pirates.
Sounds good. There has been a very active conversation in the thread. Not questions, but Darian giving his commentary, and so has Thrain been in there, and Noseri, and maybe a few. So you're going to probably enjoy going back and listening to your own speech and reading their comments. It's been good part of the story.
Darian, are you mad at me, or did I do a good job? Just give me we're okay or not.
And it will take them a moment to hear you say that, so we won't see it right away. That's why I just did that little thumbs up move, so you'll know when it happens if you're watching it later.
Oh, I saw the thumbs up. Yep. Thank you.
So at this point, I think we're gonna close it out. We're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna come back to a message from one of my favorite Finns, Commander Koski, about the 12 games of planets. Thank you, Emperor Kallren. All hail the Emperor. May you rule with grace and mercy.
Will do.
And we'll be back in a moment, folks.
Someone's out of fuel, kumbaya. Someone needs a tow, kumbaya. Oh, hi Echo Cluster. I'm Commander Koski, and I was just here resonating some good vibes into the public activity feed. Because I want peace and love among all us planeteers. And I was expecting you, I want to talk to you about something. I've often mentioned that the great Emperor SMN has said, I actually say this almost every time, that the reason why Planets is such a great game, a unique special game, is that every race is a unique game experience. In many games, the different races, they are just different images. The game is pretty much the same with any race. But in Planets, it's a completely different dimension to look at the game. And some people don't believe me when I tell them this. They say that it's pretty much the same basic stuff with each race. But so I decided that maybe I will talk a bit more about this issue. So let's go through all the 12 races and how I see them. What's the special thing in them? So let's start with the Federation. Here comes a Federation hull. Okay, every race has got their unique ship list with different ship designs, and they also have their own abilities and everything. And what's most special with the Federation is the ability to refit the ship. This is something no other race can do, to upgrade their ship throughout the game with different parts. And many players, in my honest opinion, play it wrong. They build huge stack of Federation hulls, and as Emperor ISO-T says, you shouldn't have idling resources. And hulls are resources just as much as anything else. And if they are idling and not doing anything, you are misusing them. So, what I do when I play Federation, I can, for example, build the nebula. And perhaps it only has X-ray lasers in it, so maybe it can capture a probe or something. I can attach Mark IV engines to it if there are planets close by, and it goes around the planets, colonizing them, building some mines and factories. After that, maybe I'll refit it with better engines, so it can go wider and faster in one turn to everywhere. And then I can add some torpedo tubes there to lay some torpedoes and do something other stuff like that. And maybe later on, when it has been on a campaign against some enemies, better beams, and finally in the end game, quantum torpedoes. And then we have the awesome Tech 10 Nebula. But what's the special thing here is that it's not only a tactical approach, it's also operational approach, a strategic approach. The way how you handle your fleets and how you build your empire is that you have kind of these development routes for your ships to upgrade from base to base as they do useful stuff as they go. And this is very different than what you do with other races. Okay, this is the upgrading game of the Federation. They've got some other things, but that's the most special. And let's go to the lizards. And what's the lizard thing? Well, the lizard thing is each raining lizard man. Ground assault each raining lizard man. Oh yeah! When you look at the abilities and ship list of the lizardmen, they've got the awesome ground assault. They've got pretty much everything else. They've got economic bonuses and everything, but their ships are not that super. I mean, if their flagships are against other races' flagships, they one-on-one they usually lose, because that's not the thing. The point is that they are more like escorts. They are escorts and minesweepers and mine layers, so that these guys can rain upon the enemies, take their star bases, and after that the ships can do the whacking job. And that's the difference of the lizards. To get their lizard class croakers there, and they crowd assault. And then the bird. For a long time I was thinking that the bird, it's about money. That you just need to get huge amount of money to get the tech levels up. Then I understood that no, you can start building instantly. You just have to take all those ship designs and use them. Swift Hearts, Bright Hearts, White Falcons, everything. X-rays, gamma bombs, Mark 8s, Mark 4s, all kinds of different settings to the ships. And they are all useful. And then when you attack, every enemy planet is covered with the hovering cloaker that doesn't use much fuel. And that gives you a complete situation awareness. And then you can just open the turn and do surgical moves. I mean, those could attack there safely, and these could throw these, and those could intercept that, and these could do some friendly ghost shenanigans and everything. It's about situation awareness and area control, and 100% surgical strikes without losses. Or you can choose where you are going to take those losses. For example, if you want to take out some starbase or something. But it's a race for what's the word? Patient man. It was hard for me to remember that word. Excellent, great. And then the Fury, the fascist. What's the point of the Fury game? Daddy needs some new shoes. 5. Fury is about gambling. It's not just the glory ships. Of course, the glory ships is always a gamble. You use the pop and it goes pop, but do you get a jackpot? You don't know. But you also, if you take the whole your ship fleet, for example your cloaker, the Cold Bane, it's very heavy user of fuel, and your ships don't have huge fuel tanks. So when you are attacking the enemy, you are actually giving them one-way ticket. You are taking a risk and a gamble to go there. You are using glory ships, it's a gamble. And it's not only that. When you start the game, you can use pillage, you can explode those glory ships to take those ammo force into supplies, and you can build up fast those ships of yours. But it's like taking a load from a bank and investing to stocks. You can hit the jackpot or you can fail. In any case, if you like to gamble, and if especially you like to take calculated risks, it's what Fury is about. And then the privateer. The privateer is of course the industrial race. No other race is able to build as fast and as much star bases and ships as the privateer. So it's very easy for privateer to have way over 100 ships and hundreds of priority points by ship limit. After that you can go robbing and everything because you've done the industrial part correctly. So that's what privateer is about. And then the Borg. When we think about their abilities, when we think about their ship lists, well, they've got rather dangerous start, very dangerous start, not much to counter enemies with, but they have to start meticulously assimilating ships, assimilating planets, and building firecloud networks and positioning themselves. And after they get that huge logistic advantage of a firecloud network, they are able to make great stacks of cube ships. But how to arm the cube ships? Even if you have 70 or 80 planets, you can get something like 1 or 2 biocides full of fighters each turn. So you need to take the enemies one by one. So what's board game about is also patient and calculative positioning and building of the network, and then taking out the enemies one by one. That's what the board is about. Then the crystalline. Last year I made the whole presentation about the crystalline. There's not much to add there. It's about can't touch this. Time. That's the crystalline play. And then we go to the Evil Empire. And the Evil Empire, one of the greatest things with them is that they are so weak. Because they are so weak, everybody are willing to trade with them. Because they've got a lot to trade and offer to everybody. And they can try to get to fix their weaknesses by making these trades to everybody. They've got a very versatile ship list. Everybody has something that they need that the Evil Empire can offer them. So the Evil Empire game is a Merchant Prince. This guy made an excellent guide for the Evil Empire, how to play the game. You've got the Corby and everything, but in order to get there in the end game, that you have huge stack of Corbies to take out everything, you need first to do very calculative and cunning stuff. That's the Evil Empire. Then we get to the robots. And the robots are pretty much, they are the peacekeepers, or rather peacemakers of the sector. They are also industrialists because they can build a lot of carriers, and then they just go very early on and smash all opposition, and then they are the peacemakers because peace follows them. They can lay mines and nobody moves there, especially if the robot doesn't want to. And then they actually get kind of economy bonus, as they can just fly directly in open space with the freighters, as they control the space behind the front. That's what robots are about. And to the rebels. Yeah, the rebels then. Many think that the rebels and the colonies are very similar if you look at their shiplets, but no, not at all. The rebels are like locusts, or in other games you can use poison attacks or something. They are the poison locusts thing. They can build big stacks of rushes and everything, but most powerful stuff the rebels can do is to go to the enemy territory and then poison the enemy. You do rebel ground attack over there, you get every starbase. You can even try to capture the starbases as they are about to go below, as below the population of 0. So they are a poison locust race. And then the colonies are, of course, a Red Army simulator. First of all, they have the infinite fuel. And second of all, they've got the industrial bonus, which is not about money, but rather how to build free fighters. And then they just build heavy carriers. You go to the enemy and you lay waste on them. Maybe then lay some mines on top of the waste. and you don't mind about the mines yourself because you can fight the sweep. And you don't need to worry about casualties. Just build Virgos and send them to the enemy. That's the colonial way of doing war. And then we get to the Horwasps. And Horwasps is about gardening. Most other races, it's about ships most of your turns. But if you play as the Horwasp, most of your time goes fiddling with the planets. You actually use a lot more time to manage your planets than your ships. So it's a very different point of view. You actually have area management, and the ships are more like protective cells of body that do stuff and help the planets to do stuff. Actually, most of your vessels are pods that are managed from the planets, and what are actually planets' ways of interacting with other planets. So it's more like some kind of plant-based life form, those Horwasps. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, this was my view and my take on the excellent, very versatile, very different races of the Echo cluster. And of course, I love to hear some points, some opinions from you too. I'll see most of you in the Echo cluster, but before that, I just need to send some more good vibes into the activity feed. Someone's rock just failed. Kumbaya. Oh, iron gods, kumbaya.
Commander Koski, always a good laugh to be had there. Thank you for that presentation, and the multiple hat changes was fun. Next up, we have a presentation from, I think you say it, Silist. He's a young new player to the game. It's great to see the young blood joining into this passion of ours. He's got a presentation about the Homesector and some tips and tricks that he's picked up to share with you. I think he might end up being in the feed, so hopefully you can interact with him while the program is going. Enjoy.
Hello fellow commanders of the Echo cluster. This is Silist here, and I wanted to make a presentation on the con to hopefully improve the knowledge of you guys. But before I want to start presenting, I want to give a shout out to everyone who supported me in any way on making this presentation. First off, we have Pitar and Commander Koski from the Planets Forum. Actually, Commander Koski created that page to make a discussion page where everyone can submit their discussion and ask for help. And Pitar gathered information about the Homesector, which I'm also partly using here. Next off, we have Talespin and Griffin, I hope I pronounced it right, from the mag, where you can read up a lot about Planets tips and strategies and way more. McNimble with shmi.org, where you can find a lot of useful plugins and stuff like that. Then we have many Planeteers who help me in any way with sharing their strategies and everything, or for example mentoring me. We have Teneva82, Itar, CSY, Shalnek3, Darian Sturmfels, Cohen 1970, Masax, Cdeath, Lane, KGN, and Rabenhorst. Thanks to all of you guys. Okay, so this is my presentation to the PlanetsCon 2024, which will be about two main topics. First, we'll do a little trip through the Homesector, and there I will give you tips and tricks how to improve your economy there. And second, I've made a top 9 about tricks and tips. Alright, now let's get to the Homesector. Just for general understanding, the Homesector is a never-ending single-player mission. It is just for you, nobody else can join, and you can play as much as you want. The Homesector is split up in subsectors. Right now you can unlock 25 different subsectors. These are these hexagons right here. If you have questions on how to beat the levels to get every single specific subsector, I really recommend to check out the Planets Forum Cloud, where you can find tips for every single one of them. It's just a bit much for this presentation, as I don't want to let this thing go too long. What I will give tips about are the different portal missions in which you fight the bugs. The first one is the Horn Wasp Incursion. This is the easiest one, and it has the lowest rewards, 50 gigacredits, but I'll come to that later, as it is actually the best way to farm gigacredits en masse. On the second level, we have the Horn Wasp Invasion, which is way harder than the Incursion, as it is a multiplayer game which needs a lot of effort and development to happen in the sector itself. I recommend bringing LDSFs with minerals for support and Nebula Cruiser as main warships, as those can give a decent fight to any enemy, but also drop lots of clans on captured planets, as you don't want to instantly lose these planets again. You should also bring Misuras for the heavier fortified planets and the bigger ships. Last but not least, we have the Horn Wasp Assault Level 1 mission. For this mission, you need huge amounts of minerals and cash ready, at least over 10k of every mineral and about 1 million mega credits, but these shouldn't be the main problem. On how to get the most out of your Homesector, I'll also come back in a second. So in this level, you basically just spam Misuras and hope for the best. You need to build up a starbase with lots of clans and resources and defend that one as good as possible, as you want to refit your Homesector Misuras there. I just refit their torps to quantum torpedoes because you will really need those, and leave the rest, but some others also really like transport drives because hyperdrive 8 is too slow for them, which I can totally understand, but it's just too expensive in my opinion. It's your choice. The bugs will soon start throwing rocks, nests and stingers into your territory. Remember to get ammo onto your ships, as it is limited in this mission, which is not there in the home sector. So you need to bring minerals and cash for the torpedoes. In the best case, just on the ships to build the torpedoes. The faster you crush the bugs, the less they will spread and the less they will annoy you. So just be fast and furious. And if they get into the debris disks, they will start throwing a huge amount of rocks there, because they can build rocks on every single of the asteroids, and they have a huge amount of minerals there, so they won't have any problems with that. So you should really clear those as soon as possible. This mission is pretty costly, but you get one subsector, and actually this here it displays 1,500 gigacredits. This is wrong. You actually get 2,500 gigacredits for those. I don't know why it's displayed wrong. I did this twice and I got 2.5k both times. So most advanced commanders in the home sector do this at least once just to get the subsector. So now after that info part, we will get to the exploit part. How to get most minerals and mega credits or giga credits out of my sector in the least time. This is a question many players probably ask themselves, and we will start off with arguably the most important logistic tool of the home sector. Here you can see it, the trade centers enable the send and the receive missions. As you can see here, for example, send titanium, send molybdenum, send uranium, send mega credits. These are all things you can do with them. This enables this on every starbase in a range of 100 light years, and they can send or receive money by any other trade center within 200 light years. With the Galactical Trade Center, this is the golden one, you can convert 10,000 giga credits into 1 giga credit, which is not that good of a rate, but with the help of the trade centers you can build up a network, transferring every mega credit made per turn to any place you want. So you won't have any money problems, but in my opinion, still from 10,000 mega credits you will only get 1 giga credit. Not worth it in my opinion. I would build up ships for the missions, for the money, but it is your choice because it's your home sector. But you will probably run into mineral problems very soon until you unlock your very own debris disk. You can see right here displayed. And now you probably think, yeah, minerals. But after colonizing, you'll soon realize that it takes up a lot of time to move MDSFs or NCCs in and out of the debris disk to bring minerals to the waiting large deep space raiders. My recommendation is to put at least 2 trade stations next to the debris disk, next to its edge, and put the mining stations on send molybdenum or send titanium or send uranium, whatever you need right now, and the trade stations will receive these automatically. If you set all of your mining stations are sent, your trade station will refill every turn, so you can bring a large deep space raider there every turn and take the minerals. They always get about 900 minerals, the trade stations per turn. So roughly 1 large deep space raider per trade station. If you want to get them full, use 2 trade stations for 1 large deep space raider. And if you need the minerals very quickly, because you're doing one of the missions, for example, just use more trade stations and more large deep space raiders just at the rate you want. I recommend 1 trade station for 1 or 2 trade stations for 1 large deep space raiders, and just have these large deep space raiders commuting between your homeworld or important worlds, and this will actually work out pretty well, and then you can build up ships pretty well actually, because this is actually giving you a lot of minerals. Alright, so now that we have covered the sector's intern development, I want to show you guys a method on how to get lots of giga credits as soon as possible if you want to build up a specific campaign lineup. For this method to be the most effective, you need 2 production centers as close to the portal as possible. You have 2 starbases here, for example. Both starbases need a good amount of minerals, about 5k of each, is a good amount. You can use this for pretty long, but you might also want to just have large deep space freighters going there regularly, so you can just keep up the buildings, and a lot of money because the ships are just expensive. Now you want to simultaneously build 2 Nebula class cruisers with hyperdrive 8 lasers or plasma bolt. I have displayed the different costs right here. In my opinion, plasma bolts are better because you can also do a little of close quarter battle, but lasers are just a little more cheap. Everybody decides this for himself. And Mark 6 photon torpedoes, those are important to destroy, for example, stingers. Now send them both to the portal and repeat the process every turn to have a consistent nebula flow. At some point each turn an NCC couple will arrive at the portal, and you'll send those into the Homewasp incursion mission. Clear out the bugs and concentrate on taking the home planets, the 3 they have in the beginning first. It really doesn't take a long time, about 5 minutes probably, but you will get out 400 giga credits per 8 turns you play. Just for that, because you have 8 turns, every time 50 giga credits, sum up to 400. Now if you also use a little bit of converting mega credits to giga credits, and also do this maybe twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening, you'll get pretty close to 1000 giga credits a day, which means roughly 1 week you have 7000 giga credits. This is more than enough for any lineup you need. So this is a really effective method. If you do this 1 week, you effectively got the giga credits worth 70 euros or $70. So this is pretty worth it if you don't want to spend real money, which you can also do to support the page, which I fully understand and agree with, because this is just a cool game and it's for free. That is it for the home sector for now. I just have one little more thing, which is probably kind of unfair. It's a little bug, little glitch, because if you enter the home sector through the play.planets.nu page, you have access to the maximum engine level, so transport drives, maximum beam weapons, so you can get up to heavy phasers, and the best torpedo launchers, so you can get up to Mark 8 torpedo launchers. This should probably be patched soon because it's just kind of unfair, but in my opinion you don't really need those because they're just more expensive, and the existing stuff is more than enough to do this. I just wanted to say this because should be fixed, and as long as it isn't fixed, it's just better to have this said so everyone knows it, and it's just not something for just some guys. Alright, now if you have any questions about the home sector, you can feel free to ask just in Planet Flarum on the unofficial Discord, starport.nu, or you can send a personal message to me. It's just Silist in Planets in the game, or if you want to text me per Discord, it's just Silist on Discord, and you just add me there. And you can just ask me any questions if some came up. Also, probably I will be in a few minutes the Skype meeting after this, so if you have any questions and you watch this live, you can also just ask through the live chat. This is it for the home sector, actually. Alright, next off, the next big topic we have, the top 9 tips and tricks for planets. I've gathered up, in my opinion, they're the top 9, probably there are others which are as good too, but this is just my personal opinion. Probably most experienced players will just know most of these tricks, but maybe you'll also find something new, and let's just begin. We have the evasion flares, we have the warp 0 intercept, the BUM and BTM cloaker detection, we have the force of surrender starbase mission, the SSD plus cloaker strategy for taking planets. We have a little part about the warpworlds. We'll have the minefield frantic codes, optimizing your battleship's performance, and some special things about the host order. Alright, now let's start off with the evasion flares. Evasion flares, also known as anti-intercept points, are points in space you can go to make your ship fly slightly further than 81.5 light years to evade intercept or towers by enemies at the same position. For example, you can run away from a battle carrier you stumble about with an interferer ship like a battleship or a cruiser or maybe a freighter, as you can see here in McNibble's example. If an enemy uses this strategy, you won't catch him. You can't catch him with an intercept mission if you just have one ship. If you have more ships, you can just intercept them from two sides, and this should work out. Also, Stefan explained how this works exactly very good on his website. You can see right here, it is the p-host from Stefan, and McNibble has this feature included in his redraw and filter plugin, which shows you every invasion flare you can possibly go to from your ship's position, which is possibly reachable. Just to have this said, this is also on sme.org. Alright, in rare scenarios, which one actually happened to me, the evasion flare enables a connection between two planets which are just not within 81.5 light years of distance. As for right here, you can see there is no connection for warp 9 traveling between these planets, but in this case the evasion flare is, as you can see right here on the spot marked, exactly on the planet. This is very lucky. You can also see it takes me 2 turns, because one turn to get to the planet and one turn because this is like the thing with evasion flares, because you have to aim further for reaching the destination. As you can see, this is with the 3 spots. This is the spot you can reach. This is the normally. This is the spot you will reach with the evasion flare if you aim for here. Alright, we have next off the Warp 0 intercept. Important to know about this is if you set a ship on intercept with Warp 0 set, the waypoint of your ship will show where the target traveled in the next turn. This is kind of useful just to find out where the ship goes. As your ship's movement, unless towered, is disabled for this turn, I would recommend to just use one of these ships sitting around with Star Drive 1, just protecting your key planets, or waiting to be recycled, because, for example, also if you use hissers, you have the intercept mission, you can't hit at the same time, so this is probably not the perfect thing to do. But remember that the only info you will get here will be the destination the ship traveled and nothing else. But this still comes in very handy, for example, if you want to know if the enemy is disguising their ship movement, and where the big full freighters move, probably to a important starbase, maybe a good target. And you can also see how careful and meticulously one is. Maybe he'd be a good ally, or is an easy kill because he tries to disguise his movements, or he doesn't. These are just some points you can use the Warp 0 intercept for. This is just for into reasons mostly. The poor man's cloaker detectors. This works like this. You put one or a few mega credits on a useless ship or a pretty much useless planet, and now put BUM as a planet's friendly code, or BTM as a ship's friendly code. This means beam up money or beam transfer money, to transfer all money available to foreign ships in orbit at the same location, or in the same location in ship's games. Be careful, if an allies or other foreign ships you know of are in orbit, it won't work, because you will just transfer your money there and you don't know where the money exactly went. Also, don't use too much money, because remember, the enemy gets the money and you really don't want to donate 10,000 mega credits just for free to the enemy. Also, you will only know if there is a ship in orbit, or if there is not a ship. You can just see if the money is still there or if it's just gone. You won't get any report or alike, so just be careful, just watch carefully if the money is still there, or if it was there last turn, or if it just disappeared. And you won't find anything out about the ship type. This is still pretty useful For example, if you can confirm cloakers above several of your planets, this might be just a sign of an upcoming invasion against you. So this can be a good warning, or just to see if there's someone breaking an NAP or something. You will never know that. Alright, next off we have the Force a Surrender Starbase mission. The Force a Surrender Starbase mission captures any fuelless foreign starships or one with the same friendly code as the starship. It is useful against unwary enemies generally, but it is devastating against some races if the commander is off guard. Birds change the friendly code of enemy planets if the ship's friendly code doesn't start with an X. So that means the Darkwing super spying your starbase might just change the friendly code and be captured right away if Force of Surrender is set. Off-guard Rebels commander might not change the capital HYP friendly code for the big RGA Falcon fleet. He jumps onto your starbase, puts on a Rebel ground attack, and boom, one Falcon richer if he didn't change the friendly code and you got the right in. If you mix capital and lowercase letters in your friendly code, which I would always recommend to you, you can effectively counter the guessing of your friendly codes. If you fight rebels and have an enemy ground attacking rush above your starbase, you might catch them with an LFM friendly code. Same with MKT against torpor races, or NTP or 001 for both. There are a lot guesses you can take. Just some are listed right here. And maybe you will be lucky and the enemy hasn't changed his friendly code. That is one ship more, which might actually make a big difference. This mission only happens before movement, so you will only catch enemies which didn't attack last turn. Also that means the Rebel Falcon will land his Rebel ground attack before you force a surrender. And remember that no one is always on guard, and I guess this happened to almost everyone already, so don't just give up because of that one ship your enemy had. Yeah. Alright, now we will be looking at the SSD Cloaker tactic. The SSD Cloaker tactic is actually one of the most devastating combos you can use to capture any enemy planet. The tactic works like this. Send out a Cloaker and a Super Star Destroyer together, heading for an important enemy planet, like for example their homeworld. Every turn, the SSD will just have enough fuel to reach its destination, so it ends up fuelless every turn, making it unattackable in ship versus ship combat. Alright, so when the ships arrive, there will be neither ship versus ship nor ship versus planet combat because of the planet immunity and no fuel of the Super Star Destroyer and the Cloaker being cloaked. Now the Cloaker transfers its fuel to the Super Star Destroyer. A client signs actions very first in the host order, and the now fueled SSD drops his 10th land for the Imperial Assault in the foreign target transfer, which happens right after the fuel transfer. After this is done, say surrender, and combat would happen now. Too late. Imperial Assault will take the planet, so you're now in the control of the planet, and you just try to extract your ships, if possible, just to make another run. Important for this strategy is you have to always keep your SSD fuelless every single turn, so really give him just enough fuel so he runs out of fuel right at the end of the turn. Be aware, privateers will rob off any transferred fuel and your clans if they have a robbing ship with enough fuel and cargo capacities. This is one way to counter this strategy. Other ways to counter it are Lokis if you do not have the immunity, glory devices to just damage the Cloaker and the SSD, therefore disabling Imperial Assault, and the SSD would need 200 supplies to repair all this damage, which it doesn't have the cargo for. And mines or web mines are also a simple way to counter this combo, as long as there are enough. But if you have no counter against this, any planet falls to this strategy, and even your homeworld would be extremely woundable. This means only give Cloaker to SSD owners and vice versa if there is no risk of them using it against you, or just a very little, or you have an effective counter. Very close allies might be a example who you could trade ships like this with. If you see an SSC flying towards you, suspiciously lonely without any escort or anything, be very careful and prepare counters as at your key planets, as this might be just an SSD Cloaker couple approaching. Another small but essential point you have to always keep in mind is that this strat only works if both of the ships are belonging to you, as you take advantage of the client-signed own transfers in the very specific point of the host order, and as a foreign transfer, our target transfer would happen too late in the host order. Next off, we have a well-known but often not fully used aspect of planets, the warp worlds. In these 28 square light years, you can only fly warp 1 to prevent getting sucked into the planet's orbit. This opens many great strategic opportunities, as you need at least three ships to effectively intercept a ship which is sneaking through the warp world. Apart from this, you can save fuel when only flying to the warp world instead of directly to the planet, but nowadays this should be automatically done by default. If this isn't, look for your settings, because there's an extra setting, use warp worlds automatically. This is just saving a lot of fuel. Also, if you have a lot of useful warp 1 small deep space freighters, you may pick up clans and scatter them over the warp world. If an enemy has taken your planet, or is close to taking your planet, to not get them killed by the enemy, and if you did not leave any guarding ships there, to ground attack the planet back, or rather just delay him. You can also use the warp worlds to keep your Loki safe from priority intercepts by cloakers, but still in decloak range of the planet. If they get a warp 0 interceptor on the planet and your co-worlds full of warp 1 hissers are getting assaulted, you can also scramble those over the warp world to delay the enemy invader if he tries to kill all of your hissers, or save them if his ships move on. Be aware that hyperjumpers can actually jump onto these spots without getting sucked to the planet, which is useful, for example, for a PL-21 dark sensor that you want to keep safe from enemies predicting where you might go and trying to intercept your ship, because they would get sucked into this warp well, but your hyperjumper won't. Next topic, might fields. Have might field superiority and have a great advantage. This comes both together. But what if the enemy can just ignore your mines? Every conventional minefield, so every non-web minefield, has the friendly code of the planet closest to its center. For example, in this case, 35R, because this was just the friendly code of one planet there. And any ship traveling with that FC put can safely pass your mines. This means if all of your planets are at the default and you keep a friendly code, so just no capital letters anywhere, the enemies might guess that and just sneak through your mines then. Other common friendly codes might be some like DMP or BOM if you try to use the cloaker detection, or many more, so try to use capital letters for friendly codes common like that. If you think your enemy just uses default friendly codes like these, you can try to lay a minefield and their ID with the MI and then the ID of the player friendly code, and sweep these mines with the suspected friendly code. This is the friendly code you need to lay the mines. And if you guessed right, you'll get this report. We are scanning for mines. Minefield detected. And in this case I just blacked out the name. But then it will say, for example, the cyborg has granted us safe passage through these mines. 0 mines swept. This means you can safely check minefields for that, and if you just get the normal report, you have the wrong friendly code. It is also possible to create a master key for all minefields belonging to you with the MF friendly code. On a planet under your control, this friendly code will set a master key for passing any of your mines. But if you have more than one MF friendly code on planets, the planet with the highest ID will be the one with the master key friendly code, which will count. This means enemies might colonize a planet, change the friendly code to MF something, and then decolonize it again, because many players change the friendly code if they take over a planet, but I don't really know anyone who changes it for an uncolonized planet. So remember to change the friendly code for every new planet you get, no matter if it was captured before or not. If you use this strategy, you can also lay a minefield in your enemy's ID to check if you succeeded with this and the enemy really forgot to change the friendly code. If you get the right report, you succeeded, and this might also happen to you, so better check if you have any friendly code with MF set. Alright, imagine you are playing a torpedo race and these nasty heavy carriers are absolutely deleting your battleships. Here are 2 potential game-changing tips. Alright, so I have prepared 2 little videos to explain this to you. The first one. This is actually, you can see right here, my T-Rex class battleship has normal 10 beams, 5 torpedo tubes, heavy phaser, Mark 8, everything is normal, and it is fighting against a crystal thunder from the crystals. This one also has heavy phasers and full fighters, and you can see right here, in about a quarter of the battles, the T-Rex succeeds and actually destroys the crystal thunder, and the damage you will do per average is about 86.7. Now, if you change the beam count of the T-Rex from 10 to 7, and look at the results, right here you have a huge difference. You have slightly more damage dealt per average, but what was before a 25% chance to win is now 34%, which means out of 3 battles you will always win 1. This actually is because of the random number generator, which makes this exact beam count jam fighter base of enemy carriers. So there are some sweet spots for beam counts which have good performance and which have not so good performance, and 10 is actually not a very good number. 7 beams is always the best performance. First off, you really get the most damage out and the highest percentage. And second off, you also can still, if you have, for example, this example right here, and you want, you're fighting the crystals, 7 beams are still really good for sweeping mines. Alright, another thing is, if you have a battleship, you know, it will fight first, and you know, it will get destroyed because it's just a sacrificial ship. For example, against the Virgil class Battlestar of the colonies. Here you have a completely normal T-Rex and a completely normal Virgil. In 100% of the scenarios, the right ship is destroyed, so the Virgil wins, and the T-Rex deals about 25 damage with full crew. If you want to still keep this ship, you might try this. I just put the crew down to 1, for example. You can do this in a star cluster pretty effectively because you can count exactly how many crew members will die and perfectly cut it to 1, because 1 is just also the perfect best performance. And in this case, in 100% of the battles, the right ship, so the T-Rex, is captured. It still deals about 4 damage, which is just 20% less. It is 20% is kind of a lot, but still, at this point, the enemy will just have 10 ships on 10 crewmen on your ship, because it's just freshly captured. And if you destroy the Virgo, you will next off fight against your T-Rex again, which has no shield and about 25% damage, and you can also really quickly capture this one back. So this means you actually won't have to sacrifice your sacrificial battleship. This can be a major advantage to you if you just can continue to keep your battleships and not lose them in a battle against a heavy carrier. Alright, the last point of this presentation is about some special points of the host order. In the host order, most of the stuff happens once, but some stuff happens more often. For example, the repair and MKT happen between ship to ship and ship to planet combat. They happen once between these two, which means cyborgs who emptied their magazines on small torpedo stripers can rebuild their torpedoes if they have money on board from the salvaged minerals, and you can just build new torpedoes quickly before facing the planet. The same is for a battleship, for example, which has fought against some guarding ships and took some damage. Now if you have enough supplies on board, as much damage as sustained will be repaired, just if you have enough, or remember 1% per 5 supplies. This might actually be the difference between victory and defeat, if you have these 20% damage or don't have them before facing the planet. Next point on the list is the chain intercept. Interception happens in ID order. That means if you intercept a ship that is on the intercept mission itself, you will end up on the former position of the ship if it's a higher ID, because it has already moved away after your interception. You can imagine this is one ship, this is another ship, all other ships move. Now it's your turn with intercepting, so you intercept this ship. You have intercepted this ship now successfully, but then it's the ship's turn to intercept for themselves, and they intercepted another ship that is somewhere over there, just hanging around. And now your ship that was actually at the right spot is now left alone because the other ship is next with intercepting. So for this, with this strategy, you can protect important ships in your fleet from priority interceptions by cloakers. This actually works pretty well if you have the highest ID, because if you have a really high ID, having a higher ID cloaker just in the area for the priority intercept is not that high, and just give them a really bad ankle breaker. The Tachyon device of the Loki and the Glory device of the Fury Poppers go off before and after movement, which means you may check 2 planets for cloakers in just one turn. This can make actually a difference, as you can just use one ship for 2 planets at the same time. This is just a big difference. Also, to clone ship, if you have advanced clone, the advantage from the campaign mode activated, to clone a ship 2 times in one turn, you can take advantage of 2 different building phases: the regular build phase and the priority build phase. To do so, you set the first starbase where a ship starts its turn. You need 2 starbases for that. To priority build, because this happens before movement. The second one, you just leave it or just set it to regular build. This will be the one where the ship ends up. Then your ship gets cloned there before movement, moves over, and gets cloned at the other point, at the other starbase after movement for the regular build. Note that this only works in the campaign mode if you have the advanced clone enabled and the ship limit has not been reached, because otherwise the regular build should not work. Also, this is very useful if you just have, for example, a gravitonic ship just from the privateers. You just got this and you really need it right now, but you don't want to just lose it and a newly captured ship just lose it. That would be bullshit, because then it's just not worth it. But you really need those ships now, and you need a lot of them. And with cloning the same ship in twice one turn, might actually make a huge difference because if you just wait one more turn, you can clone all 3 ships if you have enough star bases, and actually make 6 ships out of this, and for example send 4 in and leave 2 behind for continuing cloning. This can actually save you a lot of turns. Next we have primary orders from the star bases. Each primary order, except for the force of surrender order, happens after movement but before combat. This means you can unload important freight from your freighters before there is a risk of getting your full freighters destroyed. The same goes for torpedo ships, which just have returned from a long journey, with reloading their empty magazines before them facing the enemy again. That's it for the primary orders. The minesweep mission. It is performed by your ships in ascending ID order. So if you are at the edge of a minefield, the first of your sweeper might reduce the field so much that the high RD sweepers are out of sweeping range when it's their turn of sweeping. So make sure using your best sweeper first. This is a big problem in case of web mines, for example, because if you have just a sweeper with, for example, a plasma bolt, and you're just with your ships at the edge of the minefield and he just sweeps it a little, because you have just 1 light year of range, your heavy phaser sweeper, you just should completely destroy this minefield, might not reach this minefield anymore, so really beware of that. And I have one last tip for you, which doesn't have much to do with the host order, but more with the web mines. If you want to sweep web mines, but don't want to get drained by them, you can fly into the square of the web mine, into a light year square, which is covered by web mines, not fully, but leaving the center free. This means you are less than 1 light year away from the web mine's edge, but you are not inside of it, as your ship is at always at the exact center of your square. This is very useful, and you don't have to do this with conventional mines as you have a 5 light years sweeping range stable, but this might actually be kind of useful if you were very low on fuel. Alright, that is actually it for me. I really want to thank you for your attention. I really appreciate you watching this, as I'm a fairly new player. This is just, I'm not even playing this game for 1 year, but I really wanted to do this presentation. I'm very happy that I already did this. Really want to thank you guys for watching this and for letting me take part in the con, and best wishes. Have a nice RexCon.
All right, let's give a big thanks to Silist on that. He did a great job. I learned some new tricks in there from him as well, and hopefully you did learn some things too. We still have lots of con to go. We're going to be looking at a turn of the year submission from Madinson. We're going to get an overview of the new replayer And we're going to hear from Talespin on making the grade. And then after that, we'll have Planets Trivia. More details about that coming soon. But for now, enjoy the turn of the year.
Hello, it's me, Madinson. Welcome to my little presentation about my turn of the year. It was a game, a battle for the baseball sector, and I played the Evil Empire. And this was a very, very special turn. It took me a long time to prepare it. So let's go ahead and show you what happened in game. So first we have 4 parts: the facts, and then the moving, the preparing, and then the turn 61 with a big pop. So you see, there must have been Fury ship, and it was D19B. I used it to make this excellent turn. Okay, where we are. It was a battle with a new game size, 180 planets, and the ship limit was at 180. This was very interesting and very good game format to play. Makes planets very interesting, and there is time enough to make the economy, but not too much time that you play, and after all 5 commanders kill you. The battle would be finished if a commander captures 72 planets, or an alliance captures 90 planets. So I think this is I enjoyed it. So that's what I wanted to say. Let's go ahead. I jumped directly into the turn 34, and 4 commanders were already dead. The rebels, the birds, the lizards, and Solar Federation. And the privateers been under pressure, and I decided to tow my only D19B ship number 69 to the north. I hold it all the time to save my Empire fleet. But now I started to help the Crystal, because the Crystal was under pressure by the colonies, and we had a friendship together. Also, I had a friendship with the Furies. I want to show you on the map. 600 light years means 8 or nearly 10 turns to move this ship, and I had to save it. No problem, because there were no cloakers anymore. The privateers were out of game. Lizard was out of game. The birds, and I had a friendship with the Furies. So I towed it empty and to move to the attack center. We go in the game. I show you a bit of the star map. So in the beginning was here in a very uncomfortable situation in the southeast, and started to prepare my game until turn 34. I will show you where my contacts are. There were the rebels on the west on my side. I did not attack. Then I found the crystal in the north. I found the fats. There were the lizard. Then I found the furies and the privateers, not my neighbors, thanks God. And at turn 10 I knew a lot around my neighborhood, and so I asked Fury and Crystal to stay in peace so that I can develop my empire to set up a good fleet. Yeah, and that's what I did. It was not my target to win this game alone, or I wanted to survive. So that was the beginning of this game. So we check out and go to the turn 34. You see more and more enemy planets. Then the crystal rushed in this area, and I asked him to help me to protect my area from the colonies or from other enemies. Here now you see in the south west there was a Fury, and I was well protected. In the north the crystal, and in my little area I could set up some Gorbies, some ships, and I got a protection from the Furies, and that was the ship 69, the 19B pop ship, and this ship was the game changer. So okay, turn 34 I wanted to move to. Yes. Now this was the situation. I decided, because next turn the privateers would be dead, to move my pop ship up the long way to the north to support the crystal, because he had some problems here in this area soon. So ships are moving forward, some Gorbies, some superstar carriers, the popper. So I needed 10 turns to move to the north. So back to the presentation, and check out the next movement. Turn 41 until turn 57. This was the time I was moving the ship, the pop ship, to the north, and in turn 41 I took over 2 planets and starbase from the colonies, Abator, with a superstar destroyer. That was very easy. No defense. Yes. And then surprise, in turn 45 the Borg Bowl arrived at the northern frontier together with the colonies, and 7 Light, the crystal, had to react, and he took over the colony 5, planet 107, and this is the planet where we want to have the fight, where we're gonna have the final turn in turn 61. I will show you on the map turn 41. Here we are. Turn 41, you see, this is, there we have Colony 5, there will be the my turn of the year. Planet 107. In the south, I took over 2 planets from the colonies and decided to attack him in this way and later go to the main area, because this would be the most important point in the game, the barrier. Yeah, if the crystal could take over this, he could block the Borg and the colonies to attack him anyway. So, have a look at the presentation. We are in the part moving. So we have another sheet, I think. Yes, moving. I decided to take over 2 planets northern from my northest point, from the colonies, and using again Super Star Destroyer. In the same turn, I pushed a probe to there, and I did this move to order some Virgos to there, to say, hello colonies, come on, I attack you there, but my main target was to support the crystal at planet 107. And the pressure was very good, and some Virgos arrived. So we see it here in game. I moved a little bit forward, waited a bit, then you see the crystal was in the north was really under pressure at planet 107. The Borg and the colonies are sweeping very good, and I put the pressure a bit more here on the southwest on the colonies and there you see 2 Virgos, 3 Virgos, 4 Virgos, 4 or 5 Virgos, but I had just 2 Gorbies there. That was pretty hard. I waited 2 turns again, and as the Virgos went more to the west, I decided to take over those 2 planets. I went in with 1 Super Star Destroyer on the southern planet. On the northern planet, I jumped in with a probe. So I was safe that there are no more Virgos, and then we see what happened after I did this. We are now at turn 53, yes, you know, and turn 54. I'm still owning these 2 planets, but where are the colonies? They would arrive. There we have the first one. Let's go back to the presentation. Turn 58. I started to tow my ship 69 next to colony 5. I towed it with super star carrier and 180 supplies on board. Because I had 3 Gorbies ready to do the final move, the final turn, but one was damaged with 35%. And so Crystal also helped me with some supplies to fix up the Gorbie. Let's go into the game to turn 58. Here you see 3 Gorbies. Yes, they are repaired meanwhile. Here's the Super Star Destroyer arriving, and the D19 ship 69 was still on planet 150, and now was the time to leave this area, because in the west there was a Virgo, then there was a Virgo, and I thought, okay, there will be more soon. And so it was. Then you see 2 Virgos on this planet. Okay, I could defend 2 Virgos, no problem. Let's take him over this. But then another Virgo arrived. And I knew, oh my god, I will lose this. Yes, I want to lose it. Yes, because I towed my D19 here next to the planet P107 the Borg owns. So, turn 59. Just 2 turns left. There was not a lot of time, because if the Borg channels in a big fleet and they sweep too much, I cannot reach this planet anymore. So there was nothing to lose on planet 150 but some ships. And that's what it was. In turn 59, yes, the 3 Virgos arrived and attacked P150. I was very surprised because I lost 2 Gorby, 1 superstar cruiser, 2 superstar carriers against 3 Virgos. 1 Virgo survived. So that was a very bad result. I lost 30 priority points. So I won't show you the fights, the battles, but maybe the first one of turn 59. Here, it must be here. No, it was next turn. Nothing next turn, yes. Yeah, in the turn 60 it happened. You see the VCR, and here you see the first fight of the Gorby against a Virgo. I got a bad result. Damage 38%. Then the next Virgo killed the Gorby. 38% after a fight against the Virgo is very big surprise. But those ships were just there to split the colony fleet, and you see it. I lost 30 priority points against that. I just got 26 and lost 2 Gorbies and 3 other ships against 2 Virgos. Unbelievable. But I know I will make it better 1 or 2 turns later, not 2 turns later. Yes. And we go on to turn 60. The enemy's toad has been towed out by the Crystal, because Crystal had 1 cloaker, and so there were no ships on the planet. And I could move in my SSD, my Super Star Destroyer, this turn, on turn 60, or not. I said, okay, maybe if some ships come back, I do it. Yeah. Let's take over the base. If no other ship arrives, I have the base, and the turn later I can make the turn of the year. I had to destroy the minesweep power of those 6 battleships nearby. Let's have a look on this, and we see them here. You have 2 Virgos, 1 annihilation, and here in the orbit 2 annihilation also. So there were 3 annihilation and 3 Virgos. Normally, yes, I don't see the 3rd Virgo. Another Virgo arrived then next turn. Here it is. So you see nearby this battleship, there 2, there 3, so and this, so we have 6 against 1 Super Star Destroyer, but that was not the move. So I'm in with the Super Star Destroyer, decided, okay, come on, put 12 clans down on the planet, take over the Borg base, move to the north, 1 light year in the orbit. The next turn I can go in with my Gorbies and the pop ship. Does it work? I didn't know. I had to try it. That was very interesting to wait until the host run, and I could see what happened then in the next turn. Turn 61. How I told you, I moved the Super Star Destroyer into the orbit, and then I moved in with 3 Gorbies and the 1 pop ship. Yes. And the result of the fight was, in turn 61, that the Gorbies, the first Gorby killed Virgo on the Annihilation and the Virgo. So that's a normal fight, yes, but just with a pop ship. So here you see the next turn. You see a lot of explosion, and I think it's not always nice to see some battles. So let's have a look on the VCR. The first Gorby killed Virgo, bam bam bam, killed Annihilation, and you see there's just 10% damage, but the shields are also damaged. So that's why this one Gorby is so strong. And now you see the Gorby has 6% damage after he had killed 1 Virgo and 1 Annihilation. The next Virgo has 16% damage. Okay, that is quite a lot. And this first Gorby killed 3 big ships. Then it was time to say goodbye for this commander against 1 cube, and the first Gorby was killed. But I had 3 Gorbies, so let's see what happened. He kills it with a big smile. And then another Virgo arrived, and I thought, wow, this was a very nice host run, really good. Yes, no trouble for me. And then at the end, another cube arrived. No problem for Gorby. Gorby eats Annihilation for breakfast with a big smile and a cup of coffee. Yeah. Lady Royale, that's it. Okay, I like to show some VCR. Go on the planet, Starbase still alive, 1 Gorby there. Now it's time for the crystal to lay web mines for the next turn, and this area is safe. 1 pop explosion. Result was 102 to 40 priority points. So I did a plus of 62 priority points. Well, in the same time I lost at the other area enough priority points. So still I had a plus of 32. Okay. So what do you have here now? We can say ship 69 was a game changer. See, 1 pop explosion. That's it. You can watch it out here. You see the game sector 620567. You can click it on the presentation. I will upload also. And I did this presentation for all of you to say If you have the chance to use a pop chip, take your time. Sometimes it takes a lot of time. So I started to move this ship on turn 34 and I used it on turn 61, nearly 30 turns later. So I write it again, the information. I feared a lot the privateers, though I did not move the ship earlier to the frontier. But at the end, I was very glad to have the chance to use this one pop ship I had against a fleet, and at the end the colonies and the Borgs were pushed away at this area, and we decided to end this game. So we changed the alliance that the Crystal, together with the Fury, won the game. I was okay with place 2 because I just tested something and I really enjoyed it. So I shared it with you all. It was not easy. It was one cut presentation. So please excuse my maybe bad spelling or something if I did some mistakes or did a lot of but I really enjoyed to make one take and don't cut all the stuff together. Okay, enjoy the PlanetsCon. Hope to see you all again, wherever and whenever. Maybe on a local meeting we're gonna have next year in January. We're gonna have a local meeting in Duisburg, Germany, and I'm keen on this event. Okay, thanks a lot. Enjoy the con. See you, Madison. Bye. Cheers.
Welcome to Newer Player, an extensive history. This is Challengespaceyard, and this will be a developer presentation. Moving on to the release summary, we see that Newer Player is a history add-on app. It is also one of the oldest API projects, having been announced January 2012. It gained its first teaser builds May 2012, during which it had virtually no functionality. It entered alpha on November 2012 when it gained the ability to convert turns, and it gained networking support on January 2015 when it finally could connect to Planets.nu. It entered beta on May 2022, when it gained full zip support. Conversion efficiency was sharply improved on December 2022, when its conversion times were cut down from several minutes per turn to just a few seconds per turn. The user interface was overhauled October 2024, and it gained a VCR player on November 2024. Moving on to the highlights of the remastered user interface, we see it has gained a flexible star map system. One can scroll along the edges, zoom in or out. All terrain is also rendered, such as nebula, star clusters, and debris disks. In return, territories were retired for efficiency reasons. Turn navigation was reworked, and included in it, one can convert entire games on the fly. There is also a new slideshow feature allowing for time lapses. Lists for major objects are also included. And finally, you can just click anywhere to select an object, if you don't already have one selected. And speaking of object selection, we have object reports. We have reports for every object type, with planets, ships, and base reports getting the most details. Other reports, such as ion storms and minefields, are simpler in detail, but there are still reports for those. Finally, if you change turns while an object is selected, Nuniverse will attempt to follow that object. There is also pagination for the objects at the bottom right corner of the window, and also for base storage. Nuniverse's networking functionality includes downloading game lists, being able to download entire games, importing private games, and included in all of these processes, and also just converting turns in general, all the JSON data that is acquired is converted to comma-separated values, as necessary. And now for my most favorite aspect so far. With the combat system, any finished battle can be watched. Reports also provide a quick summary when viewed on the star map. Outcome odds for each VCR are computed, in case you don't have a one-sided battle somehow. And the combats on a given turn are also available as a list. So, what are the future and potential goals that Nuniverse still has? At this point, this project is almost done, being slated to leave beta first quarter 2025. This likely will remain an ongoing project, though, even after leaving the beta. What would be nice, though, is if I could understand the Mersenne Twister system that is used in the expanded combat system that Planets.nu has. Lastly, if you have any questions or other inquiries and whatnot, I have made a dedicated group just for this app. You can check it out.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for that great presentation from Challengespaceyard on the new replayer. Sound off in the chat if you have used new replayer. And thank you to Madison for the turn of the year. I'd like to encourage everyone as they go through 2025 to think of a turn you experience next year to submit for next year's PlanetsCon Live. We're on to our last presentation, and then following that will be trivia. For trivia, we're going to be using a slightly different platform, but you will still want to have a separate device in your hand to participate in the trivia. It'll work very much like we've done in the past if you've been with us before. So I would recommend getting your phone or a tablet if you're watching on your computer or something else, and it will be fun. Now we have a presentation from Talespin called Making the Grade, What Makes a Race the Best at Killing Their Enemies. And it's an analysis of each race in a couple of different categories. It's very thoughtful and thorough. Check it out. And then after that, it's trivia. Stick with us to the end, and you get bonus points of love from me. I appreciate you guys. Enjoy Talespin's presentation.
Hello, PlanetsCon. This is Talespin. This year I am wrapping up a series that I made that was written on Planets magazine. It was called Making the Grade, and it was where I was scoring the races based on their ability to kill. Really, I feel that the community is somewhat passive, and that we tend to, and I say we because I do this myself. You know, we build up our empires, we sit in our little corners, we make our alliances, and then we systematically take people out with our groups of people. But I try to encourage people to fight. You know, the game is designed to kill and take out your enemies, destroy them. It's not really a long-term economics game where you grow your empire. That's not really how it works. Your goal is to pump out ships and take out enemy ships and take out enemy planets. So this series, really the goal was to sort of give people an idea of which race or which races were the strongest at killing, at moving in and taking out enemies. And so when I go through this presentation, the idea is that you're on an attack run. This doesn't mean the races that are best at building empires, building ships, who has the best ships, or it's nothing like that. It's more about how good are you at moving into enemy territory and crushing planets and killing ships, and beyond that, actually holding planets and maintaining attack momentum. Because if you can't maintain that momentum, if you get stuck in a corner or something, then you are unable to really get enough planets. Like if you're slowed down by the crystals, you're slowed down by fuel or whatever it is, you can be outpaced by somebody else on the other side of the map, or an ally, or you can just get stuck, and to the point which gives an ally of your enemy time to come to help them. So a big part of it is being able to maintain that forward thrust and to kill people. So an empire's capacity to kill its enemy is determined by two factors: control of the battlefield and the actual races, its design, so its prowess at killing. Not the player's prowess, but the race's design, its prowess at killing. Is it designed well to kill? So battlefield control, this is a measure of an empire's ability to control the battlefield through strategic mine laying. This is a major contributing factor to who wins games in any format. Can you control the battlefield and keep the enemy damaged, keep the enemy from moving forward, keep the enemy from retreating, bringing up reinforcements, whatever it is? This is a huge factor, because if you can't do this, or you're not as good as other races, you have to make up for that in other ways. For battlefield control, this grade was based on 3 skill categories: long-term sustainability, countermining potential, and minefield specialization. So long-term sustainability, the races who score high in this are the ones who are capable of producing large amounts of money. And it's, every race can get lucky on natives. Every race can earn money, can build lots of supplies and use that as money. Every race can do that. Also, every race can build alchemy ships and have lots of fuel, and they can have lots of minerals. However, there are some races who have special abilities or ships that can maintain money on a continued basis, and not just in the first 30, 40 turns, but on into your 80 turns, 120 turns, 160 turns, for a long-term continued basis. They can pump out lots of money, which directly translates into minefields, and you're able to continually pump those out. If you can't do that, or if someone's better than you at producing money, you're actually at a bit of a disadvantage in that case. So some examples are the Federation with their 200% tax collection, the hiss ability of the lizards, and assimilation. Those are probably the top 3 ways, 3 races that can get the most money on a continuing basis. The birdmen, they have a little bit of the native education ability that takes time, but it does actually produce quite an amount of money. And occasionally they can steal money from planets as well, super spy. The fascist, or the fury, they have the pillage ability, and that does benefit them quite a bit financially, because they can also kill off amorphs and natives that are not useful or hurting their population. So in a sense, they can kind of manage their money production that way. Rob, of course, with the privateers, if they are eager or they're able to get in there and rob money from people. And gambling ships, of course, I think there's 2 or 3 races that have the gambling ships that if you have a few of them, they can provide a decent amount of money long term that they can help maintain minefields. Counter mining potential. The races who score here are those who are able to negate the effects of the opponent's minefields. So to do that, you need to have sweepers that have 8 to 10 beams. When you get less than 8, you're less capable of sweeping enough minefields. The mine layers usually need 200 plus kilotons of minefields, so they don't have to constantly return to a planet or a base or something and restock. Cloaking technology is also really helpful because you can hide. They don't know where you're going to sweep, so that can be a really good technique to countermine the opponent's minefields. And anti-cloaking technology is actually beneficial because it prevents cloakers from getting in places or hiding in places to maintain or add new minefields. And lastly, does your fleet contain smaller support mine layers or mine tenders? These are the little ones that can go out there and add little ones and maybe add a few a few torpedoes to this minefield or added something over here. So those are all of these things put together. When you have a lot of those things, you are actually very good at countering the minefields of opponents. Minefield specialization. This is very specific to races or ships that have abilities that enhance mine laying or mine sweeping. So this only applies to certain races who, you know, have that some sort of trick that helps them to counter mine or to mine specifically. So you have your robots 4 times mine laying, which speaks for itself, just more mines, cheaper mines. The fighter mine sweep from the colonies, of course, extends their sweeping, which is very powerful for countering minefields. Web mines, of course, is a very, very, very powerful, the top powerful minefield ability in the game, probably rivaling 4 times mine laying. So it has the ability to control the entire map. Super Spy, just a little bit, in that it can potentially control minefield codes, so that has a little bit of a special ability that the birds can use. The warp channel is actually a very powerful tool for laying minefields, because you can be anywhere on the map, zoom in, lay a massive minefield and zoom away. It also means you can go on your front line, you can constantly bring in resources to that one location and maintain massive minefields permanently, almost, because it's that once the cyborg has a good channel network, they're very difficult to stop like that. Okay, so these are the grades that I gave out under control. This is not their control score, that's on the next page here. But this page gives grades for each specific skill that make up control, that contribute to control. So you can see Federation has lots of money, so they're able to sustain for a long time. The same with the lizards. Cyborg can also sustain for a long time. And the rest of them really not so much. The Birdmen and robots, not too bad, but Fury, Privateers, Crystals, Empire, Rebel, and Missing Colonies, they're not very good at sustaining their minefields for a long period of time. And of course, when that applies to carrier races, that can be pretty difficult for them. Counter mining, you can see the hordes, the Fury hordes, with all their beam weapons and their cloaking. They're actually pretty good at counter mining. And the Missing Colonies, of course, are also at the top of that list because of their minesweep. At the bottom, you can see, first there's Privateers. It's just because they don't have enough beam weapons, but if they were able to trade or rob, it is possible they could bump that up. And you can see most of the races are at about a B, so they're all relatively on par with countermining, except for the poor, pathetic Evil Empire, who just don't have the ability to countermine. So you can see the EE has sweepers, and they have sweepers with high beams, but those are very expensive ships to put out into. And they're also very heavy, and they're very difficult to maneuver around to sweep. So, you know, there's sort of ups and downs there. Mine layers with cargo holds of 200, you know, they have their pathetic SSF, the frigate. It only holds 80. It's a small fuel tank. It's actually heavier than really it should be. And it's just not a very good frigate, despite what the arguments people throw out there for it. It has its uses, of course, like they all do, but as a mine layer, it's pretty pathetic. Especially even it takes like one hit and it's done for. So, and of course the Evil Empire has no cloaking technology, they have no anti-cloaking technology, and they have 0 small support mine layers. Well, I suppose you could consider the frigate a support mine layer, but considering it's your only mine layer, that's a problem. So based on that, you can see why the Evil Empire is very at the bottom of countermining. So we have the Empire both at the bottom for sustainability and for countermining, and surprisingly not, they're actually at the bottom for specialization. They have 0 specializations for mining or countermining or anything like that that supports that. One thing to note with the Crystal Confederation, under sustainability, they had a D, so the lowest you can get for the crystals. You know, they're not the greatest at countermining, but they do have their amazing specialization. However, they can't sustain it forever. You know, often webs are there for a long time, so that does help to some degree. But they, you know, their ships are very expensive mineral-wise. Generally, the crystal's economy is just so bad. It's difficult to get going and to maintain long-term. So that directly affects their ability to control the map. Like, it is a good thing that they have webs, because if they didn't have webs, they would be toast. They'd be so toast, because there's no way that they can just maintain minefields and fight. You know, it would be kind of sad to watch them out there. You can see up there the Solar Federation and Lizards have no specializations for mine laying, so that lowers their scores there. The same with the Fury, no specializations. The Rebel also don't have specializations. So overall, for control, I gave the Solar Federation a B, the Lizards a B, the Birdmen a B. I gave the Fury Hordes a C or a B. They could receive a B, but they're sort of resource hungry overall. Privateers C, the Cyborg, of course, with their A. The Crystals, you could say A with their webs, but in reality they're a C grade with their inability to sustain minefields. And really, beyond webs, they have no other special abilities that help them with mine laying or countering mines. And your poor old Evil Empire, way at the bottom with their D, no question about it. They are definitely at the bottom of the ability to control the battlefield. And if you ever wonder why the Evil Empire has trouble winning, that is one major reason. They cannot, or not very easily, control the battlefield. The robots, you know, their ships aren't that exciting, but they can control the battlefield. You know, you can see A there. They're one of the best at controlling the battlefield. And Rebels with a C, Rebels really just have one excellent mine layer. And beyond that, they do struggle to maintain and to countermine minefields. And the Missing Colonies of Man, I gave them a B. Fighter Minesweep is very powerful and could push them to an A, but they don't really have any specializations beyond that. They don't have a super great economy boost. Actually, like, Fighter Minesweep is not as strong as 4 times mine laying. It's not as strong as webs. It's not as strong as the dominance of the Cyborg. So I felt a B. I mean, if I was giving negatives or pluses, I might give them a B plus. But they're just not as strong as the Cyborg, webs, robots when it comes to controlling the battlefield. So again, remember these are grades that show you the ability of each race to control the battlefield by strategically laying minefields. All right, moving on. The second factor that helps races kill is their offensive prowess. So their ability to literally kill other races with their fleet or their abilities. And there are 3 skill categories for this grade. That is agility, deadliness, and multifariousness. So agility, Races who score high in that category, they're the ones who can build fleets which outperform others during attack runs. So this has nothing to do with economics, this has nothing to do with logistics, or diplomacy or whatever. This has to do with maintaining your momentum. And that's really where the focus is here. Can you maintain your forward push? Do you get stuck? Do you have to wait for reinforcements? Do you have to wait for fuel? Can you attack from multiple directions? Things like that. So contributing factors are burning less fuel. And this is for your big ships, your big Tech 10 warships who are coming into battle, and they go from planet to planet, killing as they go. And the less fuel you burn from them, the more you can maintain momentum. The second factor is dictating combat. That means like tow kills and various tactics. Then you decide when and where and how you fight. If you have the ability to choose how a fight goes, it makes you the stronger opponent, makes you offensively stronger. It also, it keeps you from taking damage. It keeps you from using too many fighters or torpedoes. It helps you, again, to continue to maintain that forward momentum. And lastly, maneuvering quickly and invisibly. And this usually has to do with the speed of your ships, how light they are, can they be cloaked. If you can outmaneuver somebody into a pincer attack or a back attack or attack from one side and move to another and attack another, that's moving quickly. That's, keeping on your feet. That's part of agility that helps you to throw enemies off their game. It helps you to kill them. And so, of course, invisibility, if you can move without being seen, it gives you the upper hand in any combat. Deadliness. Races who score high here, they can build fleets that are designed for killing. There's races that have ships that aren't specifically designed to kill. They may be mine layers, they may be escorts, they may be ships that transport things or escort or things like that. But there are specific ships that are designed for killing other ships, for killing bases, for killing planets, and those are the ones that we're talking about here. And so some contributing factors that are combat mass, warship armaments, and your ship class. And then there is multifariousness. The races who score high in this subcategory, they're the ones who have a lot of tools in their tool belt. They have a varied selection to choose from, and they can apply them easily throughout the game. Some examples of this, if they have ways of hiding their movements, if they have methods of gathering information, boosts to economy, measures to keep planets. So you take them over, yes, but you also have to keep them, and that is a key component to maintaining a forward momentum and attack thrust. So measures to keep planets, and then lastly tricks to kill or capture bases. And we all know when you come up against a 200 defense, 60 fighter star base, well, what do, right? And there are some races that have tricks to take them out quickly or even take them out over time, but some of them don't, and they struggle a lot when they come up against a defense that has max defense and you have no way to take them. Okay, so here are the scores for prowess. The agility, deadliness, and multifarious. Again, this is not the final grade, but these are the components of the grade. The Federation had a fuel efficiency rating of 1.6. Lizards had 1.1. Birds had 1. Fury had 0.9. Privateers was a little tricky because it's 0.5, with their meteors, which is great. However, it really would depend on what they were towing, right? And the Cyborg was a little different as well because, moving a biocide is 2.4, but the Fire Cloud could move hundreds of ships with just 50 kilotons, so essentially that's a 0.025 fuel efficiency rating. Crystals had a 1.0. Evils and robots were pretty much the same, moving at 3.0 and 3.1, which is an abysmal fuel rating. And rebels and colonies were again similar due to their carriers were very similar, and they had a 2.4 and a 2.6, which are not great, but yeah, they're not great, but they are carriers, so you do expect that. So that those numbers, like the 2.4, that's kilotons of fuel burnt every single light year. So you can see the races with the smaller ships are burning about 1 or less fuel per light year, and people like the Empire and the Robot are burning 3 times that. Now, there were other factors involved with that. For instance, specifically cloaking takes a lot of fuel, so you have to take that into account with the Lizards, Birdmen, Fury privateers. And so that's why the Lizards and the Fury have less agility, but the Birdmen have higher because they do not burn as much as other ones. The Empire and the Rebels also have hyperdrive ships, and if you're jumping around hyperdrive ships, that also burns extra fuel. So that's taken into account there. For maneuverability, we're talking about how fast can you move and can you stay hidden. I think this one's pretty self-explanatory. You can see the Birdmen are, of course, expert cloakers that move around however they want. You have no idea where they are. Privateers are much the same. They're fast. Of course, they're double the speed of everyone else. And they cloak. So, again, the Cyborg are up there at an A because they can channel. You have no idea where their fleets are. They could have 20 biocides in your backyard and you don't know that. You just don't know. And if they have a channel network, they're extremely difficult to defeat. And you can see the Evil Empire and the robots are way at the bottom on agility. They use way too much, 3 times the fuel. The Empire uses even more fuel with hyperjumping ships. And moving their monstrous beasts that fight, called battle carriers, it takes so much fuel, and they can't hide it. It's very difficult to hide an advance in either of those races. So they really are very poor in the agility department. So deadliness, one of the factors for deadliness was combat mass. And the extra boost that Federation gets for combat mass was a contributing factor here, which brought them up quite high. And plus they also have 3 ships capable of attacking in the Missouri, Kittiawak, and Nova. Those are their strongest ships that can kill, that are designed to fight and destroy. So though combined with that kind of boosts them up a bit. The Cyborg, of course, have incredibly high combat mass with their ships. The same with the Empire. The robots have the highest combat mass of all the races. However, there's other factors that come in there, so that's why the robots don't have a B, higher than a B. You do notice this was the one spot where the Evil Empire scores an amazing A. and that's deadliness. And it's partially due to their combat mass. It is also due, well, to all three areas, really. So the other part of deadliness was the warship armaments. And so that has to do with how many beams they have, how many fighter launch bays, how many torpedo launchers they have, and how much cargo hold space they have. So you have launchers, bays, and beam weapons. The more you have, the better it is, right? You want to get fighters out fast, you want to get torpedoes out fast, you want your beam weapons to fire to shoot down fighters and all that stuff. And you need the cargo hold. If your cargo hold is too small, then it doesn't matter if you have 20 beams, or sorry, not beams, bays. If you have 20 bays and only 30 fighters, it doesn't really help you that much. You can pop those out really quickly, but they're shot down. You don't have more in there. And if we're talking about momentum, you don't want to have your carrier run out of fighters after the first fight. So you win one fight, you take one planet, and then you're at 0 fighters or 10, 20 fighters. Well, what now, right? You're stuck. You have to wait for fighters to come up. You have to rebuild. So your momentum is slowed down. You're now at the mercy of the enemy or their allies or whatever. So the cargo hold is really important in carriers and torpedo launching vessels and things like that. So deadliness, again, another area where the EE has several ships with high beam counts, a significant number of fighter bays, and significant cargo holds to be able to pump out fighters. And the same with the Federation. They had multiple ships that are designed to kill. That's from the Nova, Missouri, Arkham, Thor, Kitty Hawk, Diplomacy. All these ships, they serve almost no purpose except to kill other ships. And so that's why they have a pretty high armament value in their fleet. The Furies, we took into account too, they have double beams, so that sort of adds to their score there as well. Some of the races that scored poorly with armaments were rebels, colonies, privateers. They just don't have the beam weapons, the launchers, the torpedo launchers to keep up with the other races in this area. The Birdmen technically only have 2 attack vessels, so that sort of limits what they can do. The Darkwing is an excellent battleship, probably the best in the game, but it's a cargo hold is limited. And the only thing to really note here is the privateers. They just don't really have ships designed to kill, and that's probably not a surprise to people, but it is a factor here. And so when you look at your deadliness scores, you can see Federation, Cyborg again, and Evil Empire at the top, and while way at the bottom you have the privateers. And most of the torpedo races really did not score high in deadliness. They just don't have the armaments, they don't have the combat mass, they don't have the types of ships they need to really kill enemies that well. So you can see why they're designed to produce more ships. At least that's the idea. They're supposedly able to get out more ships to counteract the races that are very strong at killing. Lastly, there's the multifariousness. This really has to do with having lots of different tools at your disposal. And you can see the lizards, again, the cyborg, they are the 2 races that have the most tools that they can apply to attack people, to maintain momentum, things like that. And you can see the poor crystals, really, if they don't have webs, they're so useless. They have no other tools to help them. So the overall grade for prowess, biggest things to note again is I think actually, yeah, of course the cyborg again is A, but It's interesting to note actually that most of them are on par. Most of the races are on par. They are designed to kill, which I that shouldn't really be like a surprise to people. It is a game designed to do that. But there is often talk of imbalance and stuff, and yeah, the game's clearly not like this perfect balanced game, but this actually does show that in general, it may be built differently. The races are built differently, but they do actually have the capacity to kill their enemies. Each one on their own. But again, you see the cyborg is top of the pile there. Okay, so here we go. This is the final grade in this series, and that is who kills the best. And as you can see, the cyborg is the only race to produce an A. I think it's worth discussing this because across almost every single factor that I considered, the cyborg weren't just at an A, they were at an A+. They were beyond everybody else in every single category of the game when it comes to killing, controlling the battlefield, moving forward, keeping an attack thrust going. Like, they are the deadliest race in the entire game by far. The opposite of that is the Evil Empire, where not only did they score Ds, they have some big ships that can kill stuff. Yes, that's true. However, because they can't control the battlefield, because they're not agile, they don't have many tools, this puts them way at the bottom. Not just a D, but probably a D-. And they're that bad because they cannot maintain forward thrust. If you've ever played the Empire against other competent commanders, you know what I'm talking about. It is not easy to push forward. You have to go slow, you have to build up your defenses, you have to maintain strength throughout the Empire at all times to be able to push forward at all. And so it is not easy to get anywhere with the Empire. Contrarily, the cyborg gets pretty easy. Once you get your fire, like when I've played the cyborg, it's been some of the easiest games I've ever played because they are so efficient at everything in the game. And the others, you can see they're mostly on par. And so the stars that I have on the right there, that's to indicate probably the races that, if you want a race that is able to kill, if you want to be on the offensive, you want to go after enemies, take them out either quickly or steadily, you're looking at the missing colonies of man, the Birdmen, the Lizard Alliance, the Solar Federation, and the Cyborg. If you were to take those 5 races, those are the big 5 that are able to kill. And the other ones kind of struggle. They can be a steady progress. The privateers are always, hit or miss, right? Privateers, if they're able to rob things, they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and they can potentially outpace the cyborg. But generally, if they're controlled, they're actually not very good later on in the game. I added an asterisk, the Fury Hordes, because this my personal bias. I believe that the Fury has so many tools, and it didn't come out in this study, but there's sheer amount of tools that they can apply to random situations, to any situation, and the speed at which they can move forward and apply these tools, I actually think it makes them probably a B grade, and they get stronger the more they attack. And so I kind of feel like C doesn't really show their ability, their capacity to kill, I feel like it should be a little higher. Yeah, other than that, that is my presentation. I hope that kind of gave some insights here and there. I've been sick, so I haven't really had a chance to script this, so I apologize if it sounds like I'm kind of rambling some. But anyway, have a good rest of the con, and thank you to Griffin for putting it all together. And I look forward to seeing y'all on the battlefield. Take care.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I am not sure if the cool sounds of the thing, hello, are going to show up in this. Give me 1 second, I'm just sorting through this. But while we're waiting, first of all, thank you, Talespin, for your analysis. I hope everybody enjoyed that. We still have a number of viewers, but we only have a couple of competitors in the trivia. So get in on that. There's the information. I'll also put it in the chat. Where is the sound? Where do you guys hear music? I don't hear music. This is unfortunate. I guess it's just going to be me making noise. Get in there and join as soon as you can. Play.blooklet, Blooket, BLOOKET.com. Game ID is 7491606. We've got 6 competitors right now. We need more than that. Grab a second device. Let's go. I'm assuming you guys can hear me, just not the music. Check. We still need more players. Last time we had like 30 players. Right now we don't have 30 people watching. It might just be the 6 of you if we don't get some more people in. Sala, I don't see you in here. Oh, Daniel, you don't want to stick around for the trivia? I know it's late, guys. I really appreciate those of you sticking with me. Here in sunny California, which is not even really sunny, and the sun's about to go down, it's only 4:35. Yes, very late for Europe. Thanks for sticking with me. All right, we got a 7th person in. Gonna give a few more moments. Sidev, welcome. Vindicator. Challengespaceyard with his really long name. I'd like to get up at least to 10 players. Anybody else? There we go, 9. Oh, I don't even think there's one WASP question. But I will give you a hint. There's several Evil Empire questions in here. All right, we got 10 players. Unless you say something in the chat, I'm going to start in 20 seconds. Okay, here we go. Get ready. First question is, the cost of each planetary structure is as follows. A mineral mine is 1 kiloton supply and 3 mega credits. A factory is 1 supply and 4 mega credits. And a defense post is 1 kiloton of supplies and 10 mega credits. Is that true or false? True or false? 2 seconds. Right. Trick question. The answer is false. The mega credits are swapped between the mines and the factories. First place is Sidev. Second is Cody. And third is everyone. Next up. Which player appears in the most top 10s on the leaderboard? Is it Fexer, Bird, Batman, or Loner? The answer is Loner. Good job. Challenge SY in the first place. We're going fast here, guys. Which is not true? Starships versus starships. Starships will fight if one ship has a primary enemy sent to another player who also has starship present. One ship is attacked. Ships will almost always defend themselves. Its selected opponent has a matching friendly code, or one ship has its mission set to kill, which is not true. Not true. Matching friendly code. Good. Most of you guys got that. Challenge still holding first place, but very tight race at the top. Which is not true. Ion disturbances have the following effects on starships. Ooh, I made lots of words in these answers. Which one is not true? Seconds. That's right. Advanced cloaking will work. What's that do to the standings? Looks like Challenge is still in first with Vindicator and Sidev right on his tail. Which of the following is true about the starship or starbase recycler? Torpedoes are converted back into minerals and transferred to the planet. All remaining cargo is destroyed. The coal is converted into minerals and mega credits and transferred to the planet's surface. 100% of the minerals and mega credits used to construct the hull are recovered, or all fighters are destroyed. Which is true? See how many of you guys get this. Pretty spread. That was kind of a tricky one, guys. Only Sidev got it right. Nice. And that puts him in first. That was a big move right there. Question number 6. In ground combat, planetary defense posts add blank to the defense factor. Is it 0.5, 0.05? 0.15 or 3 times? Good job. Whoever you got that right. Ooh, Sidev. He's running away with it. Gotta catch up to him, Challenge. The Hordes of Furies pillage and plunder missions will generate lots of options here. I'm trying to be tricky. I'm trying to trick you. Being a very sneaky person. One of these is right. Only one of you got it right. Who was it? Who got it right? Sidev. That's my guy. That gap is widening. Question number 8. The evil Empire's debris disk defense gives starships the ability to travel inside debris disk and starships larger than 200 kilotons, double shields, immunity from attack, or a reduced scanner detection range. Seconds. Once you got your answers in. Very good. Give me an easy one. The faster you answer, the more points you get. I think. Might be the order. First one in gets more points. The Treaty of Nimbus 7 prevents starships from surrendering, starships from attacking any fuelless ship, including the Horwas, talking bad about a neighbor, or starships from attacking any fuelless starship except the Horwas. Another easy one, I think. Yes. Very good. Very good. Challenge is trying to catch up, but he's just running away with it. You guys got to be faster. Come on, faster. Question number 10. We're halfway there. Of these items, which is the last to happen in host order? Happiness change is computed, supplies are produced, terraforming, or taxes produced from mega credits. Here's your obscure host order question. I will always throw a host order question into the trivia. Get your answers in. Pretty even spread. Taxes is the last one. Ooh. SciDev did not get this one. Closing the gap. For the Evil Empire, which advantage costs the most advantage points? Is it Destroy Planet? Is it Starbase Fighter Transfer? Galactic Power? Or perhaps Debris Disk Defense? Starbase Fighter Transfer is the most points. SciDev's back on it. Challenge is trying to keep up. How many Emperor/Championship matches have there been? How many Emperor and Championship matches have there been? Is it 20? 8? 16? 12? What do you think? How many Emperor Championship matches have there been? Cards up. 16. Good job. Most of you got that. But SciDev did not. Yeah, you guys all got to cheer whenever he doesn't get it, because it gives you a chance to catch up, and Challenge is trying. Did it just ask the same question again? You guys should all get this. That's weird. Bonus question. Good that you guys all got it. Sorry about that one. Question number 14. In the Planets.nu map that you find on the homepage, which race has the highest percentage of sector control? The colonies, the lizards, the privateers, or the pesky Horwas? Someone guessed the lizards. It was not SciDev. Question number 15. Which of these do not provide a bonus to a starship's combat mass? All starships in possession of the Federation have a 50 kiloton bonus. Or if a starship is 140, I'm not even going to read it. Blah, blah, blah. It's right there for you on your screen. Although that question is going to become a different answer after the Neutronian star clusters. All right. Question number 16. The percent chance, bad typing, of hitting a web mine is 1% for every 5 light years, 1% for every 1 light year, 5% for every 1 light year, 5% for every 2 light years. What's the chance of getting caught by a web mine? There you go. 5% for every 1 light year. That one right? That's right, right? Right. Which is not true? Fuelless starships can perform the following actions. The sensor sweep mission works properly. The starship with a glory device can perform all glory device functions. The land and disassemble mission works properly. Or terraforming works properly. Which is not true? Terraforming does not work without fuel. Only Cody number 2. There's 2 Codys. That's interesting. Looks like he dropped out and came back in. A happiness score between 20 and 39 will cause civil war. True or false? False. It's below 20. Challenge is taken first from SciDev. SciDev, you gotta up your game, man. 2 more questions to go. Which of the following websites have nothing to do with the Planets game? Is it Planets.org? Is it PlanetsMagazine.com? Is it VJPlanets.org? Or is it Planets.forum.cloud? Which one of these is not for us? We thought Planets Magazine was not. All right, last question. In first place is Challenge. SciDev in second. Brushing off the cobwebs. The Cobell class research vessel generates 5 kilotons of fuel per 1 light year, 2 kilotons of fuel per 2 light years, 1 kiloton per 2 light years, or 2 kilotons per 1 light year. How well you know your stats? see what that does to the final standings. Third is Vindicator. Second is Side Evan. First place is Challenge SY. I want to see something. How did everybody do? Cody, 60 plus 43 is 103. Sorry, buddy. You probably earned third for real, Cody. Okay. Let's bring it back. Thank you, everybody, for participating in PlanetsCon Live 2024. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I know it's late. I'd be very interested in hearing your feedback about what you think about PlanetsCon Live and what would make it better, what it could do with less of. I struggle with how much time to make these, and sometimes the live segments go longer than we expected. So I encourage you to email me at planetsconlive@gmail.com. That's planetsconlive@gmail.com with your feedback. I hope you enjoyed it. Seriously, consider becoming a contributor for next year. Content is king, and without you, there is no PlanetsCon Live. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate you again. Have a good night, and I'll see you in the Echo Cluster.